Elf initial Pokemon is Agumon. Chapter 1 Agumon. Sinnoh Region, Salation Town. To the east of the town, in a large ancient ruins that had been abandoned for thousands of years, a young man was running wildly. His steps were very big and his speed was very fast. He could run through the passages of each layer of the ruins in an instant. Passing through layer after layer, the young man showed no sign of slowing down. He turned his head from time to time while running and shouted loudly behind him. "Have you slept for thousands of years and lost your brain? Or have you been hungry for too long? You can't catch up for so long, and you are still guarding the ruins with such efficiency? Slowpoke can't help but give you a thumbs up." The loud voice quickly drifted along the passage into the shadows behind him. But time passed by, and the darkness was always quiet, without any movement. "You have used the provocation method too much and have become immune," the young man muttered, and then decided to change his method. He raised his voice and shouted, "If you can't catch up, I will start to demolish the ruins. Anyway, thousands of years of junk should be eliminated." While speaking, the young man picked up the stone on the ground and smashed it against the wall beside him. Bang! The stone hit the wall, and the crisp cracking sound echoed in the passage, but it was still silent, without any response. But at some point, a huge black eye appeared where the stone had just hit. Then, around this eye, on the ground, walls and ceiling of the passage, one after another, densely packed eyes slowly emerged. Their tightly closed eyes slowly opened, and their eyes first glanced around blankly, but when they focused their sight on the young man, they instantly seemed to see an enemy, and issued a sharp and rapid growl. "Jimma!" Then, these huge eyes emerged from the wall and turned into black shadows that rushed towards the boy. In the dim light in the ruins, one can vaguely distinguish that these are Pokemon that exude the breath of ancient times and look like the 26 English letters. Unknown, a Pokemon that is keen on guarding ancient ruins. "That's right, you should be more active at work." The boy nodded in satisfaction and ran away. The unknown saw the smile on the boy's face and became furious. They all accelerated to catch up. But every time when they were about to catch up, the boy would suddenly turn into another passage with ease to avoid pursuit. It was as if the boy was the guardian who was familiar with the ruins. This made the unknowns very angry, but there was nothing they could do but try their best to catch up. Fortunately, after several turns and changes of direction, the boy who was running at high speed suddenly slowed down and stopped slowly. "I saw that the corner in front that was originally passable was partially collapsed by the ruins, and a huge stone was across the middle of the passage, blocking the way forward. This is a dead end." Now the unknowns also noticed this scene, and they all sent out growls of gloating. The road ahead was blocked, and the back was surrounded by them, as if they had reached the end of the road. Then, the unknowns quickly activated the only move they mastered, the power of awakening. Red, blue, green, purple. Energy balls of different colors and emitting powerful auras quickly gathered in front of them. The next second, the energy balls that filled the entire passage poured out towards the place where the boy stood. Faced with this seemingly unavoidable situation, the boy stared blankly, but surprisingly did not panic at all. After seeing that the attack was at a certain distance, he quickly bent down and rolled to the side, and skillfully hid in a gap on the wall next to him that could barely accommodate one person. Boom! A burst of explosions roared in the passage. All the attacks of the unknowns brushed past him, and most of them hit where he just stood, blowing a big hole in the ground. A small part of it fell on the boulder of the block in front, breaking a small crack in the stone. The boy saw this, without any hesitation, using the smoke and dust raised by the explosion as cover, and quickly came from the unknown while they were still watching the situation. He walked out of the crack in the wall and crawled in. On the other side of the boulder, the light turned from dark to bright. After squinting his eyes to adapt slightly, the boy began to look around. The place in front of him was not much different from other areas of the ruins. It was still a corner of a dilapidated ruins, full of the historical atmosphere accumulated over a long period of time. But the boy smiled. It took so much effort, and I was hunted by unknown from time to time. Now I finally got in. I wonder who will be the first Pokemon summoned after exploring this ruins with thousands of years of history. The boy's name is King Liu, and he is a time traveler. He came to the Pokemon world a week ago, and he traveled directly to the wilderness where he could face ferocious Pokemon at any time. Fortunately, before King Liu traveled, he was a void wilderness survival expert who often watched videos of Bear Grylls and Hungry German. After a few days of exploration, he was barely able to ensure self-sufficiency in the jungle. But new problems emerged. During this week, he almost encountered Ursaring and Beautifully, irritable and aggressive Pokemon. This made him realize that in the world of Pokemon, in addition to survival knowledge, Pokemon is indispensable if he wants to truly ensure his safety and survive in the future. But the problem in front of him is also very realistic. He has no money to buy Pokemon, and he is not a real Mega Rookie who can conquer Pokemon by force, and he has no luck to encounter a Pokemon that is injured and needs a helping hand and finally pledges his life to him. The most important thing is, he doesn't even have a Pokeball. Without a Pokeball, everything is empty talk. Fortunately, when he was at a loss, a blue virtual panel slowly emerged. Qinglu, who has rich experience in online writing, quickly accepted and understood the general information of the panel. In short, this is a summoning panel that can randomly summon something. And the first object that can be summoned is the help he needs most at the moment, Pokemon. However, the panel needs energy to start, and the way to collect energy is to explore some things with a long history, as well as ancient buildings such as ancient ruins. The ruins under King Liu's feet are the only target he found after exploring the vicinity. With good physical fitness and reaction, he has explored most of the areas in the past few days, and the exploration progress has reached 96%. Only the area blocked by the boulder in front of him is left. He also observed on the spot that the weight and hardness of this boulder are not something he can move or destroy without Pokemon. So, he had to design to anger the unknowns guarding the ruins and use their power to break the boulder. Although the process is a bit dangerous, and he may be snapped by the angry unknown at any time, King Liu still understands the truth that you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Fortunately, everything went well, and he entered the last area intact. At the same time, on the panel that only King Liu could see, lines of blue small words were flashing. Random ruins, exploring. Exploration progress, 96%, 97%, 98%, 99%, 100%. Exploration completed, summoning available. Summoning target, a random Pokemon, do you want to summon? Yes/no. King Liu directly selected yes. In the prompt summoning, the panel in front of him suddenly rotated, and then turned into tiny dots of light, forming a circular passage as high as a person. A blue light lit up, and a figure about 1 meter tall poked its head out of the passage. This was a creature that looked like a small dinosaur, with most of its body covered in yellow, and only the tips of the claws on its hands and feet were white. It was standing at this moment, looking around with its big blue eyes, scratching its head with its strong arms that were as big as its feet, and its expression was full of confusion. As for why it is a creature, not a certain Pokemon, it is because King Liu does not know that the guy who appeared in front of him may not be called Pokemon, but should be called Digimon. And it is the partner of the protagonist Taiki Yagami in the first season of the anime, and is nicknamed by fans as the evolution form of the origin of all things, Agumon. Yes, it was an Agumon who walked out of the passage transformed by the summoning panel. At this moment, King Liu was also confused. Theoretically, in the world of Pokemon, there are several Pokemon that have the ability to change their own forms. Facing unknown situations, it is reasonable to change into the appearance of other Pokemon. But no matter how much you change, you can't cross the world view from Pokemon to Digimon. Or did I accidentally get hypnosis, which led to the appearance of illusion? If this is the case, all the problems of Agumon can be explained. King Liu took a deep breath, urged himself to stay calm, and silently opened the panel. In addition to charging and summoning, the panel also has the basic function of exploring Pokémon information. Just use it to check the other party's information to know where the guy in front of you comes from. Then, King Liu looked at Agumon, and the panel also focused on it. On the other person. Instantly, a line of blue words appeared in front of him. Race Agumon. Classification Reptile Pokémon. Attribute Dragon. Feature Sharp Claws. Because of the sharp claws, the power of the attack will be increased. Level 12. Exclusive moves Small Flame, Fire type, Power 60, Sharp Claws, Fire type, Power 40. Mastered moves None. Race value 360, Life, 50, Attack, 72, Defense, 55, Special Attack, 72, Special Defense, 50, Speed, 61. Intimacy 10, One-time encounter. Status Hungry. Information Summary: a reptile-shaped Pokémon that looks like a small dinosaur and can walk on 2 legs. Although it is still growing, its personality is extremely brave and it is fearless even when facing a strong enemy. There are hard and sharp claws on both hands and feet, which can play a good role in battle. It is predicted that it will evolve towards a great posture. Ayagi. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 Digimon Pokémon. Seeing all the information popping up on the panel, Ayagi was stunned. I didn't get hypnosis, and the creature in front of him was not Ditto or Zorua, but a real Agumon. But what is the classification of this reptile Pokémon? Isn't it a Digimon? Could it be that because it changed to a different place, it automatically switched to another identity? Is the concept of adaptive nationality so popularized so quickly? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Ayagi's mind, and his eyes passed over the panel and fell on Agumon. Whether it was body movements or facial expressions, they were very natural. Coupled with the information displayed on the panel, Ayagi gradually accepted this seemingly outrageous information. After all, things like time travel and the panel have happened. It seems that there is no big problem for a Digimon to appear in the Pokémon world. Besides, Pokémon and Digimon do have many similarities in their settings. If people who don't know them look at these two creatures, they may not be able to distinguish them. But these are not the main points. King Liu stared at the panel and scanned it up and down, and finally stopped at the column of Agumon's racial value. After a moment of silence, he whispered to himself, the resistance of high-speed double swords is not bad either. Whether it is the total racial value or the distribution of each item, it is quite good. Whether it is the Earl Dervish Royal 3 of each region, or the quasi-god with huge potential and a racial value comparable to that of legendary Pokémon, the racial value is only about 300 in the Earl Dervish stage. But Agumon is now almost dozens of points higher than them, and the key is that these extra dozens of points are also distributed very reasonably. What is the concept? You should know that the higher the race value, the higher the upper limit of the 6 major ability values of the Pokémon itself, namely health, attack, defense, special attack, special defense and speed. Under the same conditions, Pokémon with high race values have an absolute innate advantage over Pokémon with low race values, whether in potential or combat power. Agumon is now in this advantage. And what it is stepping on is the Royal 3 and Quasi-God in the Earl Dervish form, which is known as having extremely high cultivation value. No, I'm afraid it's not just the Earl Dervish stage. It should be said that it is very likely that it will present an all-round crushing in all stages. As we all know, if you want to improve the race value for a counterattack, there is only one way, that is, evolution. After reaching a certain level or being stimulated by strong external factors, most Pokémon will undergo earth-shaking changes in their race values. After evolution, and these changes will be directly reflected in their 6 ability values. Except for some that remain unchanged or decrease, most Pokémon's ability values will have a significant leap, and some Pokémon's temperament and personality will even change. However, since they are living creatures, they naturally have an evolution limit. Each Pokémon has a limit on the number of normal evolutions. Some cannot evolve, some can evolve once, and some can evolve twice. Only some special Pokémon can break through their own limitations and evolve once more after the normal evolution is completed through the resonance between the Keystone and the Megastone, which is the so-called Mega Evolution. As Professor Rowan said, every evolution of Pokémon is a transformation, which makes itself more perfect. These Mega Pokémon that break through their own limiters and gradually become perfect will gain extremely powerful power. This power can loosen their fixed racial values after the normal evolution, and their combat power will also soar, so that they can easily crush their opponents who were originally evenly matched before Mega Evolution. The best among them can even have the ability to confront the region's true ceiling level beasts head-on. This kind of gradual life maximum number of times a Pokémon that can perfectly evolve is 3. Agumon can also evolve 3 times, and it can evolve 3 more times after it has already evolved. It is currently in the growth stage, and there will be 3 more forms in the future: mature, perfect, and ultimate. Each time it evolves to a different period, the strength of the Digimon will increase exponentially. Especially in the ultimate form, King Liu personally feels that Agumon in this form is not even a match for those powerful quasi-god Pokémon that can Mega Evolution. After all, in Earl, if he crushed Agumon in the dervish form, would he be overtaken after 3 evolutions of the same strength? Qiangliu thought it was impossible. Besides, there is an even more powerful form above the ultimate battle Greymon, and that is the real limit of Agumon. If he really succeeds in reaching that step in the future, the only ones who can be Agumon's opponents may be the few Pokémon with extraordinary talents and those legendary Pokémon. Even if he thinks higher. According to this calculation, Agumon from the Pokémon card doesn't seem to be unacceptable, and it can even be said that he has found a treasure. Qiangliu's gaze towards Agumon gradually became hot. Agumon, who was standing opposite, felt King Liu's gaze, and scratched his head in confusion and embarrassment. Finally, he couldn't help but speak first. "Excuse me, why are you staring at me like this? Have we met before?" "No." "Then, have you heard about me?" "Well, your appearance is already full of stories." Agumon frowned upon hearing this, his big green eyes moving back and forth, as if he was trying to recall something, but in the end he gave up and raised his paw to point to the place where the passage had just appeared. "Even though you said that, I still have no impression, but since you know me, please tell me where this is in the Digimon world. I have something urgent to do and want to return to Farui Island quickly." "This is not the Digimon world." "Hey!" Ayaga's words were obviously beyond Agumon's understanding, causing him to stare at Ayaga for a long time before slowly saying, "You said that and I noticed that you look different from all the Digimon I've seen. Could it be that you are human? Are you human?" This tone of uncertainty mixed with questioning made King Liu guess that this Agumon might not have seen humans before. After all, the characteristics of humans are too obvious. If it had seen humans, even with Agumon's intelligence, it could easily distinguish them, but it asked itself. In this way, it is highly likely that it has never seen Yagami Teiki. In other words, the Agumon in front of it is not the one in the anime. A different feeling rose in King Liu's heart. A brand new, undeveloped first-hand Pokémon Digimon, I wonder what it will become after being trained by myself. After asking a few more questions, King Liu began to get to know Agumon in depth. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 Food Friends One Hit Kill. The process was brief and the questions were direct. Soon, King Liu got all the details of Agumon out. It really didn't know any Yagami Teiki, nor any chosen children. It was just an Agumon who lived on the same island of Fuyui. Before he summoned it, Agumon was catching fish by a stream. When faced with the circular passage that suddenly appeared in front of him, Agumon walked directly into it with a curious and fearless mentality. When his eyes adjusted to the strong light and saw things clearly, he saw Pokemon World's sky. The urgent matter it mentioned was that before passing through the passage, it found a small puddle by a stream with several stranded fish. It was afraid that if it went back too late, the fish would die and the taste would not be fresh. Such behavior and way of thinking are indeed very Agumon. At the same time, Agumon also understood how he came here and what the world he is in now is like through King Liu's simple description. As for other things, it tried hard to listen, but it was really a headache about Pokemon, unique creatures, and the like. Agumon scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "I'm sorry, although I can understand every word you said, I can't understand them all when they are combined." This was expected by King Liu, and he waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. "I should apologize. This is also the first time I use that thing. I didn't expect to bring you to this completely unfamiliar world." Originally, he just wanted to see what kind of Pokemon the panel could summon as his Earl Dervish Pokemon, but he didn't expect the panel to directly summon Agumon across the world view. The reason was that he caused this result, it was his fault. Agumon didn't care about it at all, and waved his big claws and said, "It's okay, I don't have any friends on Farui Island anyway, it doesn't matter to me where I am, as long as I have food and I'm not hungry, I'm satisfied." Gulp. Halfway through, Agumon's stomach suddenly it rang unconvincingly. This made its originally firm tone suddenly become a little regretful. "It's a pity for the fish in the puddle. I should have caught a few to fill my stomach before I came here." Ha ha ha. This unexpected but reasonable words made King Liu couldn't help laughing. Although it was not the Agumon in the impression, this carefree foodie personality was exactly the same. Is it a racial talent? Thinking of the hungry state of Agumon on the panel, King Liu took out a few wild fruits the size of ping-pong balls collected on the road from his pocket and prepared them as lunch, and handed them over. "Fish are not easy to find around here, but I will find a way to compensate you in the future. If you are hungry, just use these fruits for now." Looking at the fruits in front of him and the words that King Liu heard in his ears, Agumon was silent for a long time, his eyes gradually moistened, and he sniffed several times before stopping his eyes from wanting to pee. During the days when it lived alone on the island of Farui, it never had any friends or partners. If it wanted to fill its stomach, it had to find food and hunt by itself, even if it might encounter life-threatening dangers during the process. It had also taken the initiative to share food with other Digimon, trying to gain their trust and become friends, but in the end, it either disappeared without a trace or turned its back on the person as soon as it got the food. It originally thought that after so many years of living alone, its heart had been completely cold like a dead fish, but it didn't expect. As soon as it came to this Pokemon world, it met a creature that took the initiative to give it food. What's more, this creature was a human of a completely different race from itself. Agumon suddenly felt a sense of unreality, but the facts were in front of it, which made it very moved. Since the other party was so generous, it couldn't be impolite. It decided that after eating and leaving this place, it would show the secrets of catching fish that it had learned over the years and catch a bunch of fish for this human as a reward. Then, Agumon took half of the fruit and pushed the other half back. "Half is enough for me, you can eat the rest," Agumon said firmly, as if he only wanted half and didn't want any more. King Liu nodded and said nothing. At this moment, his eyes were attracted by the information that changed in several columns of Agumon on the panel. Intimacy 10, one-time encounter. 60, inner recognition and treating you as a friend. Status hungry, relieving. Why did the intimacy increase so much all of a sudden? Just because I shared some food with it. Combined with the fact that Agumon looked like he was about to cry just now, King Liu quietly looked at Agumon who was eating crazily, and had some guesses in his heart. Although he looks thick-skinned, he is also sensitive in his heart. However, In this way, King Liu doesn't have to consider how to keep Agumon by his side for the time being. The next thing to do is to leave here. Suddenly, a faint buzzing sound came from the crack of the boulder, which made King Liu look up in surprise. These guys didn't leave directly. According to the practice of the past few days, as long as they saw him disappear from their sight, the unknown would circle for a while and then disperse and return to the rest. It was only after he developed this rule that he could enter and exit the ruins completely. However, he stayed outside for so long today, which was unusual. He really should be serious when he should be serious when he should be serious. Yagi waved the panel and looked towards the place where the sound came from. Agumon, who was eating fruit, saw Yagi's action and glanced in the same direction while chewing. I saw an unknown passing through the crack of the rock and flew in from the other end of the ruins passage. After looking around and finding Yagi, he instantly made a sharp growl. Jima! Under its call, one after another unknown flew in quickly, and the number was far more than before. At a glance, there were no less than 30. At this moment, they were staring at him with an extremely rageful look. Obviously, the awakening power that was fired just now not only failed to deal with him as an intruder plus destroyer, but also allowed him to take the opportunity to run into this corner of the ruins. And even almost escaped under his nose. This series of events has made their anger reach its peak, and it seems that it is either you die or I live today. Agumon, who was standing next to King Liu, naturally felt the opponent's aggressiveness and the undisguised hostility. While chewing, it said, "King Liu, is this the creature called Pokemon that you said looks very similar to me in this world?" "Yes. They don't look friendly. Not only unfriendly, but to be more precise, they want to beat me to death here. That won't do. You are my friend, and I can't let my friend be bullied." Agumon swallowed all the remaining fruit in his hand in one gulp, burped and said, "Leave it to me. I'm very happy to say that, but the opponent has too many people. A hero doesn't suffer a loss in front of him. Let's retreat first." Before King Liu finished speaking, Agumon next to him raised his head fiercely, and a surging orange flame quickly condensed in his mouth. The next second, a ball of constricted flames, the fireball, instantly spewed out of Agumon's mouth, swept over a distance of more than 10 meters at an extremely fast speed, and flew towards more than 30 unknown. Bang! The sound of the flame explosion rang out, and an unknown who had no time to react was emitting a burnt smell all over his body, and fell directly from the air to the ground, losing his ability to fight. One hit, and killed an unknown in seconds. End of this chapter. Chapter 4: Agumon vs Unknown. Is this a small flame? Seeing that Agumon used the familiar attack method in his memory just now, and the only 2 moves recorded in the exclusive moves on the panel, King Liu's facial expression gradually twisted together. Just when Agumon rushed forward directly, he was still a little worried about accidents, but 1 move killed an unknown in seconds. Isn't the power of this exclusive move a bit too strong? And Agumon saw that the attack was effective, and he didn't have any intention of stopping. Raising his arm with hard and sharp claws, he charged at the densely packed unknown in front of him without caring about the absolute disadvantage of 1 on many. Small flame! Small flame! Opening his mouth, he fired a searing shot, and closing his mouth, he fired another. This fierce and fast attack rhythm made the unknown unable to react. It was clearly 32-1, and they had the advantage. It would have been fine if they had been defeated by this guy's sudden cold arrow, but now he actually had the courage to take the initiative to attack. It was so rampant that it was intolerable. The unknown rage, they rage again. They were full of anger, but what greeted them was a flame that burned more vigorously than anger. Small flames fell from the sky one after another, suppressing all the unknown who had just rushed forward. A few of the unlucky ones who didn't have time to react could only passively choose to use their faces to defend themselves, and finally fell to the ground with their bodies burnt. The anger was extinguished by the flames. The unknown's brains were a little short-circuited at this moment. Does this thing have no skill CD for attack? Why is it so desperate to keep spraying? At this moment, more than 20 unknowns were all suppressed by Agumon. Not to mention the unknowns, even King Liu next to him was a little shocked by Agumon's reckless appearance. Originally, his plan was to use the power of unknown to break the boulder to explore the ruins here, summon Pokemon, and finally avoid unknown actively, and it would be best if there was no conflict. If it really doesn't work, use the power of the summoned Pokemon to avoid the pursuit of the unknowns and leave the ruins. But now, things seem to be developing in a direction he didn't expect. Not only is the summoned Pokemon Agumon, but now Agumon has taken the initiative to attack without considering the number of opponents, and has completely gained the upper hand. Although I had thought before that Agumon, who had undergone 2 evolutions, was much stronger than Pokemon of the same level in the same period, and the small flame just now proved this point, King Liu did not expect that he could still maintain the same crushing victory in a one-on-one battle against more than 30. Now, it seems that there is no need to leave. It is just right to take this opportunity to understand Agumon's combat power and experience the feeling of fighting in the Pokemon world. King Liu opened the panel and began to collect information about unknown while observing the battle situation. Race unknown/unknown/unknown. Classification symbol Pokemon. Attribute Psychic. Feature Float, floats from the ground, so it will not be attacked by ground attribute moves. Level 6/7/5. Exclusive moves none. Mastered moves Power of Awakening. Race stats 336, HP 48, Attack 72, Defense 48, Special Attack 72, Special Defense 48, Speed 48. Intimacy -50, Extreme Disgust, -43, Extreme Hatred, -32, Disgusted and Disgusted. Status Injured/Rage/Fear. Information Summary: the body is very thin and will stick to the wall, so some people think they are ancient characters. After scanning 3 unknown in a row and seeing their intimacy column, King Liu couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that he really made them hate him. Then, in the hot flames of Agumon, he continued to check other unknown. Basically, all of them are around level 7, and because they can only master one move, Awakening Power, and Agumon's Dragon attribute, the means to cause damage are very limited. Ayaga muttered to himself, his eyes slowly moving up through the rows of blue small words on the panel. There was an unknown that was larger than the other unknowns, sitting in the corner, staring at Agumon with huge eyes. Ayaga locked his eyes on it, and the information appeared immediately. Race unknown. Classification symbol Pokemon attribute Psychic. Feature Float, float from the ground, so it will not be attacked by ground attribute moves. Level 9 Mastered moves Awakening Power Intimacy -50, Extremely Disgusted. Status Concentrated. After seeing that its size and level were far ahead of other unknown at level 9, King Liu guessed that this one should be the leader of this group of unknown. But as the leader, he didn't lead the charge, but hid in the corner and concentrated. Why was he concentrating on Agumon at this time? The answer is obvious. Obviously, after realizing that Agumon was not easy to mess with, he began to change the siege strategy, began to look for Agumon's flaws, and waited for an opportunity to attack. But unfortunately, he was discovered by himself. Agumon, shoot a small flame at the top of the head in front of the left. Accompanied by King Liu's call, Agumon, who had just slapped an unknown away with his claws, couldn't help but look at the place King Liu said. When he found that there was an unknown that looked obviously different in that place, he immediately spit out a small flame from his mouth. But since King Liu's warning, the unknown leader also became alert. After realizing that he was discovered, he immediately began to move. After barely avoiding the small flame, the unknown leader half squinted his eyes and ignored Agumon. Instead, he glared at King Liu, obviously dissatisfied with King Liu's reminder. A ball of blue energy quickly condensed in front of it and shot straight towards King Liu's position. Seeing this scene, King Liu couldn't help but curse, "Good guy." If you can't win the fight, you just watch the show, right? Fortunately, his skills have been practiced in the past few days. King Liu quickly bent down and rolled to the left, avoiding the attack, and stopped Agumon, who wanted to come to support. Don't worry about me, that unknown is their leader, get rid of it first. Agumon understood, and slapped the surrounding unknown with several claws in a row. At the same time, the flames in his mouth brewed, and he began to bombard the position of the unknown leader. Although this unknown was indeed stronger than the others, it was obviously no match for Agumon in terms of level and combat power. It was chased and burned by Agumon all the way, and it dodged in a panic. If it hadn't been for the ability to fly, it would have been taken away by Agumon's several small flames. But even so, the unknown leader was beaten miserably, because a corner of his body was hit by the flames, which gave off a faint smell of burning, and his speed was forced to slow down. And the position he was moving forward was just not far behind him. Good opportunity. Agumon. Ayagi, who had been watching the battle closely, saw this scene and immediately shouted at Agumon, while spreading his legs, taking a small lunge, and crossing his fingers on his knees. Agumon quickly understood the meaning and ran towards Ayagi quickly. Until he ran to a distance of 2 or 3 meters from Ayagi, he jumped instantly and landed accurately on his crossed palms. Get up! Ayagi shouted, and pulled his palm up to his head with all his strength. With the help of Ayagi's palm and knee as pedals, and the power of Ayagi's palm, Agumon jumped up and went straight to the unknown leader flying above his head. At the same time, an orange light condensed on Agumon's claws. The second exclusive move, Sharp Claws. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Crushing. Looking at the entire battle, Agumon's small flame almost killed one kid at a time, and no unknown could withstand a single shot. Even if the level 9 unknown leader was only hit a little, it was obvious that he was in great pain. Whether in memory or in actual performance, small flame should be Agumon's best and most powerful move. In this way, Sharp Claws, which belongs to Agumon's exclusive moves like Small Flame, is likely to be less powerful than Small Flame. But that was in the past. Things are different now. Because after coming to this world, theoretically speaking, Agumon is no longer a Digimon, but a proper Pokémon. Compared to Digimon, what are the obvious characteristics of Pokémon? Characteristics. This is a special ability that every Pokémon has, which has specific effects in combat and non-combat environments. Agumon's current characteristic is Sharp Claws, which is similar to the characteristics of the Pokémon world. Such as Iron Fist and Strong Jaw, that is, when using claws to attack, the power of the moves will be significantly improved. This increase is accurate to a specific number, which is 50%. And Sharp Claws, you can tell what part it is just by the name. That is to say, when Agumon uses a move that requires claws to launch, the power will soar by 50%. With this 50% increase, the power of Agumon's Sharp Claws is at least equal to that of Small Flame, if not more. I just don't know what the actual effect will be like. King Liu stood behind Agumon, looking forward to it silently. Agumon, who jumped into the air, also felt the burning and full, even a little restless energy on his claws at this moment. This was an experience he had never had before coming to this world. But he was in no mood to feel it carefully now. His eyes were only focused on the black and strange-looking Pokémon that was already close at hand. Hiding secretly in it was fine that he wanted to sneak attack, but he didn't dare to fight him head-on. He even sneak attacked the first friend he met. It's better to just send this guy flying. Agumon estimated the distance in his mind, then suddenly raised his arm, orange light surged on the white claws, turned into a giant claw covering half of his arm, and grabbed the unknown leader. At this time, the unknown leader also saw Agumon, who took off from the ground with the help of the green willow, rushed into the air, and quickly approached him. And on the claws, the energy fluctuations were so strong that it made my eyes sore just by looking at them. So, it made a quick judgment. The combat power of this yellow-skinned little dinosaur was really amazing. A fireball that just touched it almost made it faint from the pain. It had no confidence in winning at all. Besides, the position where the opponent jumped into the air was the direction it was moving in. With its injured body now, it was not enough to make a quick evasive move. All it could do was to use the power of awakening to its full strength to block the opponent. As long as it can block this attack. No, it doesn't even need to block it. It will be enough to delay the time a little bit. By then, the little dinosaur will fall to the ground again. And it will have plenty of time to leave here and go to the depths of the ruins to find those unknown who have existed for a longer time and are stronger, so that they can come out to deal with this little dinosaur and humans. After making up his mind, the unknown leader used all his strength to activate the power of awakening. A rippling blue light flashed in it, and then it split into small blue energy balls, which flew towards Agumon, who had already rushed to his face like a water curtain. Then, the unknown leader turned around and ran in the opposite direction without caring about the effect. This is the awakening power it used with all its strength. Although it felt weak as if its body was drained at this moment, the unknown leader felt that it was worth it. Perhaps it is difficult for the awakening power to block the attack of the yellow-skinned little dinosaur, but it is absolutely no problem to buy some time. It is impossible for its strength to be that different from that of the yellow-skinned little dinosaur. It believed it so firmly. Until, the next second. Pa! A very crisp sound rang out in the ruins. The unknown leader was startled. The sound of the hidden power explosion should not be a series of roars. How could it be so crisp? Could it be? The unknown leader instinctively felt uneasy. No. Absolutely impossible. Suppressing that thought, the unknown did not choose to look back, but continued to run away, and the speed was even faster than before. But then... Pa! 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 Almost instantly, the crisp explosion sounded like firecrackers, one after another. At the same time, a whistling wind blew up, surpassing the unknown leader at an extremely fast speed, blowing him to stagger, and finally hitting the wall of the ruins, gradually turning into nothingness. At this moment, the unknown leader was completely cold, and he dared not move any further. The uneasiness in his heart could no longer be suppressed, and he turned around tremblingly. He looked back. Agumon stared at him calmly, with his paw placed diagonally in front of him. The orange light on it disappeared, and his body fell straight down. It was obvious that he had just launched an attack on the power of awakening. But where was the power of awakening? The unknown leader glanced around, and there was nothing, as if the power of awakening had never appeared. Unknown trembled, and his eyes fell on the paw of Agumon, which had landed steadily. It was crystal white, without any signs of injury. The only thing that was certain was that there were some familiar energy residues on it. That was the breath of its awakening power. The unknown leader found it hard to accept the brief information. It knew that the opponent was stronger than it, but its full-strength attack was easily defeated by the opponent in an instant, and it couldn't even delay for a few seconds. It was just a one-time firework that ended just after it started to bloom. It couldn't accept it. But the facts were in front of it, and it had no choice but to believe it, so it collapsed even more. Thinking of this, the unknown leader suddenly felt wronged and wanted to cry. That damn human, wouldn't you have told us earlier that you had such a powerful guy? You had to harass us every now and then, and finally even tricked us all into this corner and beat us up. We just wanted to guard the ruins, who did we offend? The unknown leader became more and more angry and aggrieved as he thought about it, and finally gave up resistance and burst into tears. The other unknown saw their leader crying, and the grievances in their hearts were also released, especially the few who were slapped away by Agumon's claws and lay on the ground in pain, unable to move, and cried even louder. Soon, the whole area was filled with crying and tears. This scene confused Agumon, who was about to kill the unknown leader with a small fire. He scratched his head blankly and looked at King Liu inquiringly. King Liu was also a little surprised by this. What does it mean to cry when you can't win? But on second thought, if you put yourself in the corner of unknown and think about this matter, I seemed to be really annoying before, and now Agumon is beating them up. It's really bullying. End of this chapter. Chapter 6: The History of Ruins and Stone Statues. Forget it, let them go, let's go now. Hey? Is that it? Agumon asked. Well, after all, we broke into their territory, and now our goal has been achieved, there is no need to waste time here. Since King Liu said so, Agumon naturally had no objection. After saying that, King Liu walked towards the gap between the boulders. While walking, he looked back at the unknowns above his head. Still crying, no sign of stopping. It can be seen that this is not acting, but really wronged. King Liu looked for a while, and finally sighed helplessly, took out the fruit that Agumon had left for him from his pocket, and placed it at their feet. Then he took Agumon out of the ruins. Hey! Feeling the fresh air outside the ruins and the refreshing wind blowing through his body, King Liu couldn't help but take a long breath. This place looks so spectacular. Agumon stood at the edge of the ruins, looking around and exclaimed. In the distance was a lush green forest that stretched as far as the eye could see, and in the near distance was a square open space that stood completely above the ground. The huge ancient ruins were located in the middle of the open space, dividing it into 4 equal areas. The overall look was very much like an ancient fortress and the territorial garden around it, which was quite spectacular. However, what surprised Agumon the most was the 2 very tall statues standing at the entrance of the ruins at their feet. On the left was a creature on all fours, with a slender neck and tail, a fish scale-like spike structure on its back, and a huge breastplate on its chest, with a diamond inlaid in the middle of the breastplate. The one on the right is standing upright with 2 feet. It also has a long tail. There is a disc-shaped shoulder armor on each shoulder, and a huge pointed crown on the head that is connected to the wings behind it. King Liu, are the prototypes of these 2 statues also Pokémon? They look so oppressive. King Liu nodded, yes, they are Pokémon that have existed for a very long time, or, compared to Pokémon, they should be called legendary Pokémon. They are even older than this continent, and many humans have followed them. Hearing the word legend, Agumon widened his eyes, and it was obvious that he also understood the meaning. But, since they are so powerful, why put their statues here? Of course, to protect this ruins. So powerful, they still need to be guards. Agumon was obviously shocked. Ayaga glanced at the statue slowly and began to explain, don't underestimate this relic. It has a history of at least 2,000 years. It has been preserved for so long without any signs of collapse. This in itself can prove how high its status was in ancient times. It is normal to use some powerful legendary Pokémon to guard it. Well, it's a pity that it was built so well, but no one lives there. Only those dark and unpleasant Pokémon are left. After listening to King Liu's words, Agumon couldn't help but sigh. King Liu shook his head and said nothing more. Perhaps a relic that has been able to stand firm for 2,000 years is now deserted. It sounds a bit desolate, but King Liu knows that this place is most likely not a place where humans live in ancient times, but a place for sacrifice and storage. Who are they worshipping? King Liu looked at the 2 huge stone statues. It was the 2,000 years of ancient Sinnoh, that is, the creator of Dialga, who controls time, and Pakya, who controls space, and the Sinnoh Great Venerable Arceus. The ancient Sinnoh people prayed and blessed them here, hoping to be blessed by them. As for what is stored here, King Liu took a deep look at the ruins behind him. During this week of exploration, he has basically confirmed some hidden secret rooms and secret compartments inside the ruins, as well as where the things are stored. But he did not do it on his own. Because those are very valuable, and even enough to change the entire region, and even affect the entire world. The first one is the fragment of the stone tablet that Arceus lost. The second one is the key to find Arceus' creation of Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, and to summon them, the gun key. This is also the fundamental reason why he decided to stop and leave with Agumon. Because of the existence of these two things, King Liu concluded that there is definitely more than just the 32 unknown less than level 10 in this ruins. You have to know that after thousands of years, even if the unknown as guardians are useless, their strength accumulated over the years cannot be only a few levels. In the depths of the ruins, on those walls full of ancient murals and ancient texts, there are definitely those unknown with deep strength and who have survived for thousands of years. They are the real guardians of this ruins. Maybe it won't be a problem if they fight a little, but if they wake up for some reason, it may be a big deal. He and Agumon don't have the strength to fight them now, and there is no need for that. Wait until he is strong enough or the plot officially starts, then he will take these two things away. After all, the qualitative improvement brought by the stone slab is really great. But, what timeline is it now? Thinking of this, King Liu fell into a brief contemplation. After being a wild man in the wild for a week, he has no time and no way to determine what time it is now. The only thing that can be confirmed is that Team Galactic has not sent anyone to take away the things in the ruins, which means that the Sinnoh chapter in his impression has not yet begun. I have to go to the nearby town to confirm, but I have to fill my stomach before that. After eating only wild fruits for several days in a row, although I am not very hungry, my stomach urgently needs some other food to neutralize it. Now that he has completed the exploration of the ruins and successfully summoned the Pokemon Agumon, with its combat power, he has the confidence to search for meat in the wild. Agumon, let's go find some food first, and then see if there is a town nearby and ask about the situation. Great! Hearing about finding food, Agumon immediately became very energetic and followed the stone steps in the corner down the open space and walked into the depths of the dense forest. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 Lost and Upgrade. Walking past big trees and bypassing clusters of bushes, King Liu and Agumon shuttled through the green ocean. Occasionally, they would encounter a few caterpillars shivering together at their feet, or Pidgey flying hurriedly because of the disturbance when they passed by. Agumon looked at them back and forth with great curiosity. Pidgey, Pidgeotto, and Starly hiding in the corner. These bird Pokemon are a little smaller than Paimon. I wonder if they will suddenly grow larger after evolution. Agumon followed him and muttered to himself. It had never seen any Pokemon in this world except Unknown, which it had just defeated. Everything was very unfamiliar to it, but this aroused its interest. From the beginning to now, it has been constantly observing and asking questions. This studious attitude once made King Liu feel that the one in front of him was not a serious Agumon, but Agumon professor who accidentally lost his professor hat and professor stick. However, if it was really Agumon professor, they should not have lost their way. Yes, King Liu and Agumon were lost. Because he had to go out of the ruins and go to the nearest town to the ruins, Salation Town, King Liu left the familiar area for the first time after crossing and began to travel a long distance. In addition, without the help of compasses and maps, he got lost in the complex forest after only walking for half a day. Even if there was a Pokédex, it wouldn't be this bad. King Liu sighed helplessly and looked up at the top of his head where the sun couldn't shine in. Because the trees were too tall and the branches and leaves were too lush, there was no sunlight in the entire forest except for the occasional rays. But fortunately, after moving forward at this speed for a while, he finally found a clearing in the dense forest where the branches and leaves were slightly sparse and the sun could shine in. At this point, he had to use a crude method. Picking up a thin, straight dead branch from the ground, King Liu came to the area that looked very empty and squatted slowly. Insert the dead branch in the middle where the sun can shine, put a stone at the tip of the shadow, then sit on the ground and wait quietly. On the other side, Agumon, who had finished collecting folk songs, came over, looked at the dead branch on the ground, and then looked at King Liu, wondering, "What are you doing? Identify the direction." "Is that all? It takes more than 10 minutes. Wait for the shadow to move a certain distance, then put a stone on the tip of the shadow after it moves, and finally connect the middle of the stone to determine the approximate direction. Then you can go back to the correct position according to the direction. After listening to King Liu's words, Agumon scratched his head in embarrassment. Sure enough, he didn't understand the principle at all after asking, so he had to sit next to him and wait. Looking at Agumon's slightly embarrassed expression, King Liu chuckled. According to the current situation, it is difficult to understand when facing a slightly longer word. It seems that he is indeed not the Professor Agumon who has lost the professor suit. By the way, Agumon. King Liu suddenly thought of something and asked, after coming out of the ruins, do you feel that your strength, speed, or the power of your moves have become stronger? Hearing this, Agumon frowned and raised his hands, waving them in the air a few times. The sharp claws cut through the air, making a faint whistling sound. Then, as if Agumon had discovered something interesting, he waved his claws faster and faster, and he used his sharp claws, and even stood up in the end, ready to try the power of small flame. King Liu hurriedly stopped him when he saw this. Setting fire to the mountain will result in life imprisonment. That was a high-temperature flame. If a fire was caused by mistake, although someone would come to help them get out of the forest, they would probably not be working on sewing machines for the rest of their lives. You don't need to test it one by one. I think you can probably feel it. Yes, it's really stronger. I feel like my whole body is full of strength. No wonder I didn't feel tired at all after walking so far just now. Agumon said with some joy. After getting a positive answer, King Liu nodded silently and smiled. The reason why he asked Agumon this question was that when he was on the road, he was using the panel's function to detect Pokémon information as a radar, and his eyes accidentally fell on Agumon. Lines of blue small words belonging to Agumon's information suddenly appeared. Race Agumon. Classification Reptile Pokémon. Attribute Dragon. Feature Sharp Claws. Because of the sharp claws, the power of the attack will be increased. Level 12, 13. Exclusive moves Small Flame, Sharp Claws. Mastered moves None. Race value 360, HP 50, Attack 72, Defense 55, Special Attack 72, Special Defense 50, Speed 61. Intimacy 60, Inner Recognition and Treat you as a friend. Status Normal. Information Summary XXXX. Agumon has upgraded. The level has changed from 12 to 13. King Liu guessed that the main reason was that Agumon fought against the group of unknown in the random ruins, defeated them and the leader, a total of more than 10, and then gained enough experience, and then, upgraded. This is good news. Of course, in addition to being happy about Agumon's increased strength, King Liu has deeper considerations. In the world of Digimon, the division of combat strength is more about attribute restraint and idealism. The protagonists tend to fight with the same level of form and number. If they can't beat them, they will use attribute restraint. And the non-protagonist Digimon generally want to improve their combat power in the simplest way. After beating the opponent to the near-death state through fighting, it will be transformed into data and then absorbed. In this way, the total data from Evolution 1 to Evolution 2 is achieved through a little accumulation, and finally evolution is achieved. Such a level concept and specific combat power are very vague. It is impossible to quickly distinguish who has a stronger combat power on paper in the same state, and who has improved more through training and fighting. It is completely blind. But in the world of Pokémon, there is a clear level concept. Whether it is possible to learn new moves at a certain level, or to be able to evolve after reaching a certain level, there are very clear levels. Agumon has now come to the Pokémon world, and has changed from a Digimon to a Pokémon. Logically, its combat power will increase with the level. Agumon has just proved that this is indeed the case. After all, Pokémon in the dying state will not be transformed into data, and Agumon cannot absorb it at all. If Agumon cannot improve its level and strength through training and fighting, won't he be trapped in the growth stage for the rest of his life? But King Liu immediately thought of another question. Since Agumon has completely met the setting of Pokemon, does its evolution only need to reach a certain level to automatically evolve? Or does it need the assistance of the divine plan, badges, etc.? If it is really necessary, where can I find such a specialty of the digital world? Agumon has successfully passed lands/crossing and become a Pokemon, so I must not drag my feet and fail to pass lands/crossing and become the chosen handsome guy. Finally, King Liu set his eyes on the panel in front of him. End of this chapter. Chapter 8. Target route for a rainy day. The function of the panel is to summon something, and a Digimon has already been summoned in the Pokemon world. Does that mean it is also possible to summon other things in the digital world? For example, the Holy Plan badge or something. At this moment, King Liu suddenly missed the systems that he despised in his previous life's novels, which could conduct artificial conversations. If there were any problems, he could just consult directly, without having to slowly figure it out by himself. Sure enough, there is no harm without comparison. But now he has no other way, so he can only choose to take one step at a time. It would be best if Agumon could naturally evolve smoothly after reaching the level. If that doesn't work, we can only make preparations for both situations, like exploring the random ruins before, to explore some ancient buildings to try the panel's summoning function. While thinking, King Liu adjusted the direction of his gaze. Now he should first find the direction to the town, find food to replenish his energy on the way, and collect some useful information after arriving in the town to determine his current time. It would be best if there is also a map, and the helping hand confirms the location of the ancient buildings and ancient ruins in the Sinnoh region, and finally sets off on a journey. If you don't go far in the Pokemon world, you might as well not come. And only after a real travel experience can you grow quickly and have the power to protect yourself. After all, even in a semi-utopia like Pokemon, there are villains. Pokemon poachers who illegally sell Pokemon, armed gangs that snatch other people's Pokemon, these things living in the dark side cannot be eliminated. Agumon is so rare, even the only one in the world, that it may be targeted by those illegal elements at any time. At that time, there will inevitably be a fierce battle. It is not possible for Agumon and himself to have no ability to protect themselves. But these are just minor problems after all, and they cannot affect the overall situation. The evil organizations are the ones that can really affect the world. Team Rockets, who spans across Kanto Johto and is devoted to Mewtwo, Team Magma, who is entrenched in Hoenn and is keen on Groudon, and Team Aqua, who is chasing Kyogre, Team Galactic, who is in Sinnoh region and trying to control Dialga and Palkia, Team Plasma, who is targeting the 3 dragons of Deo in Unova region, Team Flare in Kalos region, etc. No one knows when they will start to act. If you are accidentally involved and have no ability to deal with it, the ending will be a bit unpleasant. Ayagi is more concerned about preventing problems before they happen. You must be prepared in advance for things that have a probability of happening, not to mention things that have a high probability, or even something that is bound to happen. And the confidence to face these things head-on is the smooth evolution of Agumon. What he lacks now is mainly this smooth time. So, seize the time and start from the present. Aoki glanced at the shadow of the dead branch in front of him, which had moved a distance, picked up a stone from the side and placed it on the tip of the shadow. In this way, the 2 positions before and after the shadow moved were connected in a straight line, and Aoki drew a vertical line in the middle to form a cross. If I remember correctly, the ruins of randomness are to the west of Salation Town. According to the rule of north up, south down, west left, and east right, the west is in this direction. Aoki looked up at the west indicated by the cross on the ground, and the direction he had been moving in. Fortunately, although there is indeed a deviation, it is not too big. It should not take long to see the location of the town, Agumon. Just as Aoki was about to call Agumon to set off, a series of muffled sounds suddenly came from his ears. Goo goo. Agumon scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Sorry, I feel a little hungry." When it comes to hunger, King Liu also feels a little hungry. If he is hungry, let alone Agumon who has been through a battle and is using skills without hesitation. King Liu raised his head and kept looking around. In this lush green forest, it is obviously unreasonable to have such an open space under your feet where the sun can shine in, but it did happen. This means that either there is something wrong with this piece of land, or something has absorbed the nutrients nearby. The former is unlikely to happen. When King Liu inserted the dead branches just now, the soil he turned up was not different from other places. Then, there is only the latter possibility. Found it. In the corner at the edge of the clearing, King Liu saw a completely different tree. Its body is slightly smaller than other big trees, but it does not look malnourished because of the lack of sunlight. Instead, it is full of fruits. Those were some blue fruits with only a little green on the stem. If you look closely, you can see some granular grooves on the outer skin of the fruit. One of the most classic tree fruits, oran berry. This kind of tree fruit is very popular in the trainer circle. Agumon, go pick a few and try. Hearing King Liu say this, Agumon immediately ran over. Then he started running, put his arms close to his body, and hit the fruit tree with a mountain lean. Bang! A muffled sound. The huge force shook the oran berry tree, and several ripe oran berries were knocked to the ground. Agumon picked up a few and hugged them to his chest, ran back quickly, and handed over one of the oran berries that looked round and plump. Here. Even if he was hungry, he would give it to himself first. Sensing Agumon's concern, King Liu smiled and refused. This kind of fruit is for Pokemon to eat. Human teeth can't bite its peel. You eat it first. When you are full, we will find something I can eat. Hearing King Liu's words, Agumon frowned and took one to his mouth and bit it hard. The fruit was instantly broken by the sharp teeth, and it lasted less than a second before it was completely bitten open. Ha ha ha, a bit embarrassing. Qing Lu saw that he was exposed, smiled awkwardly, picked up a tree fruit and put it into his mouth to eat. Don't look at me, I'm enough for one, you can see if there is any effect after eating it. Normally, after eating oran berry, physical strength will be restored a lot. Agumon no longer hesitated, opened his mouth wide and chewed the oran berry in his mouth quickly. Soon, a unique fragrance of ripe fruit surged into his mouth, and before he had time to savor it carefully, the sweetness turned into a light astringency. Chihiro, free. Novel group 9,5 0 1 8 0 9 0 9 Chihiro, novel transfer group 8 1 4 9 0 3 7 9 8. The astringency and the fragrance collided, and instantly turned into a sweet juice that burst out in the mouth, throat, and stomach. The most important thing is that it can feel that the sweet juice is nourishing its body, and the hunger is disappearing quickly. Delicious! And my stomach is indeed no longer hungry. Agumon said as he ate. Later, he was annoyed that he ate too slowly, so he threw all the oran berries in his hand into his mouth in no time, chewed them quickly and finished them all, but his expression showed that he was not full at all. If you want to eat, pick them. There are still so many anyway. But this time, we will try to get as many as we can. We will take all that we can take away. In addition to eating them on the way, we can also sell them later. Oran berry is a good quality and cheap product. There is definitely a lot of demand in the market, not to mention this big and plump one on the tree. When I get to Salation Town, I will find a place to sell it for some money. Money is definitely a necessity when you are away from home, especially if you have to travel later. Any money you can earn now is a good deal. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 Magi Carp. In addition, you have to buy a Pokeball first. Because Agumon is special, it is best not to bring it around in a complex human settlement like a town before you have enough strength. It is safest to stay in a pokeball. And buying a pokeball also costs money. Watching Agumon start to pick fruits, King Liu got up and began to look for suitable trees around. Around there were too many berries, and there was no backpack, so I could only find some relatively soft bark to make a simple backpack. Amidst the dull sound of hitting the tree, Agumon knocked down all the ripe and loose fruits. Yagi also found a tree with relatively soft bark, and asked Agumon to peel off a large piece of it. After a simple operation, he asked Agumon to control the temperature of the small flame and bake the edge of the bark until it was soft and sticky. Finally, he used Agumon's claws to poke 4 holes near the 4 corners and tied a woven straw rope as a shoulder strap. After waiting for natural cooling, a simple bark backpack was ready. Except for the 2 in Agumon's hand, there are a total of 50 oran berries. If I can sell them all, it should be enough to buy a pokeball and some necessities. Put all the oran berries in a bag. After berry was installed, King Liu carried it on his back and started heading west. Agumon followed him and said very strongly that he would leave it to him. Finally, King Liu decided that the man and the beast would take turns carrying each other, and Agumon agreed. Just like when he left the ruins, he could vaguely see some sunlight through the leaves while walking through the forest. There was soft land under his feet, so he could only keep moving forward. However, unlike his cautious behavior when he first crossed into this world, he didn't have to be too cautious now that he had Agumon by his side. Some weaker wild Pokémon living in the forest saw Agumon and were very cautious. The ancient beast, sensing the untouchable aura emanating from it, would actively choose to avoid it. This saved them a lot of time. As for some powerful high-level Pokémon, King Liu, who had been searching the surroundings with the panel, would observe them in advance and then actively avoid them. Maintaining this efficient forward speed, after walking for most of the afternoon, he finally saw a very vague human building in the distance by a river. Hey! King Liu let out a long breath, looked around, and sat down on the stone next to him. Agumon, put down your backpack, and rest here tonight. Agumon, who was carrying a bark backpack, was stunned when he heard this. We have already seen the town, why don't we rush there before dark? King Liu shook his head and said, even if we speed up, it will definitely be dark when we arrive at the town, and we may not be able to find a place to live. Moreover, there are many nocturnal Pokémon at night. If we encounter difficult Pokémon when we are very tired, it will be dangerous. Okay. Agumon nodded and gently put the backpack aside. Since King Liu has an idea, it can just do it. Along the way, King Liu has made many things beyond its cognition, and the key is that they are always correct. This makes Agumon feel that since it is not good at thinking, it is better to leave it to people like King Liu who are smart, and it can just be responsible for fighting and fighting. That's it. In King Liu's words, this is reasonable division of labor, perfect match. Just when Agumon was deeply impressed by his own intelligence, a somewhat dull voice sounded by the river not far away. Agumon's expression instantly became serious. This voice, it was too familiar. It must be a big guy. After catching and eating fish for so many years, it is well versed in the way of fish. It judged that the sound of entering the water just now was definitely not something else or a creature, but a fish. Moreover, it is definitely a big fish with a strong body, abundant physical strength and athletic ability. Otherwise, its sound of entering the water should not be so dull, but more crisp. This immediately reminded Agumon of the time when King Liu gave it food in the casual ruins, and he made up his mind to catch fish to repay him. And all along the way, King Liu took care of it to eat and drink enough, but he himself did not eat anything else except a few fruits. This obviously won't work, but it can't do anything about it. After all, there aren't many skills it can show off in the forest, and it's a blessing that it didn't get lost. But now, the chance to repay has come. Agumon carefully put away the backpack full of oran berry, then took a step and rushed to the river. Agumon, what are you doing? Seeing Agumon suddenly acting a little abnormal, King Liu couldn't help asking. I'm going to catch fish, wait for me. Agumon didn't even turn his head, just opened his mouth and responded loudly. Catch fish? King Liu frowned and looked at the river that was right in front of Agumon, which was across the edge of the forest. Are there ordinary fish in this world? Or is it a fish Pokemon? King Liu called up the panel and began to scan the river. Soon, a fish splashed high from the river surface and broke into the field of vision. It was a red fish. It looks very similar to a carp, but it has yellow whiskers longer than catfish whiskers around its mouth, and a golden crown-shaped fin on its head. Its information is then displayed on the panel. Race Magikarp. Classification Fish Pokemon. Attribute Water. Feature Swims freely, speed increases when it rains. Level 5. Exclusive moves None. Mastered moves Water Splash. Race value 200, Health 20, Attack 10, Defense 55, Special Attack 15, Special Defense 20, Speed 80. Intimacy 0, I don't know you. I'm not familiar with you. Status Healthy. Information Summary: It has almost no strength and speed, and has nothing but fertility. It is the weakest Pokemon in the world. It is said that in the very distant ancient times, Magikarp was still very powerful, but it is unknown from whence it began, and they gradually became extremely weak. However, thanks to their high energy and love of jumping, they actively or passively acted as shields, allowing more Pokemon to survive longer. It turned out to be Magikarp. Yagi was not surprised to see it. As a representative of fertility, there are traces of Magikarp activities in all known regions. Anyway, as long as there is water, it can jump around. But this thing is not good to eat. Whether to eat Pokemon is another matter. In Ayaga's impression of the Pokemon anime, more than one person said that Magikarp's meat is very unpalatable, and the whole body is almost all bones, with not much meat, and there is no place to eat. In other words, it is useless to catch it. Thinking of this, Ayaga was ready to call Agumon back. But before he could speak, he saw Agumon facing the river and directly opened his mouth to shoot a small flame. It was not over after one shot, and then there was another. Chapter 10: Grilled Fish and Grilled Fish. Small flames rushed towards the river one after another. The high-temperature burning searing shot fell into the cold river water. The moment the two touched, the river surface suddenly made a hissing noise, followed by waves of water vapor formed by high-temperature evaporation suddenly rising. However, the river itself had enough water, and the water in front was evaporated and the water in the back quickly surged to make up for it, so it didn't seem to be affected too much. But Agumon's attack was not over yet. After 4 consecutive shots, Agumon took a long breath until his chest swelled visibly. After gathering his strength, he started the small flame bombing again. 1 shot, 2 shots, 4 shots, 8 shots, 10 shots. Until his physical strength was completely exhausted, Agumon stopped panting. In the air, a full 13 small flames were bombarding the river surface in a straight line. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A sharp sound that was extremely uncomfortable, comparable to the screech move, suddenly exploded on the river surface. Even Qinglu, who was a distance away, couldn't help but frown and cover his ears with his hands. Fortunately, the sound came and went quickly. When I looked at the river again, the flames had disappeared, leaving only a bunch of thick mist and an area that was completely boiled by the heat of the small flames. Although they would gradually be cooled down and washed away by the continuous flow of water from the back, it was obvious that no one could cool down the fish in this area. I saw on the surface of the river, a dozen Magikarp of all sizes floated up with their eyes spinning in circles and their bellies turned upside down. When Agumon saw this, he jumped into the river and started to fish. Such a scene made King Liu laugh and cry. Recalling that when he was walking in the forest before, Agumon told him that after several years of training, he had become a master at catching fish. He had his own set of operations for catching fish. Except for being easily tired, he almost never failed. At that time, King Liu was still very curious about what kind of operation it was. Until now. It turns out that the so-called catching fish is frying fish, right? Or to put it more accurately, it is to cook fish directly. Heat the water and scald them to death directly. At the same time, King Liu finally understood why Agumon's small flame could be used so many times in a row without any signs of fatigue when he was inside the random ruins. It seemed that it was all cooked by cooking fish. At this time, Agumon had already fished all the fish that floated out of the river onto the shore and ran back with them in his arms. Yagi, you can eat these fish, no need to leave them for me. Agumon put all the spoils in front of him and said generously. This made Yagi helpless, but also a little touched. He shook his head, looked at the Magikarp on the ground and said, I can't eat it. Magikarp is basically all bones, no meat. Magikarp? All bones. Agumon squatted down quickly, stretched out his fingernails and tapped Magikarp's body lightly. Sure enough, a faint dull sound unique to bones suddenly came from the surface around him. Agumon was stunned. I spent so much effort to catch fish specifically for Yagi, but I couldn't eat it. The previous Oran berry was too hard, and now even a fish is so hard, so are other foods in this world the same? This is simply bad news for a foodie with a big appetite. To be honest, at this moment, Agumon was a little disappointed with the Pokemon world. Yagi saw what Agumon was thinking and comforted him, don't worry, it's just bad luck. I just happened to encounter some hard goods. Even if Magikarp has fewer bones and more meat, I can't eat this kind of intelligent and spiritual Pokemon. While speaking, Yagi squatted in the group of fainted Magikarps and searched for a while. Finally, he lifted up the Magikarp that was pressed at the bottom. Besides, there are still edible things here. The Magikarp that Yagi lifted up was biting another fish in its mouth. This fish is not big and is red all over, which is roughly the same color as Magikarp, but it is not obviously different from Magikarp. At the same time, it is not other fish Pokemon, but an ordinary carp. Agumon also found that this fish looked very similar to the fish it caught in the digital world, and immediately swept away some of its frustration and said, then you eat first, I'll catch a few more of the same. After saying that, he turned around and was about to return to the river. Yagi called him. Take these Magikarps and throw them into the river. Agumon looked at the circle-eyed Magikarps on the ground and asked, do you want to feed them some Oran berry to restore their physical strength? No, their vitality is much stronger than you think, all they need is water. Okay. After saying that, Agumon carried all the Magikarps and walked towards the river. After cleaning the carp's internal organs, Yagi found some dry leaves nearby, pierced the carp with one, piled up the rest, borrowed a fire from Agumon, and started to roast the fish. During this time, Agumon went back and forth several times and brought back 3 more fish. King Liu processed them one by one and roasted them next to the fire. It's enough to eat. No need to catch more. I'll catch a few more before dark. If you can't eat them, take them on the road tomorrow. Agumon said, staring at the roasted fish. King Liu guessed that if these fish were not caught for him, Agumon would probably be drooling at this time. As for the fact that he just said to catch a few more, it is probably because he is greedy. After all, the taste difference between tree fruits and meat is quite big. King Liu did not expose it. After nodding to indicate that it should pay attention to safety, he continued to concentrate on roasting fish. The sky above his head began to darken at some point, a full moon rose quietly, and the stars were vaguely visible. The branches in the fire were burning, emitting bursts of warmth, and from time to time there was a crisp sound of branches breaking. Next to the fire, the roasted carp began to emit the fragrance of meat. Agumon was working tirelessly not far away. A large group of Magikarp were chased by it and jumped onto the shore with water splashing. In the end, they were thrown back into the river one by Agumon. This quiet and peaceful atmosphere made King Leo feel very relaxed. I have been busy in the city for too long. I can't remember the last time I saw such a scene. Looking at the fire, some childhood scenes began to emerge in front of King Leo's eyes. At the same time, not far from where King Leo was grilling fish, under a big tree at the edge of the forest, a man was breathing a little hurriedly, as if there was a small mountain on his head. Figure slowly poked its head out from under the tree. It stared at King Leo's position for a long time, and finally began to approach quietly. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 Agumon's Self-Blame. Crack! After the burning branch broke, a small piece of red-hot charcoal jumped out of the fire and fell to the ground. The faint smell of burning pulled King Leo's thoughts back from his memories. Lifting his foot, he stepped on the charcoal to avoid the possible serious consequences caused by a little carelessness. Then King Leo looked at the carp that was almost baked, and felt that his mouth was already secreting saliva uncontrollably, and even his stomach began to growl. After gnawing on fruits for a week, he finally ate meat. King Leo picked up a grilled fish, walked forward for a distance, and shouted to the river, "Agumon, it's almost time. You, eat first." Agumon's head floated up and down on the river surface, chasing a fish that was mixed around Magikarp without stopping, and he didn't want to go ashore until he caught it. Standing there and waiting for it quietly for a while, he saw it appear in front of the fish after a dive. After successfully biting it, King Leo blew the hot air and gently took a bite of the grilled fish. A fragrance belonging to meat gradually filled the mouth, and the taste of the crispy outside and tender inside stimulated the appetite. He finished 1/3 of the fish in a few bites. The only flaw was that there were a lot of fish bones, so he couldn't eat meat recklessly. He had to pick out the fish bones carefully with every bite. But compared with the previous wild fruit banquet, it is now very good. In my impression, Agumon seems to swallow the whole fish when eating it, and it seems that it has no trouble picking bones. King Leo can't help but envy its digestive system. Thinking of this, King Leo returned to the fire and was ready to reach out to take the grilled carp next to it to avoid it from being grilled too dry and the taste deteriorating. However, when he reached out, he found something wrong. Agumon caught a total of 4 fish, and he had one in his hand. Logically, there were 3 more being grilled. But now, there are only 2 left. Did someone take it? No, if there were people around, he would not be able to miss it. That means it is most likely a Pokémon. King Leo's expression suddenly became solemn. The fact that he was able to steal a grilled fish in the short time between when he just stood up to greet Agumon and now when he came back means that the other party may have been watching him for a long time and finally took this opportunity to attack. Was it confident by the smoke from the burning branches or the smell of grilled fish? Or was it targeting him or Agumon? King Leo didn't know, but in such a short time, theoretically, the other party should not have gone far. It is necessary to find it as soon as possible to confirm the information and purpose before you can rest assured, otherwise no one can guarantee that the other party will not do anything else after stealing the fish. If you dare to steal fish today, you will dare to kill people tomorrow. All hidden dangers must be nipped in the bud. King Leo quickly opened the panel and began to search for information about all nearby Pokémon in a blue light screen that only he could see. But to King Leo's surprise, after he looked around, the panel did not respond at all, and he didn't even find a Pokémon. Is it running so fast? King Leo was silent for a moment, waved to Agumon, grabbed the remaining 2 grilled fish, took the initiative to approach the edge of the forest, walked around the area, and tried to shorten the distance between himself and the other party to see if he could find anything. But there was only a string of ellipses jumping on the panel, without any other display. This made King Leo's originally relaxed mood suddenly become heavy. Agumon came up to him at this time, biting a fish in his mouth, and said vaguely, "Hey Yagi, what's wrong? What are you doing here?" Just now a Pokemon stole a grilled fish. What? When it comes to food, Agumon suddenly becomes excited. It took a lot of effort to catch this fish, to repay Ayagi for filling his stomach. If there were any left, he would also like to have a taste. But now it has been stolen? Swallowing the fish in his mouth in one gulp, and throwing the fish in his hand directly on the ground, Agumon quickly said, "Quick, tell me where it is, I will go and get the grilled fish back. It should have run far away. I can't find any trace of its escape." Ah! Agumon looked at the forest unwillingly after hearing this. It was very dissatisfied with the other party's behavior of stealing food, but according to what he knew about Ayagi in the past half-day, if he said so, it was obvious that there was really no clue. Besides, it had lived alone in the digital world for so long, so it naturally knew that the danger coefficient of the forest at night was rising sharply. There was no need to take risks, not to mention that there was no clue. It's okay, only one was stolen, and the rest is enough to eat. King Liu comforted Agumon a little and handed him a grilled fish. "You probably haven't eaten grilled fish yet, how about trying it?" Agumon took the grilled fish, but didn't start eating it directly like he had eaten before, but stared at the grilled fish in a trance. It suddenly thought of a serious problem just now. If it had left immediately when it heard King Liu asking it to go back to eat the grilled fish, and didn't stay in the water, maybe the grilled fish wouldn't have been stolen. And the most important thing is that the other party only stole the fish and did not sneak attack or actively attack King Liu. Otherwise, Agumon would not dare to think about the friend he finally met being in trouble. It does care about food, but compared to food, it cares more about friends, even if they are only very important friends who have known each other for less than a day. If the fish is gone, you can catch it again, but if the friend is gone, it is really gone. For this reason, Agumon felt deeply guilty, and even the grilled fish in front of his mouth was not fragrant. King Liu has been quietly watching Agumon holding the fish motionless, with an obviously abnormal expression. Except for fighting, Agumon behaves a little bit nervous most of the time, or lacks miracle eye. Unexpectedly, he is unexpectedly sensitive in this matter. This reminds him of the Agumon of Yagami Taiki who first evolved by mistake in Digimon and turned into a zombie Tyrannosaurus. Because of his too violent and powerful power, he lost control and hurt his companions, which once caused a knot in his heart. This is not good news. Maybe the degree of the two things is far apart, but there are many examples of the accumulation of psychological problems eventually leading to qualitative changes. Especially in the modern times before the crossing, this phenomenon has become increasingly serious, and I must pay attention to it. King Liu slowly squatted in front of Agumon, stretched out his hand and patted its shoulder. "Don't blame yourself, you didn't do anything wrong, I relaxed my vigilance because I wanted to rely on your power, this is my personal problem, I should apologize to you, I shouldn't." King Liu was interrupted by Agumon before he could finish. "No, you are my most important friend. I put you in danger. No matter what the reason, I should apologize to you." King Liu looked at Agumon, who was looking straight into his eyes and was extremely stubborn, with some surprise. After a short silence, King Liu lowered his head and gently rested on Agumon's forehead. "It is precisely because we are friends that I do not want to use your power." Agumon wanted to interrupt again when he heard this, but King Liu held his chin with his hand, interrupting the spell. "So, both of us have problems in this matter, so there is no need to worry about who is right or wrong. I will count to 3. If you don't speak, I will take it as your consent." King Liu began to count down, while quietly pressing his shoulder against his chin, and pressing his right hand hard on his chin, directly cutting off Agumon's right to speak. 3. 2. Feeling Agumon's increasing power to open his mouth, King Liu simply gave up the action of blocking his speech and let go. At this moment, a picture suddenly flashed in King Liu's mind. It said that if you want a cat not to call you fiercely, the best way is to block its throat with your fingers while it calls. Then, at the moment when Agumon opened his mouth to speak, King Liu directly put his hand into his mouth with lightning speed. Woo! Woo! End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Apom and Snover. Agumon was confused. It was not right to bite or not bite. Agumon froze in place. Ayagi also ended the countdown at this time, and then slowly pulled his hand back, wiping his saliva on Agumon very naturally while speaking. The countdown is over. Since you don't object, I will take it as your consent. You are, cough cough, playing tricks. Agumon covered his throat and kept coughing. Whether playing tricks or not is a small problem. The important thing is that since you regard me as an important friend, you can't take all the mistakes on yourself, but should choose to face them together with your friends. Ayagi patted Agumon on the shoulder and said, "This is the most basic trust between friends." Agumon wanted to continue talking after hearing this. Ayagi raised his hand and pretended to interrupt again, and Agumon covered his mouth instantly. "Okay, don't look so depressed. It's time to grill fish. You'll have enough energy to travel tomorrow after you're full." Intimacy 60, 70, Important Friends. Glancing at the changes in the panel, King Liu didn't give Agumon time to react. After picking up the fish on the ground and throwing it to Agumon, he pushed it towards the fire. Seeing Agumon struggling and wanting to say something but unable to, King Liu smiled and shook his head. It was at this moment that the panel started to prompt again. King Liu stopped immediately and began to look around for the location where the panel was triggered just now. "King Liu, what's wrong?" A Pokemon appeared nearby. King Liu said. "What?" Agumon instantly became alert and lowered his voice. "Is it the guy who stole our grilled fish just now?" "Not sure, but it's better to be careful, over here." King Liu paid attention to the information on the panel while slightly turning sideways to face the other party's location. Agumon also widened his green eyes and stared vigilantly in the direction indicated by King Liu. Not far away, in the dark forest, a shadow gradually appeared. Swish! The shadow slowly passed through the bushes and walked out of the forest. Looking at its route, it seemed to be heading towards them. Even if it wasn't a Pokemon that stole the grilled fish, it was probably coming with bad intentions. Agumon's nerves instantly tensed up, and the flames in his mouth began to slowly gather. As long as King Liu gave an order, he would definitely roast the other party directly. King Liu put his hand on its shoulder, signaling it to be patient. The man and the beast watched quietly until the shadow walked out of the shade of the forest and came to the open space. Its appearance gradually became clear under the moonlight. It was a Pokemon in the form of a monkey with purple fur covering its head, back and tail, and only part of its body with beige fur. However, compared to its appearance, what attracted people's attention was that it had a tail on its butt that was much longer than its body. The strangest thing was that at the end of the tail, there was not nothing, but a huge palm with 3 fingers, which looked like an extra hand out of thin air. However, these were not what Agumon cared about. What he cared about was that on the palm-shaped tail, there was something caught, a grilled fish. The other party's identity is obvious, a fish thief. If that's the case, there's nothing to say. Agumon took a step forward, with flames burning in his mouth, and was about to compress it into a ball to attack. Ayagi stretched out his hand and interrupted Agumon. "Wait." Agumon looked at Ayagi in confusion. "Don't worry, let's see first." Ayagi looked at the panel information that only he could see, and said slowly. "Race A Pome. Classification Long-tailed Pokemon. Attributes General. Features Continuous attack. If using continuous moves, it can always use the maximum number of times. Level 8. Exclusive moves None. Mastered moves Grab, Tail Whip, Sand Attack, Astonish, Fake Out. Race value 360, Life 55, Attack 70, Defense 55, Special Attack 40, Special Defense 55, Speed, 85. Intimacy 10, Thank you for the grilled fish, thank you for the gift of nature. Status Healthy, Bound. Information Summary: It is described in ancient books as a wonderful Pokémon with only one hand. It can maintain its balance in the forest by relying on the power of the palm on its tail. In the long years of transformation, their tails are becoming more and more flexible, but their hands are becoming more and more dull. It has a naughty personality, likes to play pranks and tease people, and has more than 100 cases of stealing travelers' things, so it is hated by many travelers. A poem. No wonder he was able to steal the grilled fish in such a short time and then escape the detection range of the panel. King Liu naturally saw that the fish on the other party's tail was his stolen grilled fish. However, it stands to reason that Apom had no need to come back after stealing the grilled fish. He could just eat it and run away. But it turned back, which made King Liu a little strange. Until he saw a very abrupt green seed on the top of Apom's head, bound in the status bar, and Apom's information appeared on the panel, and then a second information popped up. King Liu noticed that there was a figure in the shadow of the forest behind Apom. It was a Pokémon with a stump-shaped hat on its head that seemed to have snow on it, with a snow-white upper body and a dark brown lower body. The thick arms and legs, coupled with the barrel-like body shape, make it look very stable overall. At the same time, lines of blue small words appeared in front of him. Race Snover. Classification Tree Bergmite Pokémon. Attributes Grass, Ice. Features Snowfall. When entering combat state, it will start snowing. Level 13. Exclusive moves None. Mastered moves Glare, Powder Snow, Leaf, Ice Shard, Leech Seed, Icy Wind. Race value 334, Life 60, Attack 62, Defense 50, Special Attack 62, Special Defense 60, Speed, 40. Intimacy 20, Born to be close to humans. Status Healthy. Information Summary: Pokémon living in the mountains with deep snow will absorb nutrients by stepping into the snow. After spring, the nutrients absorbed too much will be transformed into popsicles in the shape of tree fruits at the waist. It is naturally gentle and close to humans. If it finds human footprints in the snow, it will take the initiative to follow the footprints to find humans. Even when facing disobedient children, it will not lose its temper. Snover, who is characterized as gentle by the panel, is behind Apom at this time, urging something with a very serious expression. Apom glanced at Snover's thick arms swaying in front of him with fear, and finally walked towards King Liu and Agumon with an awkward expression, standing 2 meters away, stretching his tail, and handed over the stolen grilled fish. King Liu watched this scene with interest. The current scene looks like a child who was brought by his parents to apologize after making a mistake. But it doesn't seem right. It doesn't look like the two Pokémon know each other. Instead, it looks more like the result of Snover's forced nuclear annihilation. After all, who would take a child to apologize like a dumpling, and shake his fist on his head from time to time? So, is this Snover doing something righteous? End of this chapter. Chapter 13: Snover of Unknown Origin. While King Liu was thinking, Apom became visibly anxious when he saw that he had no intention of taking the grilled fish. Especially after glancing at the expressionless Snover next to him, his impatience became more obvious. It waved its hands randomly, and its tail behind it grabbed the branch that pierced the grilled fish, and handed it to King Liu where he could take it with a slight raise of his hand, while it kept muttering. Although I couldn't understand what it meant, I could tell from its expression. At this time, Agumon next to him spoke. It's saying that it's wrong, and it will never steal things again next time. Please let it go. A question mark appeared on King Liu's forehead. Can you understand what other Pokémon say? Agumon nodded blankly. Why didn't you tell me before? You didn't ask me either. If Agumon wasn't a big shot, Qing Lu would have thought it was targeting him. But on second thought, after all, he had switched to a Pokémon, so it was normal for him to understand other Pokemon's words. But when you were in the ruins, why didn't you try to communicate with the unknown when you met them? Also, the wild ones you met on the road, and the Magikarp in the river that you almost killed. Because I couldn't understand what the unknown said, they talked a lot, and there was no need to talk to the ones I met later. As for Magikarp, I didn't seem to hear them talking. After hearing what Agumon said, Qinglu fell into a brief silence. Either you didn't understand or there was no need to listen, and Magikarp, that look of wisdom and story, it really didn't look like a Pokemon that could speak for itself. However, Agumon's ability to understand Pokemon language is indeed a useful ability. The Meowth of Team Rockets has provided Jesse James with a lot of help because he can speak human language. Since you can understand it, find out what's going on. Remember to ask the two separately. Agumon felt a little confused, but he still followed King Liu's arrangement. Then, he learned the general course of events from the two Pokemon. Apom has always lived nearby and always likes to sneak out from the trees to steal food, hats, and other things from travelers. When it went out today, it happened to meet Agumon and itself who were catching fish, and also smelled the aroma of grilled fish. Apom, who had never eaten grilled fish, was tempted and sneaked to the vicinity. Finally, when King Liu called Agumon to eat, he sneaked up and stole a grilled fish. But before he could enjoy it, he was stopped by Snover. At that time, Snover was just walking nearby and happened to run into Apom who was stealing. So he took a shortcut and blocked Apom. After a short friendly exchange, Apom very actively proposed to return the grilled fish to King Liu. So, there was the scene in front of us. After learning the truth about the loss of the grilled fish, King Liu was relieved. Fortunately, it was not the worst result he thought in his heart. As for the rest, it was not so important. It's better not to have a next time. Otherwise you will meet a ruthless person one day, and then it won't be as simple as returning the food. Apom didn't say anything. After nodding quickly, he passed through the gap of the loosened leech seed and ran into the forest without stopping, looking like he didn't want to stay for a moment. Only Snover was left standing there, motionless. To be honest, King Liu was very interested in this Snover. Just because he saw Apom stealing something, he ran over to stop him. Moreover, he and Apom were strangers. Such behavior and actions are very noble. Thank you very much for your help. King Liu bowed slightly and thanked him. Snover was surprised by King Liu's slightly serious thanks, and quickly waved his arms like a tree stump to show that it was okay. If you don't mind, this grilled fish is for you as a thank you gift. King Liu handed the grilled fish that Apom had just handed back to Snover. Smelling the fresh aroma on it, Snover showed a very curious look, looking at the grilled fish back and forth, but did not reach out to take it directly, but first pulled off 2 round balls the size of ping-pong balls from its almost invisible part. Aha! King Liu looked at the translator. It said to invite the two of us to eat what it has in its hands. Agumon sent the translator to work quickly. Okay, let's exchange. After handing the grilled fish to Snover, King Liu had 2 small ice balls that gave off a faint coolness. Can this be eaten? Agumon looked at the small ice ball between his 2 paws and asked. It's a good thing, try it. King Liu threw the small ice ball into his mouth. Almost instantly, the cool and moist feeling exploded in the mouth, as if it was not an ice ball, but a popsicle with the best taste. Agumon chose to swallow it in one gulp and threw it directly into his mouth, and his eyes were immediately filled with aftertaste. Delicious! Agumon couldn't help but praise. Snover on the opposite side saw the performance of King Liu and Agumon and smiled shyly. Then he picked up the grilled fish in his hand and took a bite gently. The feeling of this thing that had never appeared in his diet filling his taste buds made his mood obviously become high. Aha! Snover's eyes narrowed as he ate, and he raised his hand from time to time, as if he was going to give a thumbs up to praise the grilled fish, but because there were no obvious 5 fingers on his palm, he looked a little clumsy, and finally scratched his head with a little embarrassment. Seeing it like this, King Liu felt that Snover had a high IQ and acted very naturally. He didn't see any wildness of wild Pokemon in it. So, after eating half of the grilled fish and getting rid of the hunger in his stomach, King Liu looked at Snover, who had gradually become familiar with Agumon, and asked slowly. Snover, I remember that you should all live on the snowy mountains near the north of Sinnoh region where the temperature is relatively low? The temperature there should be just right for you, and this is the middle part, where the temperature is higher, which should not be very comfortable for you. Can you tell me how you came here? As he spoke, King Liu lowered his eyes. Pay attention to Snover's expression. Sure enough, after hearing King Liu's question, Snover's face, which was still smiling a second ago, froze the next second. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 Snowpoint Gym Candace. Sure enough. Seeing Snover's expression, King Liu was more certain in his heart. It should be a Pokemon that lives in the northern snowy mountains, but it appeared in the warm central region, and there is no sign of a wild Pokemon on it. You know, even the most gentle Pokemon will unconsciously acquire a bit of wildness due to the harsh environment in the wild. He has a lot to say about this, as he has encountered many Pokemon in the wild ruins for a week. On the other hand, this Snover is in good condition and very energetic, and there is not a single scar on its body. It is obviously not a Pokemon that lives in the wild for a long time. Then, there are only 2 possibilities. 1. It got lost from its trainer. 2. It was abandoned by its trainer. If it is the former, it is fine. If it is the latter, isn't it a bit of a revelation to ask more questions? But if it is the former, it and its trainer should be very eager to find each other. Well, it seems that Snover is not in a hurry. If you don't want to talk, forget it. Come, eat grilled fish. King Liu pulled out a branch with grilled fish stuck on it from the ground and handed it to Snover. King Liu could roughly understand what Snover meant without using the Agumon translator this time. After all, you helped me in Agumon. It's not convenient for me to ask about your private affairs. As for asking you just now, it's because I'm afraid you and your trainer are lost. If that's the case, I can help you. Snover immediately lowered his head and didn't speak. Just as King Liu watched the intimacy jump from 20 to 40 and pondered what to do, a faint shout came. However, it seemed that because the distance was too far and too vague, it was not very clear. Agumon, who had better vision and hearing, swallowed a big mouthful of the grilled fish without chewing, and then slowly said, Yagi, someone is looking for Snover. Hearing what Agumon said, Snover suddenly raised his head, listened attentively, stood up from the ground, looked around, and finally ran to hide behind the stone next to Yagi. This strange look made Yagi a little confused, and asked, Is the person who called you your trainer? Snover nodded, then shook his head. What does this mean? Yes, but not completely. However, since it is certain that the person who came is related to Snover, then we can ask about the general situation. The person who shouted in the distance seemed to have seen the fire where Yagi was, and ran towards this side quickly. Agumon, you should also hide behind the stone for a while. Agumon had no opinion on eating anywhere is eating, so he quickly swallowed a grilled fish and picked up another one to go with Snover. On the other side, as the distance got closer, King Liu also saw the appearance of the person coming. It was a girl with 3 braids and 2 ponytails, a wisp of hair on her forehead, and wearing a JK uniform. The upper body was a white shirt, a bow tied on the chest, a light yellow short skirt, a jacket tied at the waist, and blue and white calf socks on her slender and smooth legs. The whole person was full of youthful vigor. But why, although I have never met her before, this girl looks a little familiar. Anime character? The girl trotted to the fire, did not ask, but raised her nose. She sniffed the air and said to herself. I'm right. There's the smell of Snover here. Then she looked around. Her eyes skipped over King Liu and fell on the stone beside her. A smile instantly appeared on her face. Snover, I found you. She took a step forward and was about to walk towards the stone, but Snover jumped out first. But instead of throwing herself into the girl's arms, she ran straight towards King Liu and hid behind him. This surprised the girl. Snover, it's me, your trainer. Snover didn't react at all, and even looked like he didn't want to pay attention to the girl at all. He just shrank behind King Liu and didn't come out. The girl's long eyebrows wrinkled together, and then she seemed to think of something, smiled, put her hands together and said softly, Snover, this time I promise not to bother others casually, and I won't forget you by accident, forgive me, okay? But no matter what the girl said, Snover didn't have any intention of coming out. He just stood straight behind King Liu, not saying anything or answering. This made the girl quite helpless. Glancing at the deadlocked man and monster, King Liu, who had been ignored, asked, Are you Snover's trainer? The girl seemed to notice that there were others around at this time, and realized that her behavior of ignoring others just now was very rude, especially when the other party seemed to be taking care of Snover. So she bowed slightly to express her apology, straightened her back and said with full energy, Yes, my name is Candice, I am the trainer of Snover, and it and I are traveling with the goal of becoming trainers of Snowpoint Gym in Snowpoint City. After hearing the self-introduction, King Liu finally remembered who the girl in front of him was. Candice, the gym trainer of Snowpoint Gym in Snowpoint City, the northernmost part of Sinnoh region in the future, is also the senior of Zoe, Dawn's rival in the Sinnoh region Gorgeous competition. However, in my impression, she is a gym trainer with a leader's temperament and sister-like temperament, but now she is still a little girl, and she looks like she is only in her early teens at most. In other words, the timeline is a few years before Ash set foot in Sinnoh region? That's not bad, there is still a lot of time. Then, King Liu turned her head and glanced behind her, so, is this Snover her future ace Pokemon Abamasno? I didn't expect that Abamasno, who looked extremely ferocious and defeated Ash's 3 Pokemons in a single attack, was not very harmonious with the trainer when he was a child. King Liu stood up, stretched out his right hand, and said, Hello, my name is King Liu, a vagrant. A few question marks appeared on Candice's head instantly, but she quickly reacted and shook hands with King Liu in a friendly manner. Hello, thank you very much for taking care of Snover temporarily. We have been a little unharmonious recently, but don't worry, I won't disturb you. If it eats your food, I will pay you the original price. While speaking, Candice took out a pokeball from her pocket. King Liu shook his head and rejected her. If you have a conflict in your heart, it will be useless even if you put it back in the pokeball. The problem will not disappear, but will only intensify in silence. But... Candice hesitated, but still put down her hand. If you don't mind, tell me the general process of the conflict, and let me give you my opinion from an objective perspective for your reference. King Liu said. I have no problem, but Snover. Candice pointed at Snover who was hiding behind King Liu and refused any communication. Obviously, even if she could, there was nothing she could do if Snover didn't cooperate. Leave it to me. King Liu turned around and squatted beside Snover and whispered a few words. Snover raised his head and looked at Candice. Then, he slowly walked out from behind King Liu and Candice's shocked eyes and sat on the grass next to him. Candice. End of this chapter. Chapter 15 A Little Trick. If life has a color, then at this moment Candice thinks it must be green. Snover often ignored her and even ran away from her this time. She searched for him in half a forest before finally finding him. But even so, Snover still ignored her. Candice even felt that it was normal for Snover to not want her as a trainer. But now, he behaved so well in front of this person who might have been with him for less than a day. Snover, who was unwilling to come out no matter how she called him, came out directly after saying a few words to King Liu, who seemed to be the same age as her. Although he still looked like he didn't want to communicate with her look, but at least there is some action. This strong and obvious difference in treatment hit Candice hard. Even though she was usually full of energy, she couldn't help but feel depressed at this moment. She was the first one to come here, and she was Snover's trainer. Why? Could it be that her ideal of becoming a gym trainer was going to die just after she left the house? No, I have to cheer up. I have to show my strength. Candice clenched her fists and whispered to herself to cheer herself up. King Liu stood by, looking at Candice, who was sometimes depressed and sometimes excited, and was completely confused, and her brows couldn't help but frown. Snover happened to look over, with an expression of "you see," and then sighed helplessly. No wonder, she could make the gentle Snover angry and run away. It was really impossible without a little neurosis. And with Candice's confused performance, King Liu couldn't help but turn over more memories about her in her mind. When they first met, she let Abumas know sneak attack, made some middle school declarations from time to time, and even took the initiative to explode her clothes during the gym battle. Seems that normal people can't do it. If you can't keep up with her jumping thinking, you will naturally not be able to adapt to her rhythm, and it will be very tiring to get along with her. Snover seems to have this problem. The fact is indeed as King Liu expected, Candice's performance makes Snover feel very troubled. Because most gyms are hereditary, you only need to pass the search officer assessment sent by the Alliance to inherit the gym from your family or relatives. So in order to pass the assessment, Candice was asked by her father, the current Snowpoint City gym trainer, to go out and gain experience. Perhaps because of her childhood influence, Candice is also very interested in gym trainers, so she set out to travel after graduating from Pokemon school. And her Earl Dervish Pokemon is Snover. At the beginning, because Candice was very energetic and Snover had a very gentle personality, there was no conflict between the person and the monster. Later, as they passed through cities and places, they met more and more people. As a typical follower of the craze in Sinnoh region, Candice began to appreciate some popular fashion items. This is everyone's own hobby and right, which is understandable, but Candice has really maxed out her talent in this regard. It's fine if she can't walk on the street when she sees some popular clothes. When she is seriously ill, she will directly stop others on the street very presumptuously, speak very fast and ask questions to others for a full half an hour, which makes the passers-by who are stopped by her feel very embarrassed. Of course, after all, he is his trainer, so Snover tolerates these things. The last thing that caused the conflict to break out was yesterday in Hirthome City, which is known as the place for heart-to-heart communication, where she was going to challenge the gym. Because the gym leaders knew each other, Candice's father made an appointment with Fantina, a family gym leader who always liked to leave the gym to travel. As a result, Candice couldn't walk because she saw a recent joint-branded long skirt on the road, and Snover had no choice but to go to the gym alone. No doubt, he was beaten up. So, Snover ran away from home, getting more and more angry, until he was met by King Liu today. Hearing Candice's description and Snover's occasional supplements, King Liu knew what happened. He couldn't help but look at Candice with a strange expression. It's okay to pursue fashion, but it's so serious that Snover even went to the gym alone. It's simply unheard of. No wonder Snover didn't want to pay attention to Candice. Candice felt King Liu's eyes and her face flushed instantly. This was indeed not a glorious thing, and it could even be said to be very embarrassing, so after recounting the incident, Candice bowed her head to apologize to Snover. I know I was wrong, Snover, I'm very sorry, please forgive me. No. Snover shook his head firmly, as if he would not give her a chance. Looking at the performance of the man and the monster, King Liu first looked at Candice, especially at the torn shirt and calf socks, and the subtle wounds on her arms that were not easy to find. Then he looked at Snover, who was holding his arms across his chest and looking proud, and his occasional sidelong glances. King Liu had a rough idea in his mind. Then he slowly asked, compared to apologizing, I think correction may be more effective, but since it has happened so many times, correction has failed. Candice nodded disappointedly and said, I have liked these things since I was a child. Although my father doesn't care about me much, it is always different at home. Now that I am out and about, I feel that I can't control the things I like. You are already over 10 years old, right? King Liu changed the topic so quickly that Candice couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, yes, I am 11 years old and almost 12 years old, which meets the adult standard of the Alliance to travel with Pokémon. It is normal to have your own interests and hobbies, but as an adult, the first thing you need to learn is self-control. King Liu paused and continued, self-control, do you understand? As if King Liu was implying that she had no self-control, Candice nodded awkwardly. Before she could say anything, King Liu's voice came again. This is a very basic thing, and it must be done, especially for gym trainers. If you can't even do this, I feel that your father would rather remove the gym from your name than give it to you. Do you know why? The series of words made Candice's head a little empty. She shook her head numbly after hearing the question. King Liu looked at Candice and said word by word, because you don't have the qualifications, to put it simply. You don't deserve. Hearing this, Snover, who had originally crossed his arms and didn't want to pay attention to Candice, couldn't help but look at Candice with some worry. At this time, Candice's expression fell into a sluggish state for a moment. She instinctively felt rage when someone said this about her goal, and wanted to refute it, but when she was about to speak, she didn't know how to refute it. Because although there are some differences, the final facts are indeed no different from what King Liu said. She just simply didn't want to think about this problem and tried to solve it by escaping. But escaping can't solve any problems. It will only hide the problem and give a fatal blow at a certain moment. Lies don't hurt people, the truth is the sharp knife. So, King Liu directly opened this scar. Just when King Liu was about to continue the attack, Candice spoke. No. It's not like that, Candice clasped her hands tightly together, her body trembling slightly as she said, I will definitely do it, although I am now, but I can definitely. In the middle of the conversation, Candice's voice gradually choked. But King Liu had no intention of sympathizing with her, and slowly opened her mouth to ruthlessly expose her. No, you can't do it, and you don't have the ability. Finally, Snover, who couldn't bear it any longer, stood up and stood in front of Candice, staring straight at King Liu with his big green eyes. King Liu understood the meaning in its eyes. Don't continue to hurt its trainer. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 Agumon vs Snover. Seeing Snover's performance, King Liu had no intention of stopping. Am I wrong? Or do you think she can inherit her father's gym? Snover nodded without any hesitation. This attitude of trust moved Candice behind him. She didn't expect Snover to stand up and defend her at the critical moment of their quarrel. Especially when facing the goal they set when they set out on the trip, such a firm look. Candice felt that she couldn't hold Snover back and sniffed. Even if I'm not doing well now, I believe that as long as I work hard with Snover, I will be able to overcome my minor problems and become a qualified gym trainer. The voice was slightly nasal, but the tone was more determined than before. King Liu looked at Candice and Snover quietly. The eyes of the one and the monster were completely different from before, very unified, firm and full of confidence. King Liu smiled faintly. Since you are so confident, let's have a battle. Fight. Yes. Prove to me with actual performance that you really have the ability. Of course, if you are afraid to fight against a novice trainer like me, then just ignore what I said. King Liu spread his hands and said. Candice did not reply immediately, but looked at Snover. Snover also looked at Candace at this time. The eyes of one person and one monster met at this moment, and then they nodded together. No problem, come on. Omu. The open space at the edge of the forest is very wide. After pulling away far enough, Candace tied the blue coat around her waist and took a deep breath. The Pokemon I use is Snover, what about you? Seeing that King Liu did not take out any Pokeball, Candace asked. My Pokemon is this guy. King Liu shouted to the rock behind him, Agumon, have you finished eating? Come out and do business. Agumon? Candace frowned when she heard the name. Is it the name of the Pokemon? Or something else? Just as she was puzzled, a small yellow dinosaur-like Pokemon jumped up from behind the rock and came to King Liu in 2 jumps. What kind of Pokemon is this? Looking at Agumon standing opposite, Candace found that she didn't recognize it. You know, in the Pokemon training school in Snowpoint City, she was the top student in the school all year round. She knew all kinds of knowledge about Pokemon by heart, and identifying each type of Pokemon was the most basic of the basics. But now, no matter how she searched her mind for knowledge, she didn't have any memory of it. Unknown Pokemon? Thinking of this, Candace took out the Pokédex from her pocket and aimed it at Agumon. But even the Pokédex, which used to process information very quickly, fell into silence for more than 10 seconds at this moment. Until Candace was about to doubt whether the Pokédex was damaged, the cold mechanical sound slowly sounded. But even so, there was only a simple sentence. No information, it's a mysterious Pokemon? No information. Candace's eyes widened. There was no relevant record or data about this Pokemon in the Pokédex. What is going on? Candace stared at Agumon, then looked at Ayagi. A vagrant, an unknown Pokemon, a strange combination, but I won't give up just because of this. According to my feeling, the level of this mysterious Pokemon should be very close to Snover, not so different that it can't fight. Candace's eyes slowly moved, looking at Snover who was standing in front of him with a steady back. Snover, we attack first, use Ice Shard. Snover moved at the sound, an Ice Shard appeared out of thin air, and under Snover's guidance, shot towards Agumon at a high speed. Although I don't know what kind of Pokemon the opponent is, nor what the opponent's attribute is, judging from its appearance, it is very likely to be a Pokemon with dragon attributes. This judgment method may sometimes have a large error, but now, she has no other way, so she can only try from this aspect. Smart choice. Ayaga couldn't help but admire. Once she entered the battle, it was obvious that Candace's state was different. Obviously, she was capable of becoming a gym trainer at Snowpoint Gym and a teacher at Pokemon School in the future. But that was still a long way off. Agumon, dodge to the side, and then rush straight up. Agumon sank his body, exerted force with his 2 strong thighs, and instantly jumped to the side, dodging the incoming Ice Shard, then stepped forward and charged straight ahead. The reaction and speed were so fast, and judging from the claws, the main means of attack should be close combat, which is probably why it closed the distance. Candace thought quickly and issued orders at the same time. Snover, we can't let it get close so easily, use Icy Wind. In a faint white mist, tiny crystal Osiris appeared, and the temperature dropped rapidly. This icy wind blew violently towards Agumon. Ayaga predicted the landing point and range of the icy wind the moment it blew and said, dodge to the left, then jump forward and continue to rush forward. Thanks to living in the wild for many years. And the environment in the digital world is mostly worse than that in the Pokemon world, Agumon has very fast reactions. Almost the next moment after King Liu's voice sounded, Agumon had already started to make a move. After rolling to the left to avoid the first wave of attacks, his 2 thighs exerted force, leaving 2 deep footprints on the ground while his body splashed forward. Thousands of searches. Free. Novel. Group. 9:5:0. 1. 8. 09.09. Thousands of searches novel. Middle, transfer. Group, 8, 1, 4, 9, 037.9.8. It was at this time that a strong green energy surged out from Snover, sweeping up the leaves and weeds on the ground and blowing on Agumon in mid-air. Use icy wind to provide cover, and leaf will ambush behind. After understanding Candace's attack, Qinglu said, Agumon, use sharp claws. Agumon in the air did not feel helpless in mid-air, and did not care whether he could land steadily after falling. His claws suddenly flashed orange light. The next second, 2 huge orange energy claws covered his arms. Swish, swish, swish. The claws danced rapidly, and bursts of air-breaking sounds rang out in the air. All the leaves and grass wrapped in energy were torn apart by the orange claws almost in an instant, turning into blue debris that slowly fell in the air. Candace obviously did not expect that such an ambush move that was not easy to be discovered would be broken so violently. But at this moment, she had no time to be shocked or think about other problems. Because Agumon had already rushed to Snover. End of this chapter. Chapter 17, Beating. Get down quickly and get out of the way. Candace said anxiously. She spoke at an extremely fast speed, and even her voice became a little sharp because of the speed. Snover also saw Agumon's waving claws, and her body instinctively wanted to move. But it was too late. Candace's voice had just reached Snover, and just as Snover moved, Agumon's claws had already slapped him. Snap! A crisp sound rang out in the open space. The terrifying force directly fanned the entire Snover backwards, and after sliding in the air for a full 10 to 20 meters, it plowed a deep gully on the ground before slowly stopping. Candace saw this and hurriedly asked, Snover, how are you? Snover covered his chest, responded with an uncomfortable expression, and slowly stood up with his arms supporting the ground. Seeing that Snover was not in a very good state, but still had the ability to fight, Candace breathed a sigh of relief, and then stared at Ayagi and Agumon with a serious expression. So strong! Whether it was reaction ability or speed, the performance of this mysterious Pokémon was far beyond her imagination. With 2 very easy turns, Snover's ice shard was twisted away. Even when facing 2 moves in a row, it could easily dodge the first move and then defeat the second move head-on without any effort. And, most importantly, Candace looked at the distance Snover flew and dragged on the ground under Agumon's head-on attack with fear. How powerful is it to be able to produce such a terrifying effect with one attack? Even though everyone's levels are similar, the results are 2 completely different levels. This guy seemed to have said that he was a rookie trainer just now? With such terrifying strength, he is still just a rookie trainer? Then what is she? But fortunately, it seems that the main fighting method of this mysterious Pokémon seems to be relatively monotonous. Both attacks rely on agile speed and reaction. After closing the distance, it uses its sharp claws and terrifying power to launch an attack. Snover has good defensive ability and has mastered most of the long-range attack moves. As long as he keeps a sufficient distance and then uses these moves to attack, he is still sure to win. Candace thought, Snover, use leaves. Snover raised his left hand, and under the traction of the green grass energy, the fallen leaves and weeds around him flew up again and flew straight towards Agumon. At the same time, Snover raised his other hand, and a cold wind mixed with ice crystals blew up, following closely. Another coordinated attack of 2 moves. However, this time, Candace did not let Snover stand still, but kept moving, mixing his body behind the leaves and icy wind, confusing Kingliu and Agumon's vision. In this way, even if Agumon has the ability to break through the attack of 2 moves again, she has enough time for Snover to avoid Agumon's attack. Where will it come from? Above? Below? Or in the middle? Candace looked up and down quickly, and made plans for the next step. But what she didn't expect was that this time Agumon didn't choose to dodge or break through, and it didn't even move. Agumon, small flame. Agumon, who was surrounded by the moves and couldn't see his figure clearly, opened his mouth suddenly. The next moment, a blazing flame rushed out from the middle of the leaves and icy wind. Where the small flame passed, the leaves were burned up, and the ice wind was instantly evaporated. Wrapped in ashes and water mist, it flew straight to Snover at a speed far exceeding Agumon's own movement speed. Candace was a little overwhelmed at this moment. In her judgment, Agumon didn't use it because he was not very good at it. Maybe there are means and moves of long-range attack, but Candace didn't expect that Agumon's long-range attack move would be so powerful. In just a moment, the leaves and icy wind were instantly disintegrated by the small flame. The key is that the speed is too fast. When she just wanted to speak, it was too late. The small flame had hit Snover accurately. Snover, who has both grass and ice attributes, was hit by a fire-attributed move. The complete attribute restraint instantly brought the power of the small flame to the peak. Snover! Candace screamed in a daze. But this time, Snover did not respond to it, but slowly fell on the grass in the flames. Obviously, the small flame caused great damage to it, so that it basically lost its combat and mobility. This made Candace rush up to check Snover's status, but Agumon blocked her way. What do you mean? Candace looked at Agumon, who was only as high as her abdomen, with a rage look, and then she was about to raise her head to ask King Leo why she blocked herself from seeing Snover's condition. But what she didn't expect was that the small dinosaur in front of him actually spoke human language. Yaga has his reasons for doing this. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Is it this mysterious yellow-skinned Pokemon? It can actually speak. Hearing this voice that is completely different from Ayaga's and the voice coming from her side, Candace was surprised for a moment, but she quickly realized that this was not the time to care about these things. She must now check what Snover is like. If necessary, she will end this battle and take it to the Pokemon Center for treatment. However, Agumon did not mean to give way, and Ayaga next to him remained silent. Do you want to kill Snover? Candace roared, grabbed the 2 Pokeballs on the belt behind her, pressed the switch to enlarge it, and was about to release the Pokemon inside, trying to break through by force. But she was stopped. It was not Ayaga or Agumon who stopped her. It was Snover who fell to the ground after being hit by a small flame. It raised its hand towards Candace, trembling, and waved it slightly to show that it could continue to fight. Then, it slowly struggled to get up and kneel on the ground. After taking a few deep breaths, it stood up tremblingly. Even though its body was burned black and its breath was very weak, it looked like it could fall at any time, but it did stand up. It looked at Candace. The eye sockets turned yellow due to the flames, and the eyes were tired but unusually strong. As Snover's trainer and the first Pokemon she owned, Candace understood what Snover wanted to express in her eyes. In order to prove that they could really achieve their goals, it was willing and able to continue fighting. Even if it might have to pay with its life to prove it, it would not hesitate. At this moment, Candace couldn't hold back her tears. End of this chapter. Chapter 18. This is not a dark duel. She wanted to say that even for the sake of goals, ideals, and the direction of progress, there was no need to do this. After all, life is only once, and goals and ideals may change many times in a lifetime. The two are equal to a certain extent, but not completely. She really wants Snover to give up the battle, and she is doing so. She took out Snover's Pokeball and prepared to take it back by force. But Snover shook his head at her with foresight, then turned his head and put his eyes back on Agumon, as if he was ready for battle. Besides, the mysterious Pokemon was standing in front of her at this moment. According to the way the other party stopped her from checking Snover's status just now, even if she ignored Snover and threw the ball forcibly, she might not be able to take it back into the ball. At this moment, Candace regretted and annoyed. If she could spend more time on training or travel instead of spending too much time on trendy things, Snover might be stronger now, maybe he would not be so seriously injured, and maybe he would have a little ability to resist? Or maybe, she will still be crushed by this mysterious Pokemon? Candice doesn't know, and she can't know. The only thing she can do now is to try hard. Not to try to let Snover win, but to try to find opportunities to create gaps, take back Snover and forcefully end this battle. As for whether Snover will blame her, that will be a matter for the future. She will let Snover see her changes and understand her attitude. But this also faces a problem: how to create a gap to take back Snover's gap. There is only one way, like before, to use two range enclosing moves to completely confuse the line of sight. Confuse Kingliu's line of sight, confuse the mysterious Pokemon's line of sight, and at the same time, confuse Snover's line of sight. Even if it can only cause a short-term effect, it is enough. But from what I saw just now, the range of the two moves may not be enough. And this time I must try to mix in a third move. Snover, hold on. Candice wiped the tears from her eyes, clenched the Pokeball in her hand, took a deep breath and said, Snover, use leaves around you, then Leech Seed. The green grass energy lingered around Snover, covering the area of several meters around him, blocking part of his vision. In an inconspicuous place, the rotating leaves suddenly opened a few holes, and green seeds the size of a thumbnail flew out from them and landed on Agumon. Then the seeds grew rapidly and turned into vines that bound Agumon in place. What is this? Candice retreated while looking at the mysterious Pokemon in front of her and making a puzzled sound at the seeds. Sure enough, this guy can talk. But it doesn't matter. Whether it's out of indifference or not dodging, as long as Snover has Leech Seed absorbed to replenish his physical strength, Snover has the physical strength to use 3 moves. Soon, the green vines of Leech Seed growth gathered and tightly bound Agumon's body, and waves of black and red energy flickered on the vines. At the same time, the faint green energy was charging Snover. Although the recovery was not much, it was better than nothing, and it could continue to recover, which would most likely allow Snover to hold on until he finished using the moves. Snover, maintain the leaves, then use powder snow to expand the range, and finally icy wind to blow all the surroundings. Snover raised his stump-like hands, and pieces of Osiris began to fall around him. At the same time, he took a deep breath and blew out a whistling wind mixed with coldness from his mouth. Powder snow fell on the flying leaves move, and icy wind blew the range of the first 2 and covered all the surroundings. Just when Candice was about to let Snover expand the range to the maximum, pieces of Osiris suddenly appeared in the sky. Unlike powder snow, Osiris is created by Snover using ice energy. These suddenly appearing Osiris are sharp and angular, and they fall from the sky. In other words, this is the snowfall feature. According to the setting in the game, when Snover enters the combat state, it should directly affect the weather and start snowing, but the reality is not like this. Instead, it needs to rely on itself to actively stimulate it. This is very close to reality. Kingliu stretched out his hand and caught a piece of Osiris. It was icy and cool, very comfortable. However, in addition to lowering some temperature and reducing some losses, the system of snowy days does not have any basic bonus, so let's stop here. Kingliu looked at Agumon on the side and said, Don't hold back, Agumon, use small flames with all your strength. After getting the promise, Agumon stretched out his 2 claws and easily tore off the vines of Leech Seed, then jumped up, the raging flames burned in his mouth, and the flames swayed in the wind. The next second, a small flame twice as big as the previous one shot out from Agumon's mouth. As expected, the small flame burned through all the leaves, powder snow, and frost wind along the way. Nothing could stop it. Even Osiris, who was affected by the characteristic and landed, was evaporated by the high temperature and began to disappear rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene made Candice, who originally felt that the plan had a higher chance of success because Snover triggered the snowfall characteristic, freeze her joy in an instant. The previous attack was not full power. Until this moment, seeing the flame twice the size, Candice was desperate. Just an attack with half the power hidden almost put Snover into a dying state. What if the current full power was smacked down on Snover? Candace didn't dare to think about it anymore. She wanted to run over, but her hands and feet were weak and she had no strength at all. Even the pokeball couldn't be recycled because the distance was too far. Snover! Candace screamed in despair. Snover heard the voice and turned back tiredly to look at Candace. There was no fear of approaching death on his face, but a smile slowly rose. Then he turned back and faced the surging flames calmly. Bang! A huge explosion sounded, and the flames suddenly exploded in the air, turning into ember all over the sky, completely illuminating the nearby night sky. Candace stared at this scene blankly. Snover was full of confusion. It was about to hit, why did it explode? Seeing that one person and one Pokémon had not yet reacted to this sudden change, King Liu's laughter came over. Why do you look like you are parting with each other? It's just an ordinary battle, not a dark duel game. Too busy, so today's update is a little late. End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Favor and Value. At night, the breeze is cool. After putting on her clothes again, Candace sat on the grass, hugged her knees, looked at King Liu and the mysterious Pokémon lying by the fire not far away, and then looked down at the grilled fish in her hand with a blank expression. Snover sat next to her. After eating 2 oran berries, except for the blackened body from the fire, her physical strength and spirit had recovered a lot. She was chewing the grilled fish non-stop, with a look of enjoyment on her face. Feeling Candace's gaze, Snover raised the grilled fish in his hand and motioned Candace to try it quickly. Influenced by it, Candace also raised the grilled fish in her hand and took a bite. Although there was no seasoning, perhaps the wild fish itself had a very comfortable taste, and with the slight burnt smell of the grill, it was even more delicious. It tastes good, very good. Hearing this reply, Snover nodded in agreement and continued to eat. After a few bites of fish, I felt a slight warmth in my stomach. After that, Candace raised her head again and looked to the other side. During the previous battle, she was thinking about how to use the moves to win, but later she turned to worry about Snover's safety, and in the end she was left with despair. Although they were at the same level, the difference in strength was really huge, coupled with the terrifying restraint, and King Liu's look as if he would not stop until Snover was killed. It can be said that at that moment, she even felt that Snover was dead. So much so that her heart stopped beating. But the result was that at the last moment, King Liu and the mysterious Pokémon suddenly stopped, and in an instant they turned back to the way they were when they first met. It was as if the fight to the death was fake. Well, maybe it is indeed fake. Thinking of the size and power difference between the two fire moves before and after, it was obvious that the opponent was holding back. Is it to show weakness to the enemy and lure the enemy deeper? There is no need to do this with this kind of strength, so what is his purpose? As a girl with a gym at home and a father who is a gym trainer, Candace has received the most orthodox education and has normal intelligence. She quickly figured out some things. Looking at the dark Snover lying next to her, Candace thought that they were in a quarrel not long ago, but now they can sit together in harmony. If this place is the origin, everything seems to make sense. On the other side, next to the fire, Agumon threw the last grilled fish into his mouth with his claws, chewed it twice, and swallowed it directly. Burp. After a long burp, Agumon touched his stomach with satisfaction. Yagi. I have a question. Tell me. Why didn't you let me use my full strength at the beginning? Yagi, who was lying on the ground and looking at the bright moon above his head, couldn't help but laugh and scolded when he heard this question. Snover found the grilled fish, which is a big help to us. Do you want to repay kindness with hatred and kill it? Agumon shook his head quickly. That's not what I meant. I mean that it will be cancelled before hitting it anyway. Why don't you use it at the beginning, but let me really burn it? If we don't do that, how can Snover and its trainer feel that we really want to kill them? Yagi asked back. Agumon was a little at a loss when he heard the question suddenly come back to him. Seeing this, King Liu gently touched Agumon's head and patiently explained, whether it is Snover or Candace, they both care about each other very much. Candace walked through the jungle alone at night, her clothes and socks were torn, and she had wounds on her body, but she still came to find Snover. Although Snover looked afraid of being found by Candace, when facing Candace, he just hid instead of running. When he saw the scars left by Candace looking for him, he didn't care on the surface, but he couldn't help but secretly look at it. Only when we are very threatening in the battle, making them feel that they are about to be separated by life and death, can they know the truest thoughts in their hearts. After listening to King Liu's words, Agumon fell into a long silence. The big green eyes looked up at the sky, as if thinking about something. King Liu stroked his forehead and sighed helplessly. Only when they are about to die can they understand the importance of each other. So that's how it is, King Liu, you are really amazing. Agumon suddenly woke up and gave King Liu a thumbs up. King Liu chose to ignore it directly. He lay down on the ground again, looking up at the sky. Compared to Agumon, who was like Slowpoke, King Liu had a lot of thoughts in his mind. Snover helped him find the grilled fish and eliminated possible safety hazards. This favor was not big or small, so he was willing to forcibly repair the relationship between Snover and Candace through fighting. After all, this matter is very simple. The relationship between them has not yet reached the point where it is completely irreconcilable. It only needs to create an external factor, that is, to seriously threaten them, and they will definitely put aside their past grudges and unite against the outside world. And he can also use the battle to see whether the command ability that has been rehearsed in his mind hundreds or thousands of times is really useful. At the same time, it can also test how Agumon's combat power will perform at the same level. Although the small flame is too restrained against the grass and ice dual attribute Snover, resulting in it not being so perfect, but a glimpse of the whole picture can reveal the whole picture, and the result can be found from many small details. That is, Agumon's combat power is stronger than the Pokémon bred by professional gyms and handed over to gym successors at the same level. Even if the attributes are changed to not restrain each other, I am afraid Agumon will completely have the upper hand. As for the disadvantageous attributes, it is unknown. In addition to repaying this favor and wanting to test himself, King Liu has other thoughts in his heart. That is, Candace. Of course, it is not because of her beauty, but because of Candace's identity. The only daughter of the current gym trainer in Snowpoint City, the future gym trainer in Snowpoint City. These two identities may not be very top in the Pokémon world, but if the city of Snowpoint City is added, it will have a completely different meaning for King Liu. Because, to the north of Snowpoint City, the northernmost part of the entire Sinnoh region, there is a temple with a very long history, Snowpoint Temple. This temple, like the random ruins, is an ancient building that has existed since the Washing Kui era and has a history of thousands of years. The random ruins summoned Agumon, so what will be summoned if you go to the Snowpoint Temple? King Liu doesn't know. And, if I remember correctly, in the deepest part of the Snowpoint Temple, there is a sleeping, big guy. P.S. Please ask for a specific update time, and whether to publish 2 chapters separately or together. You can leave a message, and I will read it. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 Misunderstanding. Regigigas, a legendary Pokémon with general attributes. In the setting and the legends passed down, it uses ropes to drag the entire continent to move, and uses special icebergs, rocks, lava, electricity, and crystals of dragon energy to create 5 legendary Pokémon-level pillars. And such a powerful Pokémon is inside the Snowpoint Temple. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with selling a favor to Candace, the future Snowpoint City gym trainer, and it can even be said to be a big profit. In addition to the consideration of the temple, King Liu also thought of another idea. The way to charge the panel is to explore things with a long history. If the exploration target, is a Pokemon like Regigigas that has survived for a very long time. Can it trigger the charging conditions? King Liu is not sure, but this is undoubtedly a direction that can be tried. The only thing to pay attention to is that once the panel causes any movement, it may alarm this big guy who has a lot of bad temper when he wakes up. However, this is all later. Before you have a certain strength and Candice has not become a gym trainer, you don't have to consider it for the time being. I just don't know if she can understand the kindness I express. If she is like Agumon, my efforts will be in vain. Looking at the bright night sky and the silver moonlight falling on her body, King Liu couldn't help but close her eyes, sat up and stretched, and then lay down on the grass behind her. When she opened her eyes again, the scene in front of her suddenly became dim. A piece of wrinkled yellow cloth appeared in her vision, blocking half of the moonlight above her head. King Liu frowned in confusion, and saw two smooth and white pillars next to the cloth that blocked her vision. King Liu was stunned for a moment and moved his eyes back. When what he saw was more and more consistent with a certain guess in his heart, King Liu directly reached out to cover his eyes. The next second, "Ah!" A sharp growl that seemed to pierce the eardrum resounded through the night sky. "Ahem, sorry, I really didn't mean it." King Liu looked at Candice, who was sitting in front of him with a red face, and said awkwardly. Who would have thought that he would just stand up and stretch, and then meet Candice walking behind him, and he happened to lie down. That angle and position, even with safety pants, was somewhat embarrassing. Until a few minutes of silence in this weird atmosphere, Candice's resentful eyes slowly faded away. After sitting up straight, Candice's face was still red, but her expression gradually recovered. She sighed and said solemnly, "Thank you very much for your fruit and grilled fish, which helped Snover and I solve the dinner problem." "It's nothing. You're welcome." Seeing that the other party had adjusted, King Liu waved his hand to indicate that it was okay, and then asked, "By the way, how is Snover?" "After eating Oran berry, he has recovered a lot. There shouldn't be any big problems." King Liu nodded and said, "That's good." After this sentence, the two fell into a long silence again, and the atmosphere returned to the strange silence before. King Liu didn't take the initiative to speak. He could see that the other party should have something to say but couldn't speak. The other party was not in a hurry, and he was not in a hurry either. Anyway, he was thick-skinned. As for Agumon, who was lying next to him digesting food, he was even more fearless. After all, when listening to horror stories, he could still remain calm when a strange noise suddenly came from outside the door, so he would naturally not panic about such a small thing. Of course, compared to being fearless, King Liu is more inclined to think that Agumon just turned a deaf ear and out the other, or simply didn't listen, and it's probably the same now. After struggling for a long time, Candice finally spoke slowly, "If it's convenient, I want to know if you want to use the relationship between Snover and me to make us understand each other's value and skip this conflict by proposing a battle and then suddenly letting us go." "I take back what I said before, at least you are normal in this place, and there is still a possibility of inheriting the gym." King Liu pointed to his head, smiled and said. Candice smiled awkwardly when she saw this, then bowed her head very solemnly and said in a serious tone, "Although Snover was seriously injured, I am still very grateful that you can make me and Snover reconcile. I just gave you a head start. Whether you can really reconcile in the future, you still have to make changes yourself, otherwise it will be useless to say anything." "I understand. After what happened just now, I will definitely work hard." "Thank you very much." "I said no, it's just a small matter. Actually, I have another question. Do you want to say that helping you was premeditated or impromptu? If it was premeditated, what was it for? Is it this?" In order to avoid Candice from dithering and not being able to say anything for a long time, King Liu simply said it directly. Candice's eyes widened when King Liu directly told her what she was thinking, and then she nodded, "Yes. Don't worry about that. I helped you because Snover helped me find the grilled fish and also drove away some potential threats. I helped you with the idea of giving back. Is that so? Candace just breathed a sigh of relief, but before she could say anything, King Liu's next words made her heart hang again. Of course, it's also because of you. Candace tensed up all of a sudden. Especially when she felt King Liu's eyes wandering around her waist after saying this, she felt something was wrong. Thinking of the accident just now, her pretty face flushed again. That thing, can you show it to me? Candace, whose thoughts were surging wildly in her mind, heard this sentence and King Liu's action of pointing at her waist. She, who had been chasing the trend recently, instantly thought of the pictures in some special books, and her brain was about to crash. Although King Liu did help her, Snover liked him very much, and he was a good trainer, and he looked good, but was it really okay to do it so soon? Shouldn't they get in touch first before talking about other things? Was the plot going to start so directly? Looking at Candace, who seemed to be in a confused state after hearing what he said, King Liu felt puzzled. He just wanted to see the belt on her waist for hanging poke balls, and the poke balls on it. He had just come to this world and had never seen a poke ball. If he didn't really try it, he would lose a lot if he bought fake and shoddy products. After all, it was just the starting stage, and every penny was very important. What did it mean that Candace looked a little abnormal now? King Liu couldn't help but feel that he should take back the words that he had just praised her for being normal. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 Poke Ball. Ha 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 ha. King Liu lay on the grass and laughed up to the sky. When she was tired of laughing, she couldn't help but said, "Do you know why Snover couldn't stand you before? What do you think about every day? It's obviously your words that are ambiguous." Knowing that King Liu had no other ideas and just wanted to see the belt and poke ball, she made a big mistake and her face was red as if bleeding. "Here, if you want to see it, look quickly." In order to quickly stop King Liu's laughter, Candace took off the belt and threw it over. King Liu reached out to catch it and put it in front of him. There was nothing worth seeing about the belt itself. It was just an ordinary belt with a small gadget to fix the poke ball. After King Liu fiddled with it twice, he turned his attention to the poke ball. The ball is half red and half white, with a black stripe in the middle that goes around the ball. In the center is a white button. Press the button in the middle gently, and the poke ball will instantly change from the size of a ping-pong ball to the size of a baseball. Even King Liu couldn't help but sigh at the charm of technology when he saw the biggest bug in the Pokemon world. After weighing it in his hand and feeling the feel, King Liu shrunk it and put it back. "If you have enough, can you give me one as a thank you for helping you just now?" King Liu looked at Candace and said. "Hey!" Candace, who didn't know what King Liu was doing, was stunned when she heard it and said, "Are you talking about poke ball?" "Yes. You can. But this thing is not valuable. What do you use it for? Did you encounter a Pokemon you want to capture and it doesn't have a poke ball?" King Liu shook his head and said after a moment, "No, I just need one to hold Agumon." Agumon. This is the second time Candace has heard this name today. She naturally knows who this name refers to. Her eyes looked at the small yellow dinosaur lying on the ground next to her. Smart eyes, sharp claws, strong body, terrifying flames, and the ability to speak human language, especially Snover, who crushed her at the same level. This one, the mysterious Pokemon, is shrouded in mystery. "You haven't captured it yet?" "Yes, because I don't have a poke ball. Even if Agumon follows me all the time, I can't capture it." Hearing this, Candace took a poke ball from her belt without hesitation and handed it over. "This is a new ball I bought recently, you can use it." "Thank you. By the way, can you ask what region Agumon is from? Why does my Pokédex say there is no information?" Candace took out the Pokédex again and pointed it at Agumon. The Pokédex was still silent, and after the silence, it still had that cold mechanical voice. No information, it's a mysterious Pokemon? Hearing this question, King Liu pinched his chin with his right hand and began to organize his words. Seeing this, Candice thought King Liu was unwilling to talk about such a private issue, so she quickly said that she was just asking casually and apologized for the offense. Although I do want to keep it a secret, Snover's unreserved trust in you shows that you are a trustworthy person. It's okay to tell you, but I hope you can keep it a secret for me, okay? King Liu looked straight into Candice's eyes. Candice couldn't help but become serious. If Candice put herself in his shoes, if she had such a powerful Pokemon that had never been discovered and not recorded in Pokédex, she would definitely not show it to others easily for safety reasons, not to mention that it was someone she had just met for less than a day. But even so, the other party was willing to continue to trust her and tell her on the premise that he had already helped her first. This undoubtedly required great courage and recognition of herself. Candice instinctively wanted to respond to King Liu's recognition of herself. I promise not to mention anything about Agumon to anyone or Pokemon, and I will also ask Snover to do the same. Candice promised solemnly. Thank you. King Liu showed a gentle smile like a big brother next door. Its name is Agumon, a dragon-type Pokemon from Fului Island. Not only have you never seen it, I was also very shocked when I first saw it. According to it, it felt a flash of light when it was fishing by the water, and when it opened its eyes, it found that it was nearby. Fului Island? There seems to be no such island near the Sinnoh region. Did it drift here from some islands in more remote regions? It should be. After all, there are still places in this world that the Pokémon League has not discovered or explored. Perhaps for this reason, its information has not been registered in the Pokédex. But what is very interesting is that Agumon can understand human language and can also translate the words of other Pokémon. Under King Liu's unintentional guidance, Candice's attention was all shifted to Agumon. In addition to Agumon's carefree appearance in daily life and the strong strength he had shown before. Especially because Agumon could speak and communicate without any obstacles, he quickly won Candice's favor. She didn't care about the misunderstanding she had just had with King Liu, and called Snover to help, letting Agumon start translating Snover, and one person and one Pokemon began to communicate directly through the Agumon brand translator. When talking about some happy and interesting places, he even laughed without caring about his image. King Liu watched this scene quietly. He did introduce Agumon to Candice, but he only said some unimportant information. About Agumon is a Digimon. Its true origin and summoning panel are all very important secrets. Ayagi will not and cannot let any third party know except himself and Agumon. But from Candice's perspective, even if he only told her some information, it was undoubtedly a trust for her. This can be seen from the subtle changes in Candice's attitude after he revealed some information about Agumon to her. If I was a person who helped her a lot before, then now I am a friend who has helped her a lot, sharing secrets and trusting each other. When two people have this kind of relationship, it will present a special state, and the relationship will be closer than other friends. It is at this point that Ayagi has maximized the possibility that Candice will be willing to help herself to the Snowpoint Temple in the future. As for whether this is too calculating, Ayagi's view is, Agumon should be responsible for the stupid part, and he will do the smart things. Besides, who can guarantee that she will bring me more helping hands in the future, or I will bring her more help? Ayagi looked at the night sky and muttered to himself. As the night deepened, he felt sleepy. Snover and Agumon's voices gradually became minimal. Candice fell asleep after asking about Ayagi's route and saying that they could set off together tomorrow. Ayagi fiddled with the fire and quietly began to watch class. The next morning, the two of them crossed the last section of the road and arrived at Salation Town. What King Liu didn't expect was that not long after entering the town, Candice looked at the bustling center not far away in surprise. Following her gaze, King Liu also looked over. Then, he was surprised to find that he also knew this person, a girl with long golden hair. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 Cynthia in front of the Lost Tower. Salation Town, a small town where life is free. From the moment he entered the town, King Liu could feel the peaceful and leisurely atmosphere. There were small fenced ranches nearby. Middle-aged ranch uncles wearing cowboy hats, work clothes, and grain forks in their hands, and young women in cowboy clothes were milking several miltanks on the ranch. Next, I'm going to the Pokemon Center to check and treat Snover and the other 2 Pokemon. What about you? Candace asked. Let's find a place to dispose of these Oran berries first, and then buy some daily necessities. King Liu pointed to the bark backpack on his back. That's just right. Does the Pokemon Center also purchase tree berries? Yes, and the price is a little higher than many places. Of course, their requirements will be a little stricter. King Liu was a little surprised, but then he thought that the demand for tree berries in such places must be very large. Purchasing some on his own can indeed relieve a lot of pressure. As for the requirements for the quality of Oran berry, King Liu is not worried. Even if King Liu has been in the forest for a week, he has not found a better Oran berry than the one he has on his back. The Pokemon Center is in the center of Salation Town. King Liu walked straight forward under the leadership of Candace, until Candace stopped in front of a certain building. King Liu looked up and the whole building came into view. This is a huge grey stone tower with 5 floors. The first 4 floors have an arched window, and the last floor is tightly closed. The original window is replaced by a cross carving with patterns. What is this? Lost Tower, a place as famous as Pokemon Tower in Kanto region, MT Pyre in Hone region, and Celestial Tower in Unova region. Many Pokemon were buried here in the past. With the gathering of Yin energy, it has become a gathering place for ghost Pokemon over time. Candace explained. In short, it is a cemetery, right? King Liu immediately opened the panel and began to detect the Lost Tower. Lost Tower, exploring. Exploration progress, 0%, 0%, 0%. It seems that it is not an ancient building, but a modern product. Seeing that there was no response to the progress, King Liu cancelled the exploration with some regret. Since it is a cemetery, why are there so many people? Are they all here to bury Pokemon? Pokemon's life is not so short, right? King Liu found that there were more than a dozen people gathered under the Lost Tower, which sounded a bit noisy. Candace shook her head and said, the cemetery was in the past. Later, because of the increasing number of ghost Pokemon, the mayor simply changed the Lost Tower into a trial site to prevent them from affecting the residents of the town. Trainers of a certain age passing by are welcome to pay tickets to enter and fight with ghost Pokemon. Each level passed can get corresponding rewards. After listening to Candace's explanation, King Liu had to sigh at the mayor's business acumen. As we all know, most ghost-type Pokemon have more or less influence on humans, especially as the number of them gathers over time. Sooner or later there will be a problem. But now changing the cemetery into a battle site not only collects entrance fees, but also uses battles to consume the physical strength of ghost-type Pokemon, so that they don't have so much energy to mess around in the town, which is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, since there is a reward, maybe you can give it a try. By the way, is the ticket expensive? Not expensive, after all. If it's expensive, fewer people will go. Candace turned her head to look at King Liu and whispered, are you interested? But according to your Agumon's strength, it is indeed possible to pass the first level and impact the second level. Hearing this, King Liu asked with some surprise, can I only pass the first level? Candace nodded, don't think it's easy. The level of the Pokemon on the first floor alone is around level 17. The higher the level, the higher the level. It is said that there are even nearly 30 level Pokemon on the 5th floor. The most important thing is that compared to one-on-one, they prefer to fight with more and sneak attacks. When I challenged before, I could only hold on for a while, and there is still a long way to go before the second level. King Liu didn't say anything, just looked at the lost tower in front of him. He didn't think it was easy to pass the 5th floor. After all, someone who can come up with this idea of turning waste into treasure to make money can't be stupid enough to do a losing business. Since the other party dared to set up the prize and it has existed for so long, it has already explained the difficulty. Thinking of this, King Liu couldn't help asking, has anyone successfully passed the level? Of course there are, but they are all guys who pretend to be young to cheat money. There was no one who really challenged according to the age regulations, but now, there should be one. What do you mean? Candice raised her white arm and pointed forward. King Liu looked over. The place she pointed to was exactly where the group of people in front of the lost tower were. King Liu looked closely and saw a group of young trainers surrounding them, with white shiny lights flashing, as if they were taking pictures. In the middle of the crowd, a middle-aged man who looked a little wealthy held a gift box on his mobile phone and handed it to the girl next to him. The girl reached out to take it. The two completed the handover of the gift box under the camera. I didn't expect to meet her here. She's amazing. According to her strength, it should be very easy for her to get 8 badges and win the Lily of the Valley conference. Candice, who is usually full of energy, seemed a little frustrated at this moment. As for the reason for the frustration, it was obviously because she knew the girl and knew that she was stronger than herself. King Liu originally just wanted to see what the girl looked like, judge her age, and what Candice said was Lily of the Valley conference winner level, so as to make a comprehensive reference for himself. But when his eyes fell on the girl's face, he was surprised to find that the girl was very familiar. Unlike the time when he met Candice before, she seemed a little familiar. Now she looked very familiar at first glance. Especially after seeing her long golden hair draped behind her, the unique black water drop-shaped hair ornament on her head, and the delicate and small face with childish and queen temperament, a name instantly appeared in his mind. Combined with Candice's age, I can tell that my current timeline is about 3 or 4 years before the Sinnoh plot, and my age is basically the same. King Liu really didn't expect to meet her here. The future champion of Sinnoh region, one of the 8 strongest masters of the Pokémon League, Cynthia. End of this chapter. Chapter 23. Dare to swing the sword against the strong. In the ranking of popular characters in the Pokémon world, Cynthia has always firmly occupied a place. No matter how many popular characters appear, her position has not been shaken. All this is based on her very high appearance and figure, as well as her cold, dignified, and virtuous temperament, and the powerful strength that matches it. When she first appeared, she used Garchomp to resist all the attacks of Pal Pokémon, who were in the limelight at the time, and then defeated them. In Pokémon Generations, even though she knew that Team Galactic could already summon Dialga and Palkia, she still took Garchomp to MT Coronet without any fear to try to stop Team Galactic. In the game, her Pokémon configuration is very strong, and she is the type that is difficult to beat. Before Leon from Galar region appeared, Cynthia has always been a strong contender for the title of the strongest champion in Pokémon world. If it is her, it is normal to pass this lost tower, or it is abnormal if she cannot pass it. Not only that, it is similar to what Candice said before. Collecting all 8 badges and winning the Lily of the Valley conference is not difficult for Cynthia, even though she is not yet the age in her memory, even though the arrogant Garchomp has not yet completed the evolution. King Liu's eyes moved slightly and fell on the figure next to Cynthia, who had fierce eyes and full of hostility, and whose whole body was blue except for the red abdomen. The panel opens, and information about it appears. Race Gabite. Classification Cave Pokémon. Attribute Dragon, Ground. Feature Sand Hide, dodge rate will increase in sandstorm environment. Level 30. Exclusive moves none. Mastered moves Sand Attack, Dragon Breath, Sand Tomb, Stomp, Bite, Dragon Rush. Race value 410, HP 68, Attack 90, Defense 65, Special Attack 50, Special Defense 55, Speed, 82. Intimacy -1, it notices that you are staring at it all the time and thinks you are taunting. Status Healthy. Information Summary. Gaybite uses the protrusions on both sides of its head to emit ultrasonic waves to observe places that are difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. The scales shed from its body are precious Chinese medicine ingredients that can heal a tired body. When you have something shiny, your temper becomes very gentle, but when the shiny thing is stolen, if a Pokemon is walking or being hurt, it will return to its ferocious and manic nature and tear it apart completely with its fangs and claws. It's really amazing. King Liu looked at Gaybite's information and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is the highest level Pokemon he has met since he came to the Pokemon world. Not only that, it is also a quasi-god Pokemon like Gaybite, which is known as Late Bloomer because its strength increases with the level. Most importantly, it is Cynthia's Gaybite. No wonder she can master the killer move Dragon Rush at level 30. Just when King Liu was thinking, a hand stretched out from the side and waved in front of his eyes. You have been staring at her since just now. Did you fall in love at first sight? Candice looked at King Liu and asked teasingly. No, I'm just a little surprised to meet her in this place. Do you know her too? Candice was obviously a little surprised, but then she said to herself, but it's normal to know her. After all, she is the leader of the younger generation, and her grandmother is a famous mythology professor in Sinnoh region. I only know a little bit, and you seem to know her very well. King Liu followed Candice's words and asked. Of course I know her. She is a typical neighborhood kid. Every time I hear from her father that you need to be like Cynthia, I know her over time. Candice spread her hands and said helplessly, if she hadn't seriously challenged the gym to participate in the league competition, I'm afraid I would have heard her name several times more. But it seems that she really intends to participate in the competition this time. She wouldn't have appeared so high profile before. Not far away, in the flashing of shiny lights, reporters were already holding microphones to interview, and Cynthia responded to the questions with a smile and calmness. Salation Town has well-known media in the Sinnoh region. She, who has a low-key personality, took the initiative to appear in front of these media, obviously with other purposes. This purpose is most likely to build momentum for the Lily of the Valley conference that will be held in half a year. King Liu retracted his gaze and looked at Candice. So because she is the neighbor's kid, what do you feel about her? Is it an instinctive disgust? Although it was true at the beginning, it was no longer the case after a few contacts. She is a very good person and I admire her very much. Candice pursed her lips and said in a complicated tone. Since you admire her, it means that you have a certain yearning for her, so why not give it a try? If you can fight her to a draw or even win, I think you will have no regrets, and your father will also be able to see your growth. King Liu said slowly. Forget it, my goal is to become a gym trainer and take over the gym at home, and her goal is to at least be Sinnoh champion, so we are not on the same path. Before Candice finished, King Liu interrupted directly, do you believe what you said? And even if the goals are different, there is no requirement that gym trainers must not be able to beat the champion. Isn't the world's #1 gym trainer okay? The world's #1 gym trainer. Candice was really shocked by King Liu's words, but then she couldn't help laughing. It's easy to say, you can only know how powerful she is if you really fight her, and you are also a trainer, why don't you challenge her? I will, but not now. King Liu said seriously. This sudden serious tone made Candice stunned. She obviously didn't expect that King Liu actually meant what she said in a joke. Even if she is much stronger than herself, she can't be Cynthia's opponent, Candice couldn't help but want to say. But after a short one-day contact, she also found out some of King Liu's personality traits. He likes to be prepared. People who are prepared can't just talk nonsense. Thinking of this, Candice couldn't help holding her breath. So, does he really want to challenge Cynthia? King Liu did have this plan. When she saw Gabite, a Pokemon that was so powerful that she was no match for him now, King Liu had no other thoughts in her mind. She just wanted to wait for Agumon to evolve and reach the same level as Gabite to see if she could compete with it. Or to put it simply, can Agumon gain the upper hand or even win? King Liu didn't know, but he was looking forward to it. He was looking forward to the battle between Digimon that was different from the Pokemon system and the top combat power of the Pokemon world. Of course, before that, he had to quickly improve Agumon's strength and shorten the gap between them, otherwise when he caught up, the other party would run away again. After selling all the Oran berries, he started training to quickly improve his strength. King Liu thought so. Thanks to Shenli, Keixen, SDRDDSG voted for the monthly ticket, although I don't understand why most of them are from QQ reading. Thank you for your comments and follow-up reading. In addition, if you have extra recommendation votes, please give me too. Thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 24 Selling, Purchasing, and Special Training Plan. As for what I just said to Candice, and the goal of the world's #1 gym trainer, it is naturally to motivate her to move forward. Moreover, theoretically speaking, isn't it reasonable for an Ice-type gym to tie or even beat a Dragon-type champion? If it really doesn't work, try to hit the 4 elites, which is more reasonable. After all, there is an example in the Kanto region where a Dragon-type among the 4 elites was restrained by the Ice-type, and finally ran to the neighboring Johto region to become the champion. Compared with Cynthia, or the gym trainers in Sinnoh region, Candice is several years younger than most of them, even decades younger. She is still young and has plenty of time, which is the capital for becoming stronger. Of course, the road is made by oneself, and the future depends on personal choice. After watching Cynthia's interview about clearing the Lost Tower, King Liu did not approach her or create an encounter, but followed Candice to the Pokemon Center. Even if the other party has a good personality and looks cold and approachable, it is not his strong point to strike up a conversation. Cynthia, who is incoherent, obviously will not say that she is a strong person and teach you the secrets of training. Maybe it will be faster to face you directly in the future. Pokemon Center, counter. Hello, your 2 Pokemon have recovered. Snover has some injuries that need to be treated carefully. In addition, the process of purchasing Oran Berry is still under review. Please wait for a moment. Miss Joy, who was wearing a white doctor's uniform, said in a gentle tone. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Candice picked up the Pokeballs of the 2 Pokemon that had recovered their strength and sat down in the rest area nearby. Miss Joy said that Snover will take a little longer, and the berries are still being checked for quality. You may have to wait a little longer. It's okay. If the price is so high, it doesn't matter if you wait a little. King Liu nodded and replied. After arriving at the Pokemon Center, he explained his purpose to Miss Joy and handed the berries to Miss Joy. After a simple inspection, he got an estimate. In addition to the berries eaten by Snover and Agumon on the way, the remaining 45 berries can be sold for about 990 Alliance coins. This surprised King Liu a little. Based on his impression of the price of berries in the game and the price he learned from Candice, the level of Oran Berry is generally between 10 and 15 Alliance coins. If the market demand is large, or the quality of the berries themselves is high, combined with other factors, it can be sold for up to 20 Alliance coins, which is also the price King Liu can accept in advance. But now there is no bargaining. Seeing that his Oran Berry is of good quality, he directly offered a price higher than the highest market price, which King Liu did not expect. I heard that because the number of people challenging the Lost Tower has increased in the past few days, the number of injured Pokemon that need treatment has also increased, and the Pokemon Center has to increase the purchase of all berries. Candice said beside him. Is that so? King Liu looked around and his eyes fell on the people coming and going. Since entering the Pokemon Center, there have been many people carrying Pokemon in for treatment and taking Pokemon out, and they are all in a hurry. Obviously, these people probably saw Cynthia pass the lost tower and get a generous reward, and then they felt that they might be able to do it, or they thought they could take advantage of the challenge. So they challenged the trainers of the lost tower. However, it seems that they all failed. Ms. Candice, this is your Pokémon. Ms. Joy came to the front with a card and handed one of the Pokeballs to Candice. Thank you. You're welcome. After nodding slightly to Candice, Miss Joy turned around and took out an envelope. Mr. Kingliu, based on the 990 alliance coins you exchanged for 45 tree fruits. Kingliu took the envelope and glanced at it. Seeing this, Miss Joy continued, in order to thank you for the helping hand you provided us at this special moment, I can apply for a discount price for anything you buy at this Pokémon Center in the future. Then let's do it now. Kingliu took out 2 alliance coins with a limit of 100 yuan from it and handed all the rest to Miss Joy. Now? Okay, what do you need? 5 days worth of Dragon-type Pokeblocks and general-purpose Pokeblocks, 6 Pokeballs, and the rest can be replaced with healing spray. Okay. Miss Joy briefly recounted the story, took the envelope of money and left. Pokeblocks and Pokeballs are necessities, so it's okay to have more. Why do you need so much healing spray? Candice asked. We're going to have special training for a few days, so we need to prepare more to avoid running out of stock, and it's a waste of time to run back and forth. Special training? You don't want to challenge after these few days of intensive training. Candice couldn't help but raise her voice, but then she realized that this was a public place, and quickly lowered her voice. You're not really going to challenge Cynthia, are you? Kingliu rolled her eyes at her. Don't worry, I'm not so blind to the gap in strength that I think I can beat her after a few days of special training. But you, what kind of brain can make you think like that? What do you mean by looking at me like an idiot? I'm not looking at you, I think you are. Kingliu. Candice stood up excitedly in an instant, and the eyes of the people around her were immediately attracted to her. She raised her hand to attack and froze in mid-air, and quickly bowed to apologize to the people around her. Looking at Candice's embarrassed and red face, Kingliu couldn't help laughing. In this relaxed atmosphere, his thoughts began to fly, and he began to think about the next training plan. Basic physical training is a must. Any attack, defense, and movement require physical support. Even launching a move, physical fitness is a very critical link. With stronger physical fitness, comprehensive abilities in all aspects will also improve. The reason why elite, champion, and even legendary Pokémon are synonymous with strength is that they have strong physical fitness. Even after resisting countless attacks, they can still stand up again. In addition to physical fitness, another equally important thing is moves. Moves do not have to be strong or numerous. But there must be attack diversity, that is, the change of attack surface and moves, to avoid having no countermeasures when facing an unfavorable situation and falling into a passive position completely. End of this chapter. Chapter 25 Changes in Small Flame Moves. Agumon now has mastered 2 moves that a Digimon in the growth stage can master. One is Small Flame, and the other is Sharp Claws. Small Flame covers long-range attacks, and Sharp Claws is responsible for close combat. The combination of long-range and short-range can indeed be said to be good, but that was in the past. Now the times have changed. The opponent it needs to fight now has changed from a Digimon with only a few moves to a Pokémon. In the world of Pokémon, with some exceptions, almost every adult Pokémon can use multiple moves, and it is not surprising that some Pokémon can learn dozens of moves. Even in the game setting, every Pokémon can master 4 moves. In comparison, Agumon, who only has 2 exclusive moves, has a much worse attack range. On the panel, the column of exclusive moves has not been seen in other Pokémon except Agumon. On the contrary, Agumon's mastered moves is blank. Does this mean that Agumon can also learn Pokémon's moves normally like other Pokémon? The more Kingliu thought about it, the more he felt that it was very likely, but his current funds did not support the purchase of move discs to watch and learn, so he could only turn his attention to Agumon's own exclusive moves. Since the attack range cannot be improved for a while, the only way to go is to strengthen the change of moves. Change. King Liu fell into deep thought. It was during this period that Miss Joy, who had returned, pushed a cart full of things over. A box of dragon-type poke blocks, a box of ordinary poke blocks for Pokemon, a total of 350 alliance coins, 6 pokeballs, 180 alliance coins, and finally 4 bottles of healing spray, 260. These are all discounted prices. Is this arrangement okay? King Liu did not answer immediately, but glanced at Candice next to him. Seeing her nodding frantically, King Liu probably guessed that the discount Miss Joy gave her should be considered very large, so she said very sincerely, "No problem, thank you very much." Miss Joy shook her head, "I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know when the next batch of tree fruits would arrive, and the time for those Pokemon to get treatment would be delayed, and they might even be in danger of life." After that, Miss Joy took out a backpack from under the cart. "I noticed that you didn't seem to bring a suitable backpack. It just so happens that there is an extra one here, so I'll treat it as a gift." "Okay." King Liu was not polite and directly reached out to take it. He really needs this now. Although he has a backpack made of tree bark, its quality and durability are questionable. No one can guarantee when it will break. If the things inside fall and get damaged, it will be a loss. After packing up everything and putting them into the backpack, King Liu and Candice walked out of the Pokemon Center after thanking Miss Joy. "Where are you going now?" "The things Agumon needs are ready. Next, we have to buy the things I need." King Liu looked around and asked, Do you know where the market in town is?" "In that direction." Candice pointed to a street in front of her where many people gathered, and then asked hesitantly, "Even if you want to train, you don't have to start today, right?" "I have nothing to do anyway, and Agumon is probably bored. By the way, do you want to join me?" King Liu turned his head and looked at Candice. "Forget it today. I want to take a shower and have a good rest. I was sweating all over when I was looking for Snover yesterday. Then let's do it this way for now." "Okay." After separating from Candice, King Liu went to the market to buy a sleeping bag, a flashlight, some easy-to-store and carry food, and finally some small items such as oil, salt, and vinegar, and then walked out of Salation Town. As the distance got farther, after making sure that there was no one else around, King Liu took out a pokeball from his arms and gently turned the button in the middle. Ding! The pokeball opened, a red light flashed, and Agumon appeared in front of him. As the red light faded, Agumon looked left and right, looking around with a somewhat dazed expression. Until he saw Ayaga standing in front of him, he suddenly came to his senses and stared at the pokeball in Ayaga's hand. "Ayaga, this thing is so magical. It's so small that it can fit me in it, and I can see the movements outside from inside and know what you are doing, but you don't seem to be able to hear me." "Indeed, I can't hear it." After briefly explaining the principle of pokeball to Agumon, Ayaga told him about the special training. Unexpectedly, before Ayaga finished speaking, Agumon nodded and agreed. "No problem. Have you thought it through? I want you to become stronger to challenge that gay bite and other possible things in the future. These are all my ideas." Agumon shook his head and said, "You are my first and most important friend, so, your thoughts are my thoughts. Besides, I don't want something like last time to happen again, and I don't dare to think about what would happen if it really happened at that time, but I know that if I have enough power, no matter where you are or who you are facing, I can help you." Looking at Agumon's serious expression, King Liu couldn't help but touch its head. "I said it's okay, don't take it so seriously." That's what he said, but King Liu himself knew that at least in the short term, the psychological shadow that Apom inadvertently created for Agumon last time would not disappear. It takes time to cure it, but there is also a way to alleviate it, that is to improve strength. In that case, let's get started. After putting the backpack under the tree next to him, King Liu took Agumon to the open space in front of him. This piece of land is relatively open, with almost no shelter, and the only one is a stone directly in front of them. This is the sparring partner that King Liu has chosen after careful selection nearby. Kyungsun.free, Novel Group, 950:180, 9,09, Novel Transfer Group 8, 1,490,3, 7, 9, 8. The primary goal of this special training is to use small flames to penetrate it. Agumon stared at the training target for a long time, and finally raised his arm and scratched his head, saying with a somewhat embarrassed expression, "King Liu, I know that training is very hard, but isn't this one a little too big?" A huge stone with a diameter of about 3 meters and a height of more than 2 meters, covered with moss and vines, was lying in front of them. Compared with it, King Liu and Agumon's size is not enough. It is indeed difficult to rely on small flames alone, so I want you to learn a new way to activate more powerful small flames. Recommendation votes, are there any? End of this chapter. Chapter 26 Digimon Net Evolution and New Move Small Blast. New method. Well, don't think too much about it for now, just use small flame to attack the stone. Ayaga said, pointing to a boulder not far away. Agumon was a little confused. But the orange flame still quickly condensed into a burning fireball in his mouth and bombarded the boulder. Bang! The flames burst, and a dull sound rang out. When the smoke and dust dissipated, a fist-sized gravel groove appeared in the middle of the boulder. Agumon looked at the groove and pursed his lips immediately, while Ayaga was not surprised at all. Although the attack did work, the destructive power was not a drop in the ocean for the area of the entire boulder. At this pace, I don't know how long it will take to achieve the effect of smashing the boulder. So, what kind of method is needed to make the small flame more powerful? Agumon looked at Ayaga. Every time you launch a small flame, do you quickly mobilize energy and pursue the fastest speed to compress it into the form of a fireball before launching an attack? King Liu asked. Agumon nodded and said, I have a rough standard for small flames. As long as the flame and energy reach that standard, it will beta small flames shot out can be stably formed. So, have you tried to use more than the standard of small flames in your mouth, accumulate all the flames to the limit as much as possible, and then shoot them out? But once the standard of small flames is exceeded, the small flames can't be formed. Agumon asked in confusion. Ayaga shook his head and said, you just need to use the same method to accumulate energy and flames. It doesn't matter whether it is a small flame at that time, because if it succeeds, it means that it is no longer a small flame, but a small explosion. Small explosion. By accumulating small flames in the mouth and spraying them out in one breath, the power is much stronger than that of small flames. However, this move is not included in Agumon's move list, or rather, this is not Agumon's move, but a move that can only be mastered by other branches of Agumon. An obvious difference between Digimon and Pokemon is that Pokemon has a fixed evolution route, and even if there are branches, the number is very limited. But Digimon is different. They have a network evolution route, which can achieve multiple forms of evolution that you can hardly understand. The most classic example is Taiki's Tyrannosaurus wrong evolution into zombie Tyrannosaurus. In fact, this is also a natural evolution route for Tyrannosaurus. If you go from zombie Tyrannosaurus to ultimate if it evolves, the final form will be Infinite Dragonman, one of the 4 Dark Elites. Yes, it was the machined Ramon that was killed by War Greymon's Dragon Bane move. Under this network evolution route, almost every different form of the same period has its own unique features and moves. For example, War Greymon's Gaia Energy Cannon and Infinite Dragonman's Infinite Cannon. And small explosions belong to the tamer Agumon S of Daimon and Black Agumon, who can evolve into Dark War Greymon. If it was the digital world, a Yaga might not be sure that Agumon would learn the moves of its cousins, but now this is not the digital world, but a Pokemon that can become a little move master by learning. World. Under this worldview, it is possible for Agumon to master small explosions. Isn't this reasonable? A Yaga thought it was reasonable, so he began to let Agumon try. The progress was not smooth at the beginning. Due to muscle memory, once the energy and flames reached the critical point, Agumon would naturally condense into a small flame attack. After slowly overcoming this problem, the next step is to control the limit of flames. To put it simply, if humans want to stimulate their bodies to reach the real limit, they must constantly challenge the current limit. At this limit, jumping sideways crazily, expanding the upper limit until there is nothing more to expand. And now Agumon must keep trying and repeating until he finally finds that limit and can master it. Once, twice, 10 times, 20 times, 50 times, 100 times. Until exhaustion. Ho ho! Agumon panted and knelt on the ground. Even though he was very comfortable with small flames, he was so tired that he couldn't even stand after using them at a high frequency of up to 100 times. Take a break and try this. What is this? Agumon looked at the cubes handed over by King Liu in confusion, then picked them up with his claws and threw them into his mouth and chewed them. Its name is Poke Blocks. It is made of the fruit of the tree like oran berry you ate before and mixed with 2 or 3 other kinds of fruit. Both the effect and taste are much better than the fruit. King Liu explained. Now that you put it that way, it's really sour and sweet, and a little astringent, it's really delicious, and. Agumon said as he turned over and stood up, I just used up my stamina, but now I feel that Encore's small flame is no problem. You are eating Poke Blocks for Dragon-type Pokemon. This attribute is most suitable for you and can maximize the effect. Looking at Agumon's lively appearance, King Liu said with a smile. Okay, let's continue training. After that, Agumon turned towards the direction of the boulder, and flames began to surge in his mouth. No matter how effective the Poke Blocks are, it takes time to digest them completely. King Liu pulled it back, took out the healing spray from his backpack, and sprayed it directly around Agumon's mouth. Hiss! Agumon took a breath of cold air, his body stiffened and his facial organs twisted together. Seeing it like this, King Liu said helplessly, even if you have a certain resistance to fire, you will be injured if you use it too many times and cannot control the power well. Don't move, wait for me to treat the wound on your mouth. Okay. Agumon sat down again and waited quietly for King Liu to operate. It was only occasionally stinging due to the strong irritation of the treatment spray that made it grimace and take a breath of cold air from time to time. Wait until the Poke Blocks in the stomach are digested, the medicine the effect was fully exerted, and Agumon began the second round of training under King Liu's command. Soon it was the 3rd round, the 4th round, the 10th round. Most of the day passed quietly without noticing. The moon above his head emitted a soft silver light, and Agumon, who had just finished the 10th round of rest, was tirelessly looking up, gathering flames, and firing, falling into an infinite cycle. Soon there were dozens of small flames fired again. After most of the day, the boulder had been hit with dense holes, and the surrounding gravel began to fall slowly with repeated collisions. But even so, the boulder still showed no signs of cracking. 97, 98, 99, 100, okay, this round is over. King Liu's voice fell, but the flame in Agumon's mouth had no intention of stopping, and it was still accumulating strength. King Liu frowned and said, Agumon, 100 times is the limit of your physical strength. Continuing will only cause you unnecessary injuries. Stop immediately. Agumon, who had always listened to King Liu, rarely refused with his eyes this time. Because, it seemed, to find a sense of the flame's endurance limit. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 Small explosion done. The vigorous flame burned in Agumon's mouth, and a thin flame overflowed uncontrollably to the surroundings, illuminating the entire nearby area. In contrast, a more powerful momentum than the small flame was born. This scene, combined with Agumon's eyes just now, King Liu instantly understood Agumon's situation and said, "Don't worry about me, concentrate on controlling the flame." Agumon opened his mouth, did not reply, and his eyes slowly shifted to the front. "Don't be too stressed. Try to imagine it as a large-sized small flame. When you feel it is almost formed, just shoot it out." In theory, a small explosion is a large-sized small flame. There are similarities between the two. This is also the fundamental reason why King Liu feels that Agumon may learn the small explosion. As long as he can master the power of the enlarged version of the flame, Agumon will succeed. Under King Liu's voice and gaze, a slight explosion suddenly came from the flame in Agumon's mouth, and then the flame suddenly surged, as if Agumon was holding a flaming octopus in his mouth, and all the tentacles were swinging wildly around Agumon's mouth. This is obviously a sign that it is about to lose control, and King Liu's heart was lifted instantly. If it succeeds, it will be fine, but if it loses control accidentally, the flame will roll back, and a small explosion that is more powerful than the small flame will hit Agumon's mouth without any defense. Even if there is resistance, it will definitely cause serious injuries to Agumon. You can find another chance, but if you get hurt, not only will it take a long time, Agumon will also have to endure pain, which is totally unworthy. King Liu opened his mouth and was about to let Agumon directly launch the flame, but before he could make a sound, a subtle explosion sounded again from the inside of the flame. The next second, a flame that was even more turbulent than before burst out. But what made King Liu feel strange was that this more powerful flame seemed to be more docile than before. Is it an illusion? No. King Liu turned his gaze to Agumon's eyes. I saw that Agumon's eyes were firm and fierce, and his eyes were locked on the boulder opposite. Without asking or responding, King Liu already knew the answer. Agumon has initially mastered the energy that gathers into a small explosion. Then what's next? Agumon, launch! As King Liu's voice fell, the blazing flame was compressed at the center, and turned into a fireball that was only one circle larger than the small flame. It doesn't look like the change is too big, but King Liu can imagine that the energy inside will definitely crush the small flame. As for how much? The burning flame made a dull humming sound in the air, and then rushed through the distance between Agumon and the boulder at a speed far exceeding the small flame, and bombarded the boulder. Boom! A violent explosion sounded in my ears, surpassing the thousands of small flames before. The broken stones were scattered among the sand and dust, and King Liu had to cover his ears and dodge sideways. Agumon looked like he didn't care about it at all, and his big green eyes were fixed on the place where the flame exploded just now in the smoke and dust. When the smoke and dust dissipated, there was a very obvious pit at the exit on the boulder. Compared with it, the area bombarded by thousands of small flames before was simply a small witch compared to a big witch. If the damage caused by the small flame to the boulder before was a small bowl for eating, then the damage caused by the small explosion just now was more than a basin. Not only the area, but also the depth is a complete victory. King Liu walked to the front of the pit, stretched out his palm and pressed it in. From the inside to the outside, he had to put half of his forearm in before he touched the bottom of the pit. And King Liu rubbed his palm carefully at the bottom for a while, then pulled his hand out and looked inside. At the bottom of the pit, cracks as thick as fingers, like spider webs, came into view. Not to mention the crushing power of several times, but after the explosion, there seemed to be signs of residual heat burning. King Liu rubbed the still warm gravel on his fingers and looked at Agumon who was slowly approaching. Well done, Agumon. King Liu stretched out his hand and patted Agumon's shoulder celebrated. But he didn't use any strength, just a light tap, and Agumon's body tilted and fell to the ground. If King Liu hadn't squatted down to hold it, he would have fallen directly to the ground. Seeing Agumon's appearance, King Liu's heart was hanging, and he asked hurriedly, Agumon, what's wrong? Is there something uncomfortable or something else? After that, he picked up Agumon and prepared to go to the Pokemon Center in Salation Town for treatment. Even if there is a possibility of exposure, King Liu can't gamble, so he has no choice but to choose this way. But before King Liu took 2 steps, the organs in Agumon's stomach began to wriggle, making a long and dull sound. Goo! King Liu was stunned for a moment, then stared at Agumon for a few seconds, and his expression gradually turned speechless. Agumon scratched his head in embarrassment and sneered, he. Sorry, I'm so hungry that I don't have the strength to stand all of a sudden. King Liu, who was really frightened, put Agumon down helplessly and took out more than 10 poke blocks from his backpack and handed them to Agumon. Agumon swallowed all of them without any hesitation, chewing quickly with his dinosaur-like big mouth, and his expression was quite satisfied. I remember that I just gave you a meal of poke blocks before the previous round of training. How come you are hungry so quickly? King Liu asked. I don't know. Anyway, I felt weak all over after the attack and my stomach was very hungry. Agumon replied while swallowing. Hearing this reply, King Liu clicked on the panel, and Agumon's information was instantly displayed. Race Agumon. Classification Reptile Pokemon. Attribute Dragon. Features Sharp Claws. Because of the sharp claws, the power of the attack will be increased. Level 13. Exclusive moves Small Flame, Fire type, Power 60, Sharp Claws, Fire type, Power 40, Small Explosion. Agumon gathers all its strength to launch a flame attack, which has amazing destructive power, but will consume a lot of physical strength at this stage. Fire type, Power 75. Mastered moves type None. Racial value 360, HP 50, Attack 72. Defense 55, Special Attack 72, Special Defense 50, Speed 61. Intimacy 70, Most Important Friend. Status Hungry, Recovering. Information Summary XXXXXX. So, although the power of Small Explosion is much stronger than that of Small Flame, the cost is that it consumes most of the physical strength, or even directly exhausts the strength. After reading the information about Small Explosion, King Liu said to himself. But even so, today's hard work is worth it. It cannot be used as a daily move, but in the case of a stalemate, it can be used as a trump card to decide the outcome. Besides, Agumon has learned Small Explosion, which proves that it can indeed learn the moves of other Digimon. So by the same token, now that it is a Pokemon, it should be able to learn Pokemon moves that match its own attributes. I originally planned to post it tomorrow, but I thought that I might wake up too late, which would affect your updates. I finished writing it over time. Is it okay to give a few recommendation votes? In addition, I detailed some panel data, so don't worry too much. End of this chapter. Equals 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 equals. The novel resources of Hedgehog Cat, Falcon, Diane Niang, Girl Dream, etc. are updated daily, 50 books per day, and 1500 plus per month. Say goodbye to the book shortage. Copy the group number below to join the group chat. The previous group is gone, the following is a new group. Kyungsoon New Free Full File Novel Group 1, 950180909. Kyungsoon New Free Full File Novel Group 2, 8149037898. Kyungsoon New Free Full File Novel Group 3, 960126270. The resources come from the internet and are only used for learning and communication. The copyright of the novel resources belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal learning and trial reading. If you like this resource, please buy the genuine version. Thank you for your cooperation. If this resource accidentally infringes your rights, please notify us to delete it in time. equals 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 equals. Chapter 28 Training is for experience. The next day, the special training of stable small explosion was still carried out. Because the moves are very physically demanding, even if they are used once in full strength, they will be exhausted, so King Liu had to insert the training of small flame and sharp claws in the process. After a day, the number of poke blocks and healing sprays decreased sharply, but in return, the proficiency and fluency of both small flame and sharp claws have been significantly improved. The small explosion has also been fully mastered, and the chance of success and failure is not as 50-50 as at the beginning. At the same time, the boulder that was used as the training target was completely destroyed. There is a big pit in the east and a groove in the west, and it has completely lost the heavy feeling at the beginning. In order to prevent it from not being able to hold on to the end of the training, King Liu ended the training for a day in advance and took Agumon to patrol the surrounding jungle. The third day, early morning. 2 figures, one big and one small, are jogging around the woods. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Pay attention to the breathing rhythm, whether it is running or fighting, your breathing must be stable and in a rhythm. King Liu said to Agumon beside him while jogging on the spot. Agumon did not respond. The fast running of several large circles made its physical strength drop quickly. Now it was forced to keep the same speed as King Liu, who was running in small circles. Especially because it had not eaten breakfast today, the situation was even more serious. King Liu, I feel a little hungry. After taking a breath, Agumon raised his hand to express his opinion. King Liu shook his head and refused. I have already said that it is not advisable to do strenuous exercise after a meal. It will affect the normal digestion of food and easily cause indigestion. In severe cases, it will have a significant impact on your stomach. Just hold on a little longer, and you will reach the front. Then, okay. Since King Liu said so, there must be a reason for it. Agumon nodded, took a deep breath and continued running, rushing towards the end of the last lap. King Liu tried to keep up silently from behind. At this moment, his breathing was also very rapid. Even though Agumon's physical strength was almost exhausted, its running speed was still a big challenge for King Liu, but he still gritted his teeth and persevered. In the previous conversation with Candace, King Liu learned a lot about Pokemon indirectly. World, and he, a time traveler, didn't know the common sense. For example, the strength of the gym trainer is very strong for most trainers, but the original intention of the gym was to select and train newcomers. As long as they perform well, they can get badges even if they lose. Most of the time, the leader will let them go appropriately, or simply train some very useful Pokemon to deal with challengers. For another example, only in the agreement between trainers or in the regular league competitions, Pokemon battles cannot attack trainers. When encountering wild Pokemon in the wild, the opponent will not care about anything, and many always go directly to the trainer. After all, compared with Pokemon, the trainer is much weaker, and Pokemon's IQ is mostly at the passing line, so the difficulty can still be distinguished. Therefore, in order to prepare for possible situations in the future, while conducting physical training for Agumon, King Liu believes that it is also necessary to improve his own physical fitness. In addition to daily interactions, sweating and training together are also a good way to promote the warming of feelings. Hey! After crossing the finish line, King Liu breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Agumon next to him took out a bottle of water from his backpack and handed it over. Here. Thank you. King Liu reached out to take it, drank a sip but didn't swallow it, and put it in his mouth to rinse his mouth and said, Poke blocks are in the backpack. I have divided the amount for each meal. If it is not enough, there are general poke blocks next to it. You can try, but the taste may be worse. After a while, King Liu felt that he was worrying too much. Agumon had no problem with being picky about food or different tastes. He threw everything into his big mouth and swallowed it directly after chewing for a while. Verb. As the food went down his stomach, Agumon's stomach became slightly bigger, and he couldn't help but burp for 4 or 5 seconds. Sorry, I accidentally lost control. Looking at Agumon's awkward scratching of his head, King Liu couldn't help laughing. Perhaps in its concept, there is no delicious or undelicious, only edible and inedible. But it's good this way, it's easy to feed. King Liu glanced at the remaining poke blocks in the school bag. There were still 2/3 of the dragon-type ones left, and 1/5 of the general-purpose ones had just been eaten by Agumon. The original preparation of 2 types of 5 days each for a total of 10 days, now it seems that it can't last that long. But the effect is also very obvious. King Liu can clearly feel that after eating a day of poke blocks, Agumon is still in good spirits today despite the heavy training yesterday. The muscles on his body became more and more tense, and even the white claws on the front of his arms became more crystal clear. Sure enough, there is indeed a big difference between expensive things and free things. It's a pity that Oran sold Berry had already spent most of his money, and the remaining 200 alliance coins were almost all spent after buying his daily necessities. There were no decent fruit trees near where he was now, so he couldn't sell fruit for fame as before. I didn't expect that after traveling through time, I was still worried about money. King Liu couldn't help but dream of returning to the 21st century. However, it's not that there is no way to solve the problem of money, but now Agumon and I may not be able to make that money, unless... King Liu thought of the money-making channels mentioned by Candace before, and said to himself, unless the level rises twice, then the number of small explosions will increase due to the increase in Agumon's own comprehensive strength. King Liu didn't ask for this powerful trump card to be able to fire more than a dozen shots in a row like the small flame, and it was enough to increase the number to 2. The first time was used to change the battlefield situation, and the other time was used as a backup, just in case, so as to maximize the probability of winning and the safety of himself and Agumon. Thinking of this, King Liu began to plan the next training schedule while eating breakfast. In the morning, it was still physical training. Improving physical fitness also reduced the pressure of small explosions on physical strength. In the afternoon, 3, and it must be finished before the evening. Then, King Liu decided to take Agumon to the place where he found wild Pokemon of similar levels living when he patrolled the area yesterday, and start to brush the dungeon. After all, training is only to lay a good foundation for fighting, and fighting is the fastest way to improve level and strength. Agumon, who is stronger than Pokemon of the same level, has a very good record after training for a few days, and with small explosions as a trump card, his experience points have also soared. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 Forest Taboo. Agumon, Small Flame. In a jungle somewhere, Agumon suddenly poked his head out from behind a tree, opened his mouth and sprayed out a small flame. The opponent seemed to have discovered the unusual power of the fireball, and shook his almost transparent wings violently, dodging the small flame while turning back and forth. At the same time, its figure in the jungle gradually became clearer. Race Beedrill. Classification Poison Bee Pokemon. Attributes Bug, Poison. Features Sniper. Level 11. Exclusive moves None. Mastered moves Bug Bite, Fury Attack, Poison Sting, String Shot, Harden, Slash. Race Value 395, HP 65, Attack 90, Defense 40, Special Attack 45, Special Defense 80. Speed 75. Intimacy -50, after the active attack failed, it was kicked out of the tribe and extremely angry with you and Agumon. Status Rage. Information Summary: it has a strong sense of territory and will attack like crazy once it invades. Sometimes it patrols the territory in groups. Its best fighting method is to use Poison Sting at super fast speed to poison the opponent to death. Beep, beep, beep. Beedrill made a low and raging cry, then raised the huge white needles on its 2 front feet, with crystal light lingering on them, and rushed straight towards Agumon. Use your sharp claws to block its needles, and pay attention to the poison sting on its butt. As King Liu's voice fell, Agumon's white claws were instantly wrapped in orange energy, and his big green eyes stared at the other party. When Beedrill was about to approach, Agumon took the initiative to take a step forward, and his 2 huge claws swung out as his body moved forward. Ding! The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing suddenly arose. The reaction force generated by the huge energy collision forced Agumon and Beedrill to retreat rapidly. But Drill's wings vibrated violently at a strange speed, forcibly stopping the trend of retreat, and the tail needle on his buttocks shook violently, stabbing towards Agumon. Agumon, who had been prepared for this, turned sideways and skillfully used his huge claws covered with sharp claw energy to grab Beedrill. At the same time, he rotated his body and threw Beedrill to the ground. Small flame! Ayaga's voice sounded, and Agumon opened his mouth and spit out a fireball. Beedrill, who had just been smashed into the ground and had no time to react, was hit by the small flame on the back. His eyes turned into circles and he lost his ability to fight. After a simple check to confirm that there was no threat, Agumon asked Ayagi, "Ayagi, did this guy attack us before? This way of attacking after dodging and rushing directly at us looks very familiar." "Yeah, it's the second time." Looking at the column of Drill's intimacy with him -50 on the panel, he mourned for this unlucky guy who was kicked out of the tribe for half a second. But since he has taken action, he must be mentally prepared to pay the price. We won't get much experience from killing the same Pokemon twice in a row. Let's go. Let's go to a few more places before it gets dark. We don't have much time left. After throwing a poke block to Agumon, King Liu and Agumon quickly left, heading for a target. It's just that, the process was somewhat difficult. "Agumon, get ready. There are 3 Akans fighting in front of the left." Looking at the 3 messages displayed on the panel, King Liu quickly pointed out the direction. "Okay." Agumon nodded, and the sharp claws quickly covered the claws, rushing in the direction pointed by King Liu. Swish! Over the 2 bushes blocking the front, Agumon jumped into the battlefield and was about to rush up to fight. As a result, the opponent's Akans reacted faster. Almost at the moment when the bushes made a sound, the 3 Akans turned their heads together. After seeing that it was King Liu and Agumon, they quickly let go of their entangled tails without any hesitation and fled in 3 directions. "Agumon!" Ayaga sighed helplessly, then opened the panel and looked around, pointing to the left side where they came from. "There are 2 more monkeys on the big tree over there." Agumon turned around and ran quickly, and Ayaga followed quickly. Soon, 2 monkeys who were rage growl on the tree and punching and kicking each other came into view. Agumon immediately accumulated fire in his mouth, and when he took a few steps to attack the monkey on the top of the tree, the 2 monkeys, who showed no mercy in the previous second and were eager to kill each other, looked at each other in a rage, and then let go of each other as if they had seen some terrifying monster. They swallowed their saliva and looked at each other, then quickly let go of each other, jumped continuously on the treetops at an extraordinary speed, and fled. Leaving Ayagi and Ayaga staring at each other. "What should we do now?" "Oh, forget it. I guess the situation will be similar if we continue to look for it. Let's go back to the training ground to practice our moves." Ayaga said helplessly, "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have been so anxious. I should have taken it slow at that time." Because the 2 of them had been brushing monsters in the nearby jungle for 2 whole days, and they beat anyone they saw. With Agumon's combat power and Ayaga's assistance, they could be said to be invincible nearby. So much so that the nearby Pokemon knew that there were Pokemon being beaten by the same human and Pokemon, and the number was constantly increasing, and more than half of them were beaten in just 1 day. Such information soon reached the ears of most Pokemon nearby. Finally, it led to a situation where every time a Yagi and Agumon appeared and were looking for a target to attack, all Pokemon would stop what they were doing and run away immediately when they saw them, without any hesitation at all. Of course, there are exceptions, such as Pokemon who came to them on their own initiative to defeat a Yagi and Agumon and become famous. For example, Beedrill just now. The result is obvious. All the Pokemon who came to them were beaten to the point of losing their fighting ability, especially when Skarmory, a level 19 Pokemon recognized as the strongest nearby, was defeated by a small explosion by Agumon after finding a flaw, and was finally thrown to the riverside and visited by all the Pokemon passing by. A Yagi and Agumon became taboos in this jungle. No Pokemon dared to approach them, and this information showed signs of spreading more and more widely, and the training targets would probably not be found later. However, the only good news is that Agumon's level has risen from level 13 to level 14, and there is a vague feeling that he is just one step away from breaking through to level 15. Just when King Leo was looking at the few poke blocks and food left in his backpack, thinking about where to find a suitable Pokemon for Agumon to be the training object, the training object took the initiative to find him. It's New Year's Eve, everyone, Happy New Year, and there will be another update in the evening. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 Candace's Active Challenge. Strange, last time I was around here, I occasionally encountered a few Pokemon. In order to avoid any unexpected situations, I called you all out, but this time I didn't see any shadows. The girl in a JK uniform and carrying a backpack pushed aside the bushes in front of her eyes and muttered to herself in confusion. Snover put his hands across his body and strode in front. In addition, there was a Pokemon standing behind and on the side of the girl. Behind him was a black-bodied Snorant, with most of its body hidden in a conical cloak, only a pair of small blue eyes and a few large front teeth exposed, looking very sturdy. On the side was also a black Pokemon, but unlike the one behind him, its overall body curve was very slender, its left ear and tail were dull red, and its oblique triangular eyes made it look extremely vicious. But it's better this way, so as not to waste time in the battle. But where did that guy King Leo go? It was clearly agreed to train nearby. Candace looked around. Snorant, who had been silent all the time, suddenly seemed to smell something, and kept looking around. Sneasel next to him saw its movements, twitched his nose a few times, and finally raised his hand to the right front. It twisted. Sneasel? Do you mean there's movement in front? Candace saw the interaction between Snover and Sneasel and asked. Sneasel nodded. Then let's go over there and take a look. Everyone moved towards the direction pointed by Sneasel. The closer they got, the more excited Snover's expression became. It smelled the aroma of the fish meat it had eaten last time, and this time it smelled even more fragrant. Just smelling it from a distance made it greedy. Mmm. Sneasel and Snorant next to them also smelled the aroma, but they didn't know the situation and just looked at Snover and Candace with a little confusion. Candace smiled and said, "It's probably that guy. Let's go quietly and give him a surprise." One person and 3 Pokemon quietly touched over, and after seeing the boy and Agumon sitting next to the fire, they made a silent gesture. Snover understood, took a deep breath, mobilized the ice energy on his body, and prepared to blow a breath of icy wind. But when it just condensed the energy and had no time to open its mouth, a burning feeling suddenly came with a woohoo sound. What's going on? Candace was confused for a moment. Didn't she ask Snover to use icy wind? How come an ice-type move became a fire-type move? However, it seems that none of her 3 Pokemon have fire-type moves. It's a move of the series, and why does it feel so familiar, just like Agumon's small flame? Wait, could it be? Candace looked up suddenly and saw a fireball passing through the bushes and already in front of her. This sudden change made Candace, who was just about to let the 3 Pokemon sneak attack King Leo without any defense, suddenly confused. Fortunately, the panic lasted only for a moment. The accumulated training made her instinctively want to give orders, but suddenly she seemed to remember something and didn't speak. Snover, Snorant and Sneasel looked at Candace anxiously. Seeing that she didn't mean to speak for a long time, the three Pokémon looked at each other, quickly mobilized their energy, and were about to work together to build an ice wall in front of them. But unexpectedly, the fireball had already arrived in front of them before the ice wall was completed. But when it was close to them, it seemed to lose its energy support and instantly turned into tiny ember and disappeared. Candace immediately looked as if it was just what she expected, while the three Pokémon looked bewildered, and only Snover looked thoughtful. "Ah, sorry, I thought some Pokémon wanted to attack us, but it was you." King Leo walked over slowly with Agumon, explaining with a smile. "It's the same operation as the last time we fought. Do you think I would believe that you didn't do it on purpose? But didn't you dodge it? That's because I saw you and recognized that it was Agumon's small flame. I don't understand why you are so stable and have such bad taste." King Leo laughed a little embarrassedly when she heard someone praise her from this angle for the first time. Seeing King Leo laughing, Candace was even more angry and started to complain crazily. Snorant and Sneasel saw the plot change 180 degrees in 1 minute, and they were a little confused. Agumon and Snover, who already knew each other, gathered together and started to communicate. Seeing that his elder brother seemed to have a good relationship with the other party, Snorant hesitated for a moment and then slowly moved over and joined their conversation. Only Sneasel kept a straight face and stared at Agumon. The fire just now was obviously emitted by the other party. With that level of power and speed, if it was the target, it might not be able to block it at all and could only dodge it with speed. Moreover, as the distance between the two sides closed, Sneasel instinctively had a strong premonition. This is an extremely dangerous Pokémon, and its whole body exudes an aura that makes it feel like sitting on pins and needles, which makes Sneasel very uncomfortable. "Hello." A relatively neutral voice was in front of him. Sneasel looked up and saw that the other party was already standing in front of him and stretched out his hand to him. After a slight hesitation, he also stretched out his hand, and Agumon's hands were held together. "My name is Agumon. I heard from Snover that your name is Sneasel. Please teach me in the future." Agumon said while shaking hands. "Please teach me in the future? Why not now?" Seeing that the other party looked harmless, Sneasel suddenly stretched out two white claws from his small and delicate fingers and swiped directly towards Agumon. A hand suddenly inserted into the field of vision and blocked the middle. "No." Sneasel shook his head firmly, indicating that he did not allow it. Seeing that his big brother said so, Sneasel could not continue to do anything. He retracted his outstretched claws, and at the same time pulled back the hand that was tightly clenched with Agumon, put his hands on his waist, and silently walked to the other side to sit down. This made Snover a little embarrassed, and he quickly said that his personality and temper were like this. The good-tempered Agumon naturally would not be angry, and the atmosphere gradually recovered after he said that he did not mind. "I'm sorry, that kid has always been like this, doesn't trust anyone, and is full of thorns. Snover Snorant and I only slowly accepted it after getting along with it for a long time." Candace, who was watching the whole process, explained with a smile. "Why do I feel that your apology is not sincere at all?" King Leo glanced at her expression and answered. "I just learned it from someone. I haven't seen you for a few days, and your attitude is very arrogant. This is not called arrogance, this is called confidence in your own strength. How about it, do you want to fight me again?" Candace said with a smile, her face full of taunting. End of this chapter, Chapter 31 Agumon 1v3 Challenge. King Leo looked at Candace in surprise, and glanced at the three Pokémon of Snover next to him, and raised his eyebrows slightly with a smile that he couldn't control. He originally planned to discuss this matter, but now Candace took the initiative to challenge? This made King Leo a little unexpected. After all, Candace is not stupid. She has seen Agumon's performance with her own eyes. It makes no sense for her to let Snover get hurt in vain when she knows the huge gap. So, what makes her so confident? Ayaga can't help but be curious. Don't be so smiling. Just tell me if you dare to accept the challenge. Looking at Ayaga's expression of wanting to laugh but not being able to, Candice wanted to give him a good beating. Of course, I'd love to. Ayaga would not refuse an experience pack that provided a lot of experience, especially one that was delivered to her door. Well, you haven't captured any other Pokemon yet, have you? No, only Agumon. After Candice confirmed that Ayaga still only had Agumon, she pointed to Sneasel, who was standing next to her with his arms crossed and a very cold look. The Pokemon I'm using this time is Sneasel. Ayaga was not surprised. Snorunt's grass and ice attribute was destined to be suppressed by Agumon's quadruple small flame, second only to the dry skin attribute Paraz's 5 times weak fire. It was also slow, making it a target for Agumon. As for Snorunt, if I remember correctly, before evolution, its ability was too average. Ayaga immediately opened the panel. Race Snorunt. Classification Snow Pokemon. Attribute Ice. Feature Frozen Body. Level 11. Exclusive moves None. Mastered moves Headbutt, Powder Snow, Astonish, Double Team. Race value 300, HP 50, Attack 50, Defense 50, Special Attack 50, Special Defense 50, Speed 50. Intimacy 1. Status Normal. Information Summary Snorunt often lives in snowy places and has the ability to be active even in extremely cold places. It will appear at the beginning of snowfall. If it appears in the middle of the night, it means that a blizzard will suddenly occur. It is rumored that the places where Snorunt lives will become more and more wealthy and have many children and grandchildren, so there is a custom of making ice cubes from clean water and offering them at the door. Except for the metaphysical combined spells similar to the Fortune Cat and the Fertility Guanyin, it is indeed mediocre. Ayaga looked at the last Sneasel. Race Sneasel. Classification Hook Pokemon. Attributes Evil, Ice. Features Psychic. Level 13. Exclusive moves None. Mastered moves Grab, Glare, Taunt, Quick Attack, Ice Shard, Metal Claw, Bite. Race value 430, HP 55, Attack 95, Defense 55, Special Attack 35, Special Defense 75, Speed 115. Intimacy 0. Status Normal, with Quick Claw. Information Summary lives in a cold region, has a sinister and cunning personality, often hides in a dark environment and uses its claws. It will hunt in groups and steal the eggs of bird Pokemon, so it is often hated by breeders. A Pokemon with extremely fast speed, and it also carries Quick Claw, plus an Ice-type move that restrains dragons, no wonder it is so brave. King Liu thought to himself. Perhaps Sneasel was indeed threatening to Agumon a few days ago to a certain extent, but the current Agumon is no longer the same as the Agumon a few days ago. If they really fight, King Liu is afraid that the winner will be decided in 2 moves, which will hit Candice's confidence and enthusiasm. Therefore, King Liu thought of a perfect solution. Candice, how about this? I will only use Agumon, and you, let your 3 Pokemon go together. Candice? What are you talking about? I said, Agumon 1 against 3. After hearing the words repeated, Candice immediately stared at King Liu with an expression of looking at a fool. In her opinion, even if Agumon is stronger than Snover and Snorunt, and even Sneasel may not be his opponent, that is based on a 1-on-1 situation. Now it is a 1-on-3 situation, and the strength of these 3 is at the same level. How can Agumon win? Snorunt and Snover did not express much, and Sneasel, who had been silent all the time, looked even gloomier. He first glanced at King Liu, and then fell on Agumon, his eyes full of hostility. Even if it is a joke, you shouldn't do this. You have no chance of winning against 3. Even if I win, it will be said that I won unfairly. Snover also nodded in agreement. Since I said it, I am serious, right, Agumon? King Liu looked at Agumon. Of course. Agumon immediately retreated, opened up enough space, and showed the claws at the tip of his palm, as if he was ready for battle. Seeing that Ayagi and Agumon had made their meaning clear, Candice also put away the smile on her face. In that case, I won't show mercy. For a villain who was taught by her father, a gym trainer, and who also aspired to become a Snowpoint gym trainer, Candice also had her own pride. Before being defeated by Ayagi one-on-one, she was determined to teach Ayagi a lesson. Of course, I'd love to. Ayagi also slowly retreated until he was at the back of Agumon. Behind the ancient beast. Snover, Snorant, Sneasel, let them know what a wrong decision they made. The three Pokémon nodded in unison, dispersed and gathered, ready for battle. We attack first. Snover uses powder snow and leaves to the left, Snorant uses powder snow to the right, Sneasel, use quick attack and rush straight up. Snover and Snorant raised their arms at the same time, and fluffy powder snow began to fall from the sky, and leaves on the ground were driven up and mixed in the flying snow. Two colors of light lit up behind Sneasel, and it shot out quickly between the white snow and the fallen leaves, rushing straight towards Agumon. Snover and Snorant provided cover while attacking, and Sneasel was responsible for the charge. In just a few seconds, the three Pokémon had formed a very good cooperation. Candice was also very proud of this. As the quasi-heir of Gym, for the sake of future long-term development, her father has already laid a foundation for her in a team battle system. When she starts to fight as a team, she will begin to show its true edge. For example, now, the combat power that can be exerted by the cooperation of the three Pokémon can be said to be 1+1+1 3. King Liu also discovered the extraordinary changes of the three Pokémon under Candice's command at this moment, and the difficulty has obviously increased a lot. However, in comparison, King Liu thinks more about the experience points gained by defeating the three Pokémon, which should also be 1+1+1 3, right? End of this chapter. Chapter 32 Using Small Explosions. If I remember correctly, it is indeed like this. In this case, Agumon, shoot a small flame straight ahead. The fire energy condensed and compressed, and a fireball spewed out of Agumon's mouth, shooting directly into the place covered by powder snow and leaves. Sneasel, don't confront head-on. Be careful to dodge. Candice said immediately when she saw the small flame. Having seen the power of Agumon's small flame, she would definitely not let Sneasel take it head-on. Nui. Sneasel responded, relying on his own extremely fast speed, plus the explosive speed brought by quick attack. Sneasel easily twisted away the small flame and continued to charge. Seeing the tentative attack smack down in the air, Ayagi was not surprised. After all, it is a Pokémon known for its speed. If it can't dodge this, there is no need to even start this battle. But if the fast Sneasel can dodge it, can the other two slow Snover and Snorant still dodge it? A small flame is coming from the left front, and the same is coming from the right front. For Agumon now, the small flames are almost fired at very close times and fly to both sides. As a result, due to the cover of the leaves powder snow, it only hit the position next to Snover and Snorant, and did not cause much damage, but only interrupted their interference moves. But this was enough for King Liu. Without the cover of powder snow and leaves, Sneasel's figure appeared. It had already rushed to within 5 meters of Agumon. Sneasel, Metal Claw. Agumon, block it with sharp claws. Sneasel and Agumon each turned their silver and orange light on their claws into huge energy to cover them, and attacked each other. At this moment, at the speed of energy mobilization, which was originally evenly matched, a faint white light suddenly flashed on Sneasel's claws. The next second, Sneasel's metal claw took shape, and he took the lead and grabbed Agumon's shoulder. Well done! Candice praised loudly on the side. Yagi recalled the information on the panel and the faint light just now, and asked, "Isn't that Quick Claw?" "Yes," Candace said excitedly. "Quick Claw, light and sharp, looks like a dragon's tooth, a kind of prop. In battle, there is a chance to accelerate the energy and the speed of using moves, so as to attack one step faster than the opponent. This is also one of the reasons why she dared to let Sneasel challenge Agumon before. Using Sneasel's already fast speed, plus the improvement of Quick Claw, it can suppress Agumon in terms of mobility, and finally look for opportunities to break the situation, not to mention that there are Snover and Snorant on the side to assist. Yagi, you will regret your decision soon." "Really?" Yagi smiled and said, "Don't think you win after you touch it, Agumon, use your sharp claws to grab it back." "What?" At a certain moment, Agumon, who was suppressed by Metal Claw, suddenly raised his sharp claws to block S while attacking. Sneasel took a step forward, and his sharp claws began to dance. Ding ding ding! There was a series of intensive collisions, and Agumon roared and hit Sneasel back directly. Candace immediately asked Sneasel to use Quick Attack to distance himself. "Even if we have an advantage, we can't be careless." After seeing that even when facing the accelerated attack of Quick Claw, King Liu and Agumon could still find the air attack of Quick Claw to counterattack and even force Sneasel to retreat head-on, Candace quickly put away the mentality when she was in the upper hand just now. It would be fine if 3 against 1 won, but if something went wrong, it would be a big laugh. We must nip all possibilities in the bud. Snover, Icy Wind, Snorant use double team to get close. And Sneasel keeps his distance and uses Ice Shard. Sharp ice shards were thrown by Sneasel, and Snover's Icy Wind kept advancing and attacking, while the wind pushed the speed of Ice Shard. And Snorant turned into 8 blurry and flickering shadows, approaching Agumon quickly. It was still Candace's very good cover and attack method, and under her command, the 3 Pokémon cooperated very well, almost not giving Agumon too much space to dodge, and every attack was forced to a blind spot. Don't worry about double team, fire a small flame straight ahead, and then rush forward. Compared to Candace, King Liu directly chose to break through the middle door. The blazing small flame melted the ice shard, and the remaining heat blocked the icy wind. At this time, Snorant's 8 double teams had surrounded Agumon. Snorant, headbutt attack. As Candace's flower heart fell, the 8 blurry Snorants lowered their heads at the same time, revealing the tops of their pointed hats, and rushed towards Agumon. Faced with this situation, seeing the double team moves for the first time, Agumon, who was confused about the way, suddenly splashed and dodged all the attacks below. At this moment, Agumon suddenly felt the light above his head dim. At some point, Sneasel had already jumped into the air and waited for Agumon. It opened its mouth, revealing 4 sharp teeth lingering with malicious energy. Did you guess that he would choose to jump to avoid the attack? Yes, even if you don't let Agumon jump, I will force you to jump in other ways. Candace said with a confident smile on her face, since I was defeated by you last time, I have been thinking about how to beat you. Originally, Snover or Sneasel couldn't do such an attack rhythm, but now, I have enough people to implement the strategic plan. Snover, bring out all your momentum and use icy wind in the air. The cold wind blew again, blowing out pieces of ice on Agumon's arms, legs, and body, which completely blocked the movement of Agumon's joints. Above his head, Sneasel's mouth was shining with dark energy, and he swooped down with his bloody mouth open. One created an opportunity, one blocked the action, and one attacked, just like a deadly game. We won. Seeing this scene, Candace clenched her fists and was extremely confident. Even if she saw the flames condensing in Agumon's mouth, the high temperature melted the ice on his head, and he was about to launch it towards Sneasel, Candace was not worried. Because headbutt attacked smack down, Snorant, who was in the air, also joined the auxiliary camp at this moment, summoning powder snow at the position where Agumon was, and cooperated with Snover's icy wind to try to weaken the power of the small flames to the minimum. At that time, as long as Sneasel's bite hit successfully, Snover and Snorant would rush forward, and the battle would be completely over. But what Candace didn't expect was that Agumon didn't use the small flames, but the new moves he mastered in the past few days of special training. Agumon, the warm-up is over, use small explosion. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 Small Explosion shows its power. The burning flames quickly condensed in Agumon's mouth, turning into a fierce fireball, and as time changed, the size of the fireball became larger and larger. The familiar fireball, but with a very different size and a move name that didn't match her impression, made Candace stunned for a moment. I haven't used this move in previous battles, and I haven't heard him mention it before. Is he new to it? Candace didn't know, but she knew that the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. If she missed this opportunity, according to King Liu's character, she would never make the same mistake again. By then, it would be difficult to resolve the battle. It would be really difficult to fight. Besides, with powder snow and icy wind as shields to reduce the power of Agumon's moves, even if it hits Sneasel, it is highly likely that it will not lose its combat power directly. It's a gamble. Sneasel, just take it and use bite. No. Sneasel thought so too. It can accept even a little injury, as long as its bite hits, it can directly lock on the victory. Sneasel is absolutely confident in the power of its moves. But as the distance gets closer, when his eyes come into contact with the fireball that just shot out of Agumon's mouth, Sneasel's confidence, shaken. The scorching temperature and the hair on its back that is almost all about to stand upside down are all telling it that this move is definitely not as simple as imagined. Candace, who had been observing the battle, was also keenly aware that the power of this attack was completely different from what she had expected. She even had a thought in her mind: if she took it head-on, she might die. The resistance and fear of Pokémon's death prompted her to abandon the combat orders she had just drawn up and shouted quickly, "Sneasel, cancel the attack, get out of the way." Sneasel, who also felt bad, ignored the falling body and the backlash of the moves, and directly cancelled the bite move. At the same time, a white light appeared behind him, trying to rely on quick attack to forcibly change direction in the air to avoid Agumon's attack. But it was too late. The light of quick attack had just been activated, and the fireball in Agumon's mouth, which was several times larger than the small flame, had already been launched. The wind and snow shield that Candace planned to use to weaken the power of the flame, which was a combination of Snorant's powder snow and Snover's icy wind, did not play any role and melted away at the moment of contact. When the scorching temperature and the burning flames illuminated Sneasel's face, by the time it reacted, the small explosion was almost in front of it. Then, it exploded. Boom! The power of the flame explosion and burning was released in an instant. In a burst of hissing sounds, accompanied by billowing smoke, the heat wave swept around like ripples dripping on the water. The remaining icy wind and powder snow were all blown away and melted. Snover and Snorant were knocked to the ground by the heat wave. Even Candace, who was standing at a safe distance, was forced to use her hands to block the rolling heat wave. But she was not in the mood to care about her own situation at the moment, but looked at the center of the battlefield against the heat wave. A burnt black figure flew out from the middle, hit a tree beside, and fainted completely. Damn it! Seeing that Sneasel, who was almost fully protected by powder snow and icy wind, completely lost his combat power with a small blast and fell into a dying state, Candace couldn't help but clench her fists. You know, before, the small flame could only produce the effect against Snover, who was 4 times restrained. Now the same thing happened to Sneasel. How could the power of this move be so strong? Candace even suspected that if her 3 Pokémon stood together, this small blast could kill them all. But it seems that it consumes a lot of physical strength. Even if Sneasel is gone, there are still Snover and Snorant. It's not that there is no chance. Candace looked at Agumon, who was a little out of breath, and her thoughts were jumping rapidly in her mind, but before she could speak, King Liu's voice sounded before her. Use small fire on Snover on the left, then accumulate the power of sharp claws and charge towards Snorant. 2 fireballs flew in the wind, through the smoke and heat waves, and rushed straight towards Snover. As expected, Snover, who was completely restrained by the fire type, only delayed a little time even after using moves to resist at Candace's reminder, and finally fell down as expected and very reasonably. Snorant. Seeing that Snover was killed in an instant, Candace quickly turned her eyes away, ready to let Snorant pay attention, but found that Agumon had stood in front of Snorant without knowing when, with his arms raised high. Ding! Agumon's claws landed on Snorant's head, making a crisp knocking sound, and then a big bag appeared, and Snorant's eyes rolled back and slowly fell down. Since then, all 3 Pokémon have lost their combat effectiveness. How is it possible? Candace looked at Agumon and the fainted Pokémon around him, her eyes gradually dulled. Although all 3 of them were Ice-type and were restrained by Agumon's Fire-type moves, on the other hand, the 3 Ice-type Pokémon could restrain Agumon's Dragon-type. 3 Pokémon fighting 1, it would be fine if they didn't win, but they were all defeated by 1 against 3. What was she doing? I've never heard anyone talk. Almost there were so many Pokémon of the same level, but they were wiped out by only 1 Pokémon. Especially when she remembered that she had come to King Liu to fight after training, trying to regain some ground by only letting Sneasel play, she felt even more desperate. She couldn't beat all 3 Pokémon, and she was very confident that she would only use 1 Pokémon. At this moment, Candace felt unprecedented embarrassment, and she had some doubts about her own strength. Perhaps it was really like what King Liu said when he used the provocation method to stimulate Snover at the beginning, that she really had no level and was not qualified to inherit the Taoist temple? Or, he simply said the truth by accident? Candace didn't know, but now she was very confused. King Liu stood beside her silently, looking at her like this, and was deeply grateful for his decision to let Candace fight with 3 Pokémon together. If she came one by one, she would have to experience this despair 3 times, and each time was deeper than the last, but now, Candace only needed to experience it once. King Liu slowly squatted down, patted Candace on the shoulder and said, "Okay, don't sit here stupidly. If you don't go to Helping Hand Sneasel for treatment, it will die." End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Target, Lost Tower. Candace then remembered that Sneasel was hit by a small explosion head-on and fell to the side without knowing whether he was alive or dead, so she quickly got up and took out the healing spray to treat the injury. King Liu watched this scene silently, and finally sighed helplessly. Shook her head and said to herself, "I am really a gentle person." Before, Agumon showed goodwill and wanted to shake hands with Sneasel, but Sneasel wanted to attack Agumon. King Liu, who was standing aside, had always seen it. It's still the same. Since you have to be aware of the consequences, you must bear the consequences, so King Liu took it as the first target of the small explosion. But after all, it is Candace's Pokémon. Candace gave him her Pokeball, told him some useful information, and helped him test Agumon's strength twice in a row. Especially when he couldn't find a Pokémon to continue training with Agumon, she took the initiative to challenge him. These were very useful to him, so King Liu asked Agumon to hold back again. But even so, King Liu was very satisfied with the power of the small explosion, and he could use it as a killer move. The hard work of the special training these days has not been in vain, and King Liu looked at Agumon, opened the panel, and locked his eyes on the level column, where the number had changed from 14 to 15. It means that with the result of the battle, Agumon's level has achieved a breakthrough after a few days of stagnation and reached level 15. In this way, Agumon's basic ability and physical fitness will also improve with the level, so that most of his physical strength will not be drained by using small explosions. Next, it's the next goal. King Liu raised his head and looked into the distance. It was like passing through the gradually darkening night sky and the jungle, and returning to the stone tower in the south of Salation town. How is it? Fortunately, although the injury is not light, it is not as bad as Snover before. I have already dealt with it and recovered the poke ball. It's not a big problem. King Liu nodded, handed over a grilled fish, and then asked Agumon to give 2 to Snover and Snorant. With the help of spices, salt and other condiments purchased in Salation town, the grilled fish, which was already fragrant but lacked a little taste, made up for the last shortcoming, and it was simply a delicacy on earth. Snover and Snorant were so engrossed in chewing that they accidentally ate too fast and the fish bone got stuck in their throats. In the end, they had to use ice energy to freeze it into small ice cubes and spit it out. Every time he saw this, King Liu couldn't help but sigh at the strength of Agumon's throat and stomach. He had never seen it stuck. Or was it like Snover and the others, stuck in the throat and quietly burned with fire? At this moment, King Liu suddenly wanted to pry open Agumon's mouth to take a look, and heard Candace's sighing voice. I didn't expect that you and Agumon have become so strong after not seeing each other for a few days. All my Pokémon are no match for you two. King Liu swallowed the grilled fish in his mouth and said, your Pokémon's attributes are too restrained by Agumon, and it just so happens that Agumon has mastered new moves. You don't need to comfort me. I know that I was crushed by hard power. Candace paused for a moment and continued, but just now, I also figured out a lot of problems, the shortcomings of my own command, the goals of life, etc. I won't give up. I will take out all the momentum to move forward, and then challenge you again. That's good. King Liu smiled and nodded. Now this kind of indomitable and courageous attitude is truly the spirit of the gym heir. Candace didn't care too much about King Liu's rare compliments, but skipped this topic and asked, what are you going to do next? What? Continue special training? The purpose of special training has been achieved. There is not much food left. I plan to return to Salation town tomorrow. Return to Salation town? Not moving forward. Candace thought for a while and asked, now that Agumon has a good fighting ability and has mastered powerful new moves, you still want to return to Salation town? Are you still thinking about challenging Cynthia? King Liu heard this and slowly looked at Candace. For some reason, I always feel that she seems to like eating melons very much, or, she wants to see herself beaten up by Cynthia and then comfort herself? Thinking of this, King Liu couldn't help but give her a headshot. Don't worry about this matter for me all day long. I have a clear understanding of the gap in strength, and I won't do meaningless things like a fool. Candace, in pain, wanted to attack but was stopped by King Liu. She looked at the grilled fish in her hand and remained silent for a while. Then she decided to let King Liu go. King Liu withdrew his hand to suppress her. Since you are not challenging Cynthia, what do you want to do? The nearby Pokémon now run away when they see Agumon and me. There is no one to serve as a sparring partner for Agumon to improve his strength, and I have no money. Go back to Salation town and find something that meets these two conditions. After hearing the first half, Candace suddenly realized that it was no wonder that she didn't see any wild Pokémon when she walked into the jungle today. It turned out that they were all beaten by Agumon. When she thought that she was not the only one who was beaten, and there were many others, Candace felt much better. When she heard the second half of King Liu's words, Candace's thin eyebrows slowly frowned. Kyungsoon, Free Novel, Group, 950180909. Kyungsoon, Novel.zhong. Transfer, Group, 8.14903:79. Candace finally thought of a place where she could have Pokémon that could rival Agumon and make money. You mean, you want to challenge the Lost Tower? Yes. The ghost Pokémon living in the Lost Tower can be the perfect training opponents for Agumon, and they can get corresponding cash rewards after passing each level. This is a perfect match for me who is short of money and opponents. Of course, this does not mean that Salation, the mayor of the town, was stupid, giving away money for nothing. King Liu also knew that the Pokémon inside were stronger than the previous one. Even the weakest first layer, the average strength was definitely stronger than Candace, and most of them would pass through walls or lurk in the dark places of the walls to attack, and even group fights were definitely the norm. If it were King Liu before, he would not have the confidence to challenge and pass at least one level. But after the special training in the past few days, the situation is completely different. First, Agumon's level was raised from level 13 to level 15, and its all-round abilities were significantly improved. Second, it mastered the powerful move Small Blast that consumes a lot of physical strength. Finally, it is a combination of the two, reducing the consumption of moves, so that Agumon will not be close to exhaustion after using a Small Blast. It is even possible to use 2 Small Blasts. End of this chapter. Chapter 35. Attention outside the Lost Tower. Salation Town, outside the Lost Tower. As soon as the news that someone challenged the Lost Tower and won a huge reward came out, especially when that person was Cynthia, a famous beautiful trainer in Sinnoh region, all the nearby news media and trainers rushed to Salation Town. Some came for Cynthia, and some came for the rewards of the Lost Tower. The former did not find the elusive Cynthia, and the latter. They firmly believed, Cynthia is a human, her Pokémon are Pokémon, they are also human, their Pokémon are also Pokémon, if she can do it, they can definitely do it too. Many confident new trainers began to challenge the Lost Tower. And the news media that did not interview Cynthia, in order not to make their trip in vain, turned their targets to these trainers who challenged the Lost Tower later. After all, the Lost Tower is a relatively famous trial site nearby. If 2 people pass the level in a short period of time, and one of them is Cynthia, the popularity can barely meet the minimum requirements of this news. But what they didn't expect was that after 5 days, except for an older youth who lied about his age and passed 2 levels and was discovered, all other trainers who challenged legally failed, and no one succeeded. When seeing another trainer and his Pokémon come out in a dusty state, the journalists who were originally planning to take pictures put down their cameras. Alas, failed again. How many today? I don't know, anyway, it's more than 10. I thought I could take advantage of the crowd and maybe get a person who passed the level, but I didn't expect that all of them have been wiped out so far. Maybe they all came with the same idea as you, thinking let the people in front consume the physical strength of the Pokémon in the Lost Tower, and then go up to pick up the leaks. As a result, a group of sneaky people all fell on the first floor. I really don't understand how these trainers dare to travel, let alone clear the 5th floor, not even the 1st floor. The time spent training and cultivating Pokémon is wasted on dogs. A reporter who gave up another news and ran to the Lost Tower to wait couldn't help but curse. Okay, it's your own choice, you can't blame others. An older reporter put away his camera and said to the rest of his colleagues earnestly, as a person who has been through it, I advise you to learn to give up appropriately, retreat when you advance, instead of insisting blindly. I plan to withdraw to Veilstone City. I heard that there are some strange movements of meteorites there recently. Maybe I can make up for the losses. Does anyone want to go with me? After these words came out, more than half of the people were a little moved. After squatting here for 5 days, there was no gain at all. Cynthia was likely to leave Salation Town. It seemed that there was no point in continuing to wait. It was better to find a news as soon as possible. So, more than half of the reporters who had the idea of leaving began to leave with the old reporter. There were only 5 or 6 younger-looking people, and the tall reporter who gave up other news and stayed, but the result was not satisfactory and cursed. I saw you were so angry just now, why didn't you leave? Anyway, time has been wasted, and I have to lose convincingly. I won't leave until the last challenger leaves. On the other side of the Lost Tower, the plump mayor of Salation Town looked at most of the reporters who left, and the few who stayed, and shook his head with some disappointment. Alas! The assistant beside him couldn't help but ask, "Mayor, it's okay if other reporters leave, as long as the two media in our town are still there, they are ranked among the top in Sinnoh region. I'm not sighing because of those reporters." "Then, are they those trainers?" The mayor nodded slowly, his double chin looming, and said in a melancholy tone, "Originally, I thought that this time, I would take advantage of Miss Cynthia's momentum to promote the Lost Towers through the news media, and make the Lost Towers famous. After the efficiency is improved, maybe Salation Town can become a free market. As a result, except for Miss Cynthia, the other trainers are like cannon fodder." Sigh. In addition, fewer and fewer people have come to sign up for the clearance in the past few days, and the overall level of trainers has become lower and lower. Even with the top publicity media of Sinnoh region, it is difficult for a good cook to cook without rice, and marketing is impossible. "Mayor, should we let the more powerful trainers in the town slightly?" The assistant made a gesture quietly. "No need, that will only make other guys laugh at me." The mayor sighed again and said, "It seems that I can't improve Salation Town before I leave office. Forget it, let's go. There are already a lot of things piled up in the past few days. Go back and deal with them all." The assistant quickly took out the pokeball and prepared to release the dodo bird, a means of transportation, and found that a man and a woman walked out of the Lost Tower. The woman in particular looked very familiar. "Mayor, Miss Candace seems to be going to challenge the Lost Tower. Do we need to take another look?" The mayor took a look and stopped. Although Candace had challenged the Lost Tower before, and there was not much difference between her and other challengers, she fell on the first floor, but her father was a gym trainer of Snowpoint Gym in Snowpoint City after all. It was reasonable for her to give him some face. And in terms of strength, Candace was undoubtedly the one who was closest to passing the first floor. If she was in better condition, or performed better, it was possible for her to reach the second level. "Well, let's wait and see the result." After the mayor said this, his eyes fell on the figure next to Candace, his brows slightly frowned, and asked, "Do you know the person standing next to her?" The assistant said quickly, "I haven't seen her." Miss Candace would pester some people from time to time to ask about clothing and accessories. Maybe this time too. It's possible. The mayor looked at her for a few seconds and ignored her, returning his attention to Candace. As long as she can pass the first level and do some marketing, at least the initial preparation can pay off a little bit. The mayor thought to himself. The journalist's goal was even clearer. When Candace paid the fee, someone called out her identity. They raised their cameras and other equipment and ran to Candace for an interview. For this purpose, they directly separated King Liu, who was standing next to Candace. Seeing this scene, Candace wanted to avoid it awkwardly. She wanted to bypass it but couldn't escape the reporter's pursuit and interception. In the end, she could only look at King Liu helplessly. King Liu raised his hand and gave her an encouraging gesture, and walked directly into the Lost Tower. The reporters who were watching and listening saw this scene, and after a brief hesitation, they ignored it. Compared to this, it is safer to interview someone with unknown background like Candace who has a solid foundation. They have already failed once. If Mashiro comes this time, they will probably have to pack up and leave. As for whether King Liu can pass the first level, even if he comes with Candace, they don't have any expectations. In the past few days, they have seen too many examples of people who were full of vigor before entering, but became weak not long after entering. King Liu was automatically classified as this type. The mayor who had been observing also noticed this scene and frowned immediately. What's going on? Why is it him instead of Candace who went in? If he was eliminated quickly, it would be fine. If he had a Pokemon that was good at delaying time, the time he had to wait for Candace to challenge him would be postponed a lot, which made his already bad mood worse. The assistant also knew that the mayor's patience had been exhausted after waiting for several days without any results, so he hurriedly said, "Maybe Miss Candace was stopped by reporters, so she had to let her friends go in first. "I will go and drive those reporters away and let Miss Candace go in first." "No need." The mayor let out a long breath expressionlessly, crossed his arms, and tapped his arm with his index finger. "Since it has come to this point, there is no need to do such a bad thing. Just wait for him to fail and come out, and treat it as the last wait." But what no one expected was, this wait lasted for half an hour without any movement. End of this chapter. Chapter 36 Challenge the Lost Tower. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. Woo-ah. Hee hee. Ha ha. Hoot hoot. Ignoring the strange sounds that sounded from time to time in his ears, King Liu glanced back and forth in the room on this floor. Just like Candace said, there is no surveillance, the light is dim, and there is this gloomy atmosphere. Walking into the lost tower, a cold atmosphere instantly surged up from all around, even King Liu couldn't help but sneeze. It's really as gloomy as a cemetery. Especially after King Liu didn't respond, these strange sounds evolved into shrill and terrifying, creating a vivid atmosphere of the cemetery, which made King Liu pay extra attention. In contrast, Agumon seemed very calm. The big green eyes looked to the left and the right, without any fear, but more curiosity about those growls. "King Liu, are there really ghosts in this world?" After pulling open a stone tablet and finding nothing underneath, Agumon turned his head and asked. "No. What are these strange noises?" King Liu looked at the darkest corners of this floor and saw shadows surging above. He said, "There is no such thing as ghosts in the Pokémon world, but there are ghost-type Pokémon. They are more like ghosts than ordinary Pokémon. So, these are all ghost-type Pokémon." Candace said so, but there are exceptions. King Liu raised his head and looked at the figure hanging upside down on the pole above his head, with two wings wrapped around his body. The light in the room was not good, but with the Pokédex function on the panel, King Liu easily found their positions, and their information was displayed. Race Zubat/Zubat. Classification Bat Pokémon. Attributes Poison, Flying. Features Psychic, possessing a trained spirit, not afraid of intimidation, and not shrinking from attacks, /penetration, can attack through the opponent's barriers and substitute. Level 16/level 16. Exclusive moves None. Mastered moves Drain, Supersonic, Astonish, Mean Look, Toxic Fang. Race value 245, Life 40, Attack 45, Defense 35, Special Attack 30, Special Defense 40, Speed 55. Intimacy 0. Status Normal. Information Summary Extremely hates sunlight because the skin will be easily sunburned. Without eyes, it relies on supersonic to detect the surrounding situation and fly. At the same time, the frequency of supersonic will vary depending on each race. A level 16 Zubat. After all, it is normal for Zubat to appear in such a dark place. Moreover, although they couldn't see each other's eyes, King Liu knew that the two Zubats were staring at them, or rather, at Agumon. Perhaps because they had never seen a Pokémon like Agumon, they didn't take the initiative to attack. "Agumon, get ready for battle," King Liu reminded softly. On the way here, King Liu carefully asked Candace about the rules of the Lost Tower. In the center of each floor of the Lost Tower, there is an upward passage. As long as you can enter the next floor through the passage, you will pass the level. Because Salation Town has a contract with the Pokémon of the Lost Tower, the Pokémon of the Lost Tower will take the initiative to guard the passage and try their best to prevent humans and Pokémon who want to pass through the passage. Of course, it's not that no one has tried other methods, such as using Pokémon with fog or haze-like moves to confuse the sight and sneak to the passage, but without exception, all failed, and they would be beaten by Pokémon on the upper and lower passages. In short, the rule is that you need to use a Pokémon to defeat all Pokémon on the floor before you can go to the next floor unhindered. However, King Liu didn't plan to do this. After all, letting Agumon fight Pokemon and win the victory to gain experience points is also part of the plan. However, if you focus on fighting and winning, there is no fair challenge to pay attention to sneak attacks or not. As long as you can cause the opponent to lose people, it will reduce the pressure on yourself invisibly. Agumon, use small flames in that direction. Agumon, who is always on standby, opened his mouth suddenly, and 2 small flames flew out in a row, crossing the dim room and shooting directly at the 2 upside-down figures. The 2 Zubats obviously did not expect King Liu to suddenly let Agumon attack, or rather, they did not think that they would be exposed without actively attacking. Under the sudden attack, a small flame hit one Zubat before it could react. The raging flame suddenly erupted, and the Zubat was instantly charred all over, falling straight down from the hanging rod. Agumon followed up with sharp claws and defeated it. The other Zubat relied on its own reaction to forcefully twist its body a little and barely avoided the small flame. But even so, its back was also rubbed by the flame, and all its hair was evaporated, and a burning pain burst out on its back. This intense stinging feeling was not pleasant. Zubat made a sharp growl, turned around and looked at King Liu very ragingly, then flapped its wings and began to fly in the room, trying to use the dim light to continue to conceal its figure. This move had been tried and tested many times before, and the results were very rich, but unfortunately, this time I encountered a Yagi with a panel and Agumon who fired moves continuously. Agumon, small flame in front of the left. With the exploration of the panel, a Yagi easily captured the position of Zubat and its flight trajectory. After careful observation and finding the pattern, a Yagi directly predicted the attack direction of Zubat. Almost at the moment a Yagi spoke, a fireball quickly ignited and flew in the direction pointed by a Yagi. The Zubat seemed to take the initiative to touch porcelain, and hit Agumon's small flame straight. Then, it was the second small flame to make up for it. Bang! A slight landing sound was heard, and the second Zubat directly lost its combat ability. Well done! A Yagi threw a piece of poke blocks out, and praised Agumon's quick reaction speed. As the combat experience increases and the time they spend together increases, Agumon comprehends his commands faster. Although he is a bit nervous in daily life, he is surprisingly alert when he enters the combat state. This scene is a bit difficult for the other Pokemon hiding in the shadows to accept. You should know that when facing the challengers in the past few days, these 2 Zubats have defeated more than a handful of trainers and Pokemon in the dark environment, and they have always maintained their own state in a very good state by relying on the move of Absorb. But now, in less than half a minute, or even a few blinks of an eye, before they have time to react whether to help, the 2 Zubats were killed in seconds. Who are these 2 guys? End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Mischievous Nemesis Agumon. The same scene happened 5 days ago. I met a blonde girl with a dragon Pokemon. I didn't expect that 5 days later. I met a boy with a dragon Pokemon again. Will failure happen again? Impossible, absolutely impossible. They were extremely angry about their previous failure and decided not to hide anymore. They showed up to show these 2 guys and take revenge 5 days ago. It didn't matter whether King Liu was Cynthia or not. They thought it was enough. Looking at the 3 Pokemon that appeared in front of him, King Liu was a little surprised. He was just thinking about what method he needed to use to stimulate the remaining few after dealing with the 2 Zubats. After all, if they just hid and refused to come out, even if he had a panel to find their location, it would still be troublesome to defeat them. But this is the first time I've seen a ghost-type Pokemon since I came to this world. A Yaga looked at the dark green Pokemon wandering around in front of him. Their long green and red hair was dragged behind their heads, like will-o-wisp. The most eye-catching thing was the red Buddhist beads hanging around their necks. Race Mischievous. Classification Nightcry Pokemon. Attribute Ghost. Feature Float. Level 16/16/17. Exclusive move None. Mastered moves: confusion, astonish, confuse ray / growl, confusion, astonish / confusion, astonish, confuse ray, mean look. Racial value 435, HP 60, attack 60, defense 60, special attack 85, special defense 85, speed, 85. Intimacy -20, dissatisfied with you and Agumon, ×3. Status normal. Information summary: always hides in the dark. Likes to make strange noises to astonish others, or suddenly pull and bite others' hair. When someone is afraid, the red beads on Misdreavus' neck will emit a strange light and absorb the fear. But if they encounter a brave person or Pokemon, their best methods will lose their effect. King Liu looked at the information on the panel, and his expression gradually became unbearable. If you encounter a brave person or Pokemon, he is not small in courage, but not very brave, but there is a guy who is very brave. King Liu's eyes fell on the Agumon next to him. At this time, it was staring at the three Misdreavus flying around like ghosts above its head. There was no fear in it, but more curiosity. Even if this Agumon didn't have the courage badge to prove it, just considering the two characteristics of being a big-headed man and a reckless man, I'm afraid that even if a real ghost came, the first thing it would do would not be to run away, but to rush up and fight. Afraid? You have to have the concept of fear to be afraid. These Misdreavus just met their nemesis. King Liu couldn't help but sigh. The Misdreavus also felt something was wrong. Usually, the three of them suddenly appeared and disappeared, and both humans and Pokemon were more or less afraid, but today the situation was really different. The human behind was fine, but what was wrong with the yellow Pokemon in front of them? They were very sensitive to negative emotions, but they didn't feel the slightest fear in this guy. This was completely unreasonable. Since Astonish alone didn't work, the three Misdreavus decided to bite directly. Accompanied by sharp startled growl, the three Misdreavus rushed directly towards Agumon from three directions. Yagi, can I burn these guys with fire? Agumon turned around and pointed at his head and arms helplessly. Two Misdreavus opened their mouths to bite Agumon's head, and the third one bit Agumon's arm, with a very sinister expression on his face, which made people feel a little scared at a glance. But Agumon seemed to not see this scene, and scratched his face awkwardly with his claws, asking Ayaga's opinion. And based on Ayaga's understanding of it in the past few days, Agumon, who has a slight mysophobia, may not be afraid of their Astonish methods, but may be dissatisfied with the saliva they shed when biting themselves. Okay, small flame. Ayaga said. Seeing King Liu nod, Agumon no longer hesitated and sprayed a fireball directly at the Misdreavus that bit its arm. Faced with the attack, Misdreavus immediately opened its mouth, let out a sharp whistle, and dodged the small flames in a few floating moments. Seeing this, the other two also distanced themselves from Agumon, and then the three stood side by side, looking down at Agumon with their mouths open, and a burst of creepy sharp growl came out of their mouths at the same time. Agumon, who was the first to bear the brunt, was not frightened at all, and did not shrink back. He directly raised his claws and started to fight back. Instead, King Liu, who was standing behind, was startled by the sudden sound. Astonish was affected even from such a distance. King Liu silently pulled away again, and at the same time issued an order to Agumon, use small flames continuously. Fireballs were sprayed out of Agumon's mouth one after another, shooting at the three Misdreavus one after another. Facing the attack, the light bodies of the Misdreavus floated unsteadily, dodging all the small flames left and right. After dodging, the figures hit around, and then suddenly appeared to scare Agumon. No wonder those trainers were wiped out on the first floor. Even if they lost their biggest attack method when facing Agumon, who was not afraid, they could still counterattack with their strange speed. King Liu looked at the three Misdreavus' dodging movements and the information on the panel, and quickly analyzed. Although the speed ability value of Misdreavus was much lower than that of Candace's previous Sneasel, the weight of Misdreavus, which was almost negligible, made their movements more flexible and agile. One side attacked and the other dodged, one side counterattacked and the other was immune, and the situation gradually entered a dead loop. However, as the battle between Agumon and the three Misdreavus gradually pulled to the corner, the stalemate ended. Agumon, rushed towards the corner on the left go. Agumon retracted his claws, jumped back to distance himself, and ran in the direction Ayagi ordered. The three Misdreavus looked at each other, quickly followed, and prepared to attack at the same time. Two flickering confuse rays and a blue confusion beam shot straight at Agumon's back. Agumon didn't have any intention of stopping, but instead rushed towards the wall. Use the corner of the wall as a step, rush up the wall and get close to Misdreavus to use a small flame. Ayagi's voice fell, and Agumon moved at the sound, and took a step on the left wall with splash, and then took another step on the right wall. When Misdreavus felt something was wrong and stopped moving forward, Agumon's body had completely turned over, and a trace of flames lingered in his mouth. End of this chapter. Chapter 38 Clearing the First Level. When the leading Misdreavus let out a cry and was about to lead the retreat, Agumon had already stepped on the ceiling and charged in front of them in the opposite direction. There was no time to react at all, and it could only leave its companions behind and retreat. King Liu was surprised to see that there was actually one that reacted so quickly, but he did not stop talking. Agumon, use small flames on the Misdreavus on the left and right. Before he finished speaking, two fireballs were shot out. The two Misdreavus that reacted a little slower were instantly engulfed by the fireballs and smoke, and flew back in pain, looking like they were seriously injured. Agumon, finish off the enemy directly, don't stop. After finally taking advantage of the corner, King Liu was not satisfied if he was only injured but not defeated. Agumon turned over and fell to the ground, forcing his head up, and fired fireballs at the two Misdreavus who had just been hit by the small flames. Ugh! With two screams of pain, Misdreavus fell from the air before he could react. Agumon also turned his body at the moment of falling to the ground, and landed steadily. At this moment, the escaped Misdreavus suddenly appeared in front of Agumon, and a pair of soul-stirring, huge dark eyes that seemed to be spinning non-stop were imprinted on the face of Agumon who had just raised his head. General type moves, mean look. Through the captivating gaze, the opponent is frightened and loses the ability to escape. For Misdreavus, this is its most critical and strongest move. As long as it succeeds in hitting and makes the opponent feel pressured and afraid to escape, the seeds of fear have been planted, and then it will slowly get into its rhythm. But what it didn't expect was that the yellow-skinned Pokémon, who was clearly stared at by mean look, did not react at all, but instead directly slapped it with a claw, which scared it to dodge quickly. Ordinary scary moves and astonish moves are useless, and now even mean look, it doesn't have any effect? Misdreavus is a little suspicious of the monster. But King Liu is a gentle person, and will not give Misdreavus time to doubt herself, and directly let Agumon attack at this time. Another small flame flew out, breaking Misdreavus's hasty confusion, and after hitting Misdreavus' body, 10 consecutive small flames were directly added, making it completely lose its combat ability. After confirming that the opponent was not pretending to be fainted, Agumon squatted down and stretched out his claws to poke Misdreavus' body. King Liu, it's really not a ghost, it's a Pokémon with a body. I said it a long time ago. But knowing is knowing, it is the first time he has seen a real ghost Pokémon, and it is the cute Misdreavus. So King Liu couldn't resist his curiosity and reached out to feel the physical touch of Misdreavus. But before King Liu could experience it too much, Agumon suddenly stood up and stood still, a strong aura gradually appeared on its body. King Liu thought of something and quickly opened the panel. Level 15, Level 16. After defeating 2 Level 16 Zubats, 2 Level 16 Misdreavus, and 1 Level 17 Misdreavus, Agumon successfully broke through to Level 16 and sprinted straight towards Level 17. It's really fast to level up this way. King Liu said with some sigh. Agumon, who had just reached level 15 less than half a day ago, has upgraded again. This upgrade speed made him more interested in the second and third floors of the Lost Tower. With each floor, the Pokémon inside is stronger, and the more experience is gained after the battle is won, the faster the level of Agumon is upgraded. Although Agumon may not be able to beat the Pokémon on the 4th and 5th floors with its current strength, it is still certain to beat the 2nd and 3rd floors. But we can't be careless. Even if Misdreavus is restrained by Agumon's boldness, it is at a higher level after all. The characteristics of ghost-type Pokémon are also very strange. Compared with Pokémon of other attributes, it is more difficult to deal with, so we must remain vigilant at all times. King Liu came to the passage in the middle of the floor and used the panel scanned the surroundings and confirmed that there were no remaining Pokémon that would suddenly attack. Then, it looked up at the surveillance camera above its head, turned around, put Agumon into the Pokeball, and walked towards the 2nd floor. At the same time, outside the Lost Tower. After half an hour, there was no movement in the Lost Tower, which made the mayor, who had been waiting, change his expression from impatience at the beginning to expectation, and finally back to impatience. How long has he been in there? The assistant next to him hurriedly checked his watch to confirm the time and replied, "It's been 20 minutes. What was the longest time you've stayed in there before?" On average, the 1st floor is about 16 minutes. Those who can pass the level have already passed it by this time, and those who can't pass the level have almost lost by this time, because the strongest Pokémon on the 1st floor is Misdreavus, who is good at teasing and absorbing negative emotions to strengthen himself. The assistant replied quickly. In other words, can we say that he has failed in the challenge? Yes, according to past experience, no trainer who has completed the challenge for more than 16 minutes or around 18 minutes has succeeded. That means I wasted 20 minutes in vain. After saying this without any emotional fluctuations, the mayor sat down expressionlessly. The assistant, who knew the mayor's personality, saw this scene and knew that after the failures of the past few days and the current juncture, he was on the verge of exploding. He straightened his back inadvertently and prepared to slip to the side to ask the reporters to be more discerning and not to interfere with Miss Candice's state of entering the challenge. If Miss Candice still failed in the challenge after waiting for 20 minutes in vain, the mayor would not say it openly, but he would definitely be furious when he returned, and then all the civil servants in the town would have no good time. And a few reporters who had consulted Candice about the problem also found that King Liu had not come out after such a long time. They all sighed because they knew the unspoken rule that the longer they stayed, the lower the success rate. Even though they didn't have any expectations for Ayagi, they still reported that Covet had a miracle to save them. But now it seems that this miracle is impossible to happen, and the last hope can only be placed on Candice. After dealing with the reporters' questions, Candice looked at the Lost Tower with some uneasiness. According to the strength of Ayagi and Agumon, it should be no problem to pass the 1st floor. Why is there no movement after so long? As someone who has challenged the Lost Tower, Candice naturally knows the unspoken rule of time in the Lost Tower, and it is precisely because of this that she is more worried. Could it be that there was an unexpected situation when she entered for the first time? Especially when time was still passing by, and there was no sign of Ayagi on the surveillance camera in the corridor, Candice couldn't help but sigh. The reporters who had finished the interview were discussing whether to leave, and the mayor on the side began to become unstable. He was even worried that Ayagi was in trouble and was preparing to organize people to go in and check. Ayagi appeared on the surveillance camera at the staircase. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 The 2nd floor of the Lost Tower. In order to protect the privacy of the Pokémon buried in the Lost Tower a long time ago and some trainers who challenged the Lost Tower, there is no surveillance installed on each floor of the Lost Tower. There is only surveillance in the passages on each floor to ensure that the challenger can be observed whether he has passed the level. At this time, in the surveillance screen of the passage from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor, King Liu's figure slowly appeared and strode towards the 2nd floor. Is this, successfully past the first floor? The assistant, who had already assumed that King Liu's challenge had failed and was about to enter the lost tower, was a little unresponsive for a while. Being able to appear on the screen can prove that it is indeed passed, but how is this possible? As the assistant to the mayor, when the mayor is inconvenient or does not want to go out, he is responsible for the relevant matters of the lost tower. Because of this, he is very familiar with many problems of the lost tower and even what Pokemon are on each floor. In the past few years, among the challengers, no one has stayed in the first floor for more than 18 minutes, or even more than 20 minutes and still passed the level. Because there are 2 Zubats in the first floor who are good at sucking blood and fighting a protracted battle, and Misdreavus, who also likes a protracted battle and replenishes his energy by feeding on negative emotions. But now someone has actually defeated these 3 Pokemon in a protracted battle? How did he do it? What Pokemon did he use? Is it a Pokemon with low-end perpetual motion capabilities like Zubat and Misdreavus? Or, is it also a ghost-type Pokemon? It is indeed possible. After all, no Pokemon was seen in the surveillance screen just now, but this kind of thing is not certain. But in terms of time alone, King Liu has broken the record. The record of staying the longest and still passing the first floor. The assistant was very shocked, and he had always firmly believed that it was impossible to happen before. But the facts are in front of him. He doesn't believe it now, but he must believe it. And if someone passes the level now, the mayor's anger should be much less. The assistant turned around and looked at the mayor. The mayor was squinting his eyes, his face full of warmth's smile, standing tall not far away. At first glance, he looked like a very amiable uncle next door. He had lost his cold temperament, and even his protruding belly had disappeared. This sudden contrast made the assistant feel a little uncomfortable. Mayor. The mayor's voice sounded like spring breeze. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you notify the 2 media in the town to prepare for tomorrow's news? By the way, take the first level clearance reward with you, and give it directly to that gentleman later. Ah. Okay. The assistant quickly released Doduo Li, sat on the back and ran towards the town. After so many years, there is no progress. Looking at the assistant's back as he left, the mayor shook his head in disappointment. Without his foresight to judge the situation, how long would it take to become a master? On the other side, the sharp-eyed reporters also discovered this information. Before their brains could react, their bodies had already taken action. They quickly picked up the microphone and carried the camera, abandoned Candace, rushed to the public channel monitoring outside the Lost Tower, and began to shoot and comment on their own. Some of them were squeezed and had no space to shoot. That is, the tall reporter who stayed behind seemed to suddenly think of something and hurriedly ran back to Candace with the camera. "Excuse me, Miss Candace, is the gentleman who went in before your friend?" From being surrounded by reporters to now having only one person around her, and the questions were still unrelated to her, Candace couldn't help but sigh with a wry smile. However, she did not feel jealous of King Liu because of this sudden change, but was more happy for King Liu to pass the level. Even if she knew the strength of King Liu and Agumon, she couldn't help but think that they failed after watching them stay in there for so long. Now King Liu's figure appeared in the channel, proving that he passed the level successfully. She was sincerely relieved. At least her expectations of him were met. "Can I ask the name of that gentleman? Is he your boyfriend, Miss Candace?" Hearing this question that was obviously intended to create a topic, Candace knew that she couldn't react in a panic, otherwise it would be interpreted in a different way. So she shook her head calmly and replied, "His name is King Liu, and we are just ordinary friends. I brought him here to try because he is interested in the Lost Tower." The tall reporter saw that Candace didn't take the challenge, so he threw out the next question. "How does Mr. King Liu compare to Miss Candace? Is he stronger?" After all, he was able to clear the first level after more than 20 minutes. "Miss Candace, Can you tell me if Mr. King Liu's goal is to clear the entire Lost Tower like Miss Cynthia? King Liu is much stronger than me. As for his goal, he didn't tell me, but if he cleared the first level, I believe his goal has been achieved. Faced with Candace's fluent answers, the tall reporter, who couldn't find any flaws, fell silent and finally had to focus on Candace. Miss Candace said that Mr. Ayagi is stronger than you. Can you give me a specific idea of how much stronger he is? Candace's mouth froze. How much stronger than me? How should I answer this question? I can't tell you that I haven't fought a 3-on-1 battle, which is extremely shameful, right? Sorry, this is personal privacy, no comment. Then I didn't see Mr. Ayaga's Pokemon on the surveillance just now. Is it a ghost-type Pokemon that can turn invisible? Or is it a relatively rare Pokemon? Miss Candace, please reveal the information. The reporter asked. Candace was speechless again. These reporters can always find sensitive questions among many questions. No wonder my father didn't like these guys to appear in the gym when he was still in Snowpoint City. Sorry, this is private, no comment. Candace said, without giving the tall reporter a chance to reply, pointing to the surveillance screen on the other side and said, the position over there is already vacant. If you don't go now, it will be occupied again later. While people were discussing outside the Lost Tower, King Liu had already walked through the passage and came to the second floor of the Lost Tower. The surroundings were still as cold as a cemetery, accompanied by a faint but very easy to distinguish sweet fragrance. When King Liu smelled this fragrance, he thought of some kind of Pokemon. When he opened the Agumon Pokeball, the panel began to search the surroundings. Soon, 3 figures with black spherical bodies, big white eyes, and a pair of sharp teeth in their wide mouths, surrounded by smoke, rushed towards them at a high speed. Agumon, use small flames in front and right. End of this chapter. Chapter 40 Ghastly Small Explosion. Got it. As the Pokeball opened, a flash of red light passed by, and Agumon just appeared, opening his mouth and shooting 3 small flames at the 3 figures that were attacking. Faced with the attack, the 3 figures paused in their forward movement, and dodged to the side with an extremely agile movement, avoiding the various fireballs that were shot at them. Small flames on their faces. The same evasive action as mischievous. But I've been prepared for this move of yours, using small flames continuously. If you are poor, you can strike accurately, if you are rich, you can cover with firepower. Agumon was already able to fire 13 small flames in a row at the beginning. Now that his level and physical fitness have been comprehensively improved, he can easily fire 20 small flames in one breath. A bowl-sized fireballs were ejected from Agumon's mouth, directly covering the surrounding space in all directions without dead angles, and covering the 3 sneak-attacking figures. The opponent obviously didn't expect King Liu and Agumon to suddenly do this, and hurriedly used their own means to resist. Bang! 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 A small flame exploded one after another, and the 3 figures blocked the attack in front of them, but were affected by the explosion of the fireballs next to them, and their bodies were unstable. Agumon, charge forward, sharp claws. Orange energy instantly covered the claws, and with Agumon's splash, it grabbed one of the figures heavily. Kauji! The other party exclaimed, and his body seemed to turn into nothingness and floated back a long distance, and the sharp claws grabbed nothing. At the same time, information about them was also displayed in front of him. Race ghastly/ghastly/ghastly. Classification gas-like Pokemon. Attribute Ghost, Poison. Feature Float. Level 17/17/18. Exclusive moves None. Mastered moves Confuse Ray, Lick, Hypnosis, Mean Look, Payback/Confuse Ray, Lick, Hypnosis, Mean Look/Confuse Ray, Lick, Mean Look, Payback, Spite, Acid Bomb. Race value 310, HP 30, Attack 35, Defense 30, Special Attack 100, Special Defense 35, Speed 80. Intimacy 0, No Feelings for You ×3. Status Normal. Information Summary. It is said that this Pokemon is a mixture of poisonous gas and soul, so its body is gaseous and difficult to touch. Because of this, it is sometimes blown away by strong winds. It will use its special body structure to cover the opponent, inject toxins through the skin, and make the opponent weak. Because it is gas, it must be attacked with moves to be effective. And there is another point that needs to be noted. Except for the 18th level Ghastly, the moves mastered by the other two Ghastly all have hypnosis, and there is nothing on him that can awaken Agumon. We must find a way to get rid of the two Ghastly first, and nip the possibility of using hypnosis in the bud. Only that move can be used. Ayaga saw this scene and thought quickly based on the information on the panel. Agumon, don't use sharp claws without my order, continue with small flames. Agumon also understood that the attack on SmackDown was not only because the opponent's movements were flexible, but also because his body looked a bit ghostly, so he gave up the claws and continued the fireball bombardment. The two Ghastlies made strange growls, switching between illusion and reality, and spewed out strange colored light from their mouths to block the flying fireballs. The highest level Ghastly dodged and crossed the distance directly, flew in front of Agumon, grinned, and his eyes instantly became dark and deep, and were directly imprinted on Agumon. The same move that Misdreavus used in the last resistance, Mean Look. Unfortunately, this move was useless to Agumon. Agumon did not intend to escape, nor did he have any fear or shrinking emotions, but directly chose to condense flames in his mouth. Such a reaction made Ghastly, who had just used Mean Look, a little confused. Shouldn't he be scared? Why is it different from the guys who were hit before? Agumon, sorry, it's really different. I'm a Digimon wearing a Pokemon skin. It's rude not to return the favor, Agumon, charge the flames. Ayaga's deliberately raised voice immediately attracted Ghastly's attention. Coupled with the flames in Agumon's mouth, Ghastly quickly hid in the wall next to him, trying to make Agumon lose his target. However, he didn't expect that Ayaga's initial target was not him, but the other two Ghastlies. The blazing flames were brewing in Agumon's mouth. The other two Ghastlies didn't understand why the first Ghastly suddenly ran away. When they were still confused, Ayaga's voice sounded again. Agumon, use Small Blast. A huge fireball had already hit their faces directly at a speed far beyond their size. Boom! A roar suddenly sounded in the air, and then a heat wave swept across the entire second floor with a terrifying trend. The scorching breath directly melted all the yin qi nearby. Kauji! The strongest Ghastly floated on the ceiling, looking at the scene in confusion. It was fine that they didn't seem to be affected by Mean Look at all, but what was this sudden terrifying attack? Then, it saw two Ghastlies, who were already covered with scars from the high temperature and whose body gas had evaporated more than half, falling from the sky to the ground from the center of the flame explosion. Their eyes were closed, and they looked like they had lost their fighting power. Well done, Agumon. Under the attributes that did not restrain each other, Agumon killed two level 17 and more difficult ghost-type Ghastlies with a small explosion. Ayaga was very satisfied with the small explosion causing such damage. And judging from the burning posture of the flames, the power was more than that. The only pity was that the three Ghastlies were not in the same position, and they could not be killed together. However, compared to the level 18 Ghastlies, Ayaga was more concerned about hypnosis. This current move would be very troublesome in the real world if there were no sufficient means, especially for him and Agumon now. The threat was too great. So King Liu let Agumon come up and immediately released the Small Blast, a very energy-consuming move, in order to reduce Agumon's physical burden as much as possible in the shortest time and at the best physical state. Now that these two hidden dangers have been removed, there is only one Ghastly left that does not have an advantage in attributes. As long as you pay a little attention, it is not a problem to take it down. Agumon, is it still okay? King Liu looked at Agumon who was panting and asked. No problem, I can continue. Agumon waved his hand, took a long breath, suppressed his fluctuating chest, and stared at the only remaining ghastly on the opposite side. Well, 2 small flames to clear the way, and then rush up to use sharp claws. King Liu gave the order, and Agumon responded immediately. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 Continuous Upgrades. After seeing 2 of his companions being killed instantly, the remaining level 18 ghastly put away all his playfulness and devoted himself to the battle with extraordinary concentration. First, he dodged 2 small flames in succession. Then used payback to resist Agumon's close-range sharp claws, and launched a counterattack after charging. The Agumon that was knocked out continuously sprayed small flames in the air, while ghastly directly spit out clumps of white smoke and corrosive liquid from his mouth. King Liu took a glance and identified it as a poison-type move, Acid Bomb. Run, don't get hit by that thing. Agumon didn't want to be hit by this thing, even if it spit, it looked poisonous, which was really a bit disgusting. Agumon took a step forward, moving around, dodging all the acid bombs that could be dodged, and offsetting those that could not be dodged with small flames, and then launching a covering counterattack. Watching Agumon dodging the acid bomb again, and then getting up and shooting several small flames, King Liu's eyes fell on the running Agumon, and his expression became serious. Although the situation is now evenly matched, and Agumon even has the upper hand with his strong physical fitness, King Liu also found some problems. Even if it is upgraded, Agumon's physical strength will drop greatly after using small explosions. If we continue to stalemate like this, we will lose. The battle must be ended with one blow, and now the only move Agumon can do is small explosions. The second small explosion. After using it, the physical strength will be exhausted, but there is no other way at this point. One level is one level. Ayagi asked Agumon to save his energy from now on, try not to use moves, and try to minimize consumption while conducting guerrilla warfare to wear out Ghastly's patience. Finally, after 5 minutes, Ghastly, who had been pulled to the point of being furious, chose to attack head-on, stretched out his tongue to use lick, and took advantage of the opportunity to get closer to Ayagi and commanded Agumon to use a small explosion. Hoo hoo hoo. Agumon sat on the ground with a tired look, and even the breathing rhythm that had stabilized before the training was all disordered at this moment. After using 2 small explosions in the same battle, Agumon's physical strength had reached its limit. If it weren't for the support of the poke blocks given by Ayagi, he would probably have collapsed on the ground at this time. How do you feel? Ayagi asked while using the healing spray. Very tired, I feel tingling all over my body, but it's still within the tolerance range, and besides poke blocks, it seems that something else is restoring my strength. After swallowing a few poke blocks, Agumon took a deep breath and replied. That's because your level has increased again. In the panel that only King Liu can see, Agumon's level has changed. Level 16? Level 17. After defeating 2 level 17 Ghastly and 1 level 18 Ghastly, the rich experience points gained once again played a role, allowing Agumon to improve. This feeling is very subtle, and the usual sweat and hard battle just now seem to have all come back in another way at this moment. Agumon, take a break, let's go to the 3rd floor to collect some information about the Pokémon guarding the floor and prepare for our next visit. After King Liu finished speaking, Agumon did not respond, but instead asked, King Liu, how many poke blocks do you have? There are still 10, what's wrong? Give them all to me. King Liu paused, looked at Agumon and asked, what do you want to do? I feel that my physical strength is slowly recovering after the level is increased. If I eat some more poke blocks, I can recover to the level where I can fight normally. Agumon stared at King Liu with his big green eyes. King Liu did not reply immediately, but stared at Agumon. The improved comprehensive physical fitness after upgrading will indeed restore physical strength, and eating poke blocks will also restore physical strength, but both of them need time to digest. It is not that after upgrading and eating, the blood will be restored instantly like in the game. If this is true, I am afraid that there will be a boy in shorts carrying a cart of tree fruits to challenge the Lost Tower. Even if Agumon is different from ordinary Pokemon, it is not so fast. Yagi wanted to refuse, but Agumon's eyes were firm, which reminded him of what happened before. Because he could quickly become stronger in the Lost Tower, Agumon should think that he should become as strong as possible before completely losing his fighting ability. If he refused, Agumon would definitely listen to him, but... Yagi opened the panel, scanned Agumon, and looked at the status bar. Status weak? Recovering. It is estimated that it will take 12 hours to recover to the peak state and 1 hour to recover to the normal state. It takes 1 hour to recover to the normal state. With the help of poke blocks, the time can indeed be shortened. Moreover, the Lost Tower does not stipulate the length of time, so 1 hour is indeed possible. Looking at the information on the panel and Agumon's eager eyes, King Liu sighed and said, "Yes, you can, but you must listen to me in the future. You can't act on your own. This is the second and last time." "Okay." Agumon agreed directly. King Liu reluctantly handed all the remaining poke blocks to Agumon, and used healing spray to clean the wounds on Agumon's body, trying to make it recover as much as possible. Half an hour later, King Liu used the Pokeball to take back Agumon, who had recovered most of his spirit, and came to the third floor. After seeing that the Pokemon on the third floor were a level 19 Murkrow, a level 18 Misdreavus, and a level 18 Ghastly, King Liu directly summoned Agumon to fight. Because of the level increase again, Agumon's speed is faster, the attack is more fierce, and the power of its moves has also been significantly improved. With these, plus the search function and command of Ayagi's panel, even if Agumon did not recover to his peak state, the situation remained at a very stable level. Then, Ayagi once again chose Ghastly, who had mastered hypnosis, as a breakthrough point, and used the same trick to use small explosions to kick Ghastly out of the battle. At the same time, he quickly defeated Misdreavus, who had just been hit on the back by a small explosion, causing his movement to be inconvenient and his speed to slow down. Finally, at the cost of Agumon's arm being injured by Murkrow's wing attack, he grabbed Murkrow's wings and used the second small explosion face-to-face to pass the third level. At the moment the battle ended, Agumon's level achieved a major breakthrough with the experience points accumulated from 3 battles, jumping from level 17 to level 19. This was originally good news, but Ayagi was not happy. Because he discovered something that might have an impact on his previous plan. End of this chapter. Chapter 42. Strange sound on the 4th floor. In the battle just now, it should have been more difficult for Agumon to win, or in other words, Agumon, who had not recovered to his peak state, would not have won, and the situation would have been a draw at best. But Agumon not only won, but also won a little easier than on the 2nd floor. At least after the battle, Agumon could still stand and talk. And the reasons for this series. King Liu raised his head and looked at the top of his head, which was the location of the 4th floor of the Lost Tower, and was silent for a long time. Time passed by minute, and King Liu kept looking up. Until 5 or 6 minutes passed. Bang! Dong! Bang! Ding! The violent tackle sounds and roars continued one after another. After a while, these sounds gradually weakened and disappeared. It was these strange sounds that made the 3 Pokémon on the 3rd floor look very unstable. Even in the battle where they should be highly focused, they were often in a state of fear or dread. Even Ghastly, the first one to be defeated, had a chance to dodge the attack, but at that time a strange sound happened to sound above its head, and it was distracted for a moment, resulting in it being hit by a small explosion and defeated. The other 2 were also affected to some extent, and were finally taken down by Agumon in one fell swoop. According to the situation on the first 2 floors, the level of Pokemon on the 4th floor is only 1 or 2 levels higher than that on the 3rd floor. Even if there is a gap in strength, it is not necessary to be so frightened. Moreover, if they are dissatisfied with each other's internal fighting, the people of Olation Town should not allow such a serious impact on the Lost Tower to happen. So, what made them feel scared? Just some noises seriously interfered with their battle with Agumon? What powerful Pokemon? Or some special and difficult existence? Whether it is the former or the latter, it will affect his plan. Maybe it won't affect him now, but he will definitely face the opponent next time he challenges. If we can collect some information in advance now, it will definitely be helpful in the future. But now is obviously not the time to go up and check directly. Agumon had just experienced a big battle and his physical strength was at the bottom. If he really encountered some violent Pokemon, he might not be able to escape. Therefore, King Liu decided to wait for Agumon to recover his physical strength before quietly going up to check the situation. With the leap of 2 levels, Agumon's body recovery speed has accelerated, and coupled with the poke blocks that have not been digested in his stomach, Agumon's physical strength is gradually recovering. However, for the sake of safety, King Liu rested for more than 2 hours this time. After seeing that Agumon's status on the panel was close to normal, he started to move and walked very carefully through the 3rd floor passage to the 4th floor. When his figure appeared in the 3rd floor passage, the reporters outside the Lost Tower took a breath of cold air. Actually, even past the 3rd floor. 2.5 hours, after 2.5 hours, I actually cleared the level. It took me half an hour to clear the 1st level, more than an hour to clear the 2nd level, and more than 2 hours to clear the 3rd level. The time is getting longer and longer. And I can actually reach the 4th level under such circumstances. Incredible, none of the trainers could pass the 1st level before, but now there is one who can pass all 3 levels in a row. The reporters who had been waiting for several days without any results were filled with joy at this time. However, where there are joys, there are also sorrows. After receiving the news that King Liu passed the 1st level, the reporters who hurried over from other places but did not get the first-hand information looked at King Liu's figure, and some voices came out. It should be that he brought a lot of healing sprays and poke blocks, otherwise it would be impossible to last so long according to this time. You said that as if no trainer didn't bring them. Does that thing take effect directly? As a reporter, you should practice your skills more. We've been waiting for 2 hours, and you're the one who's been cursing the most. If you can't do anything, just get out of here and don't waste everyone's time. What the hell are you talking about? Put your hands up. Hey, don't do it. Compared to the tense atmosphere of the reporters, the mayor of Salation Town was extremely quiet. From the moment King Liu passed the 1st floor, his face was full of smiles. Originally, he thought that this investment was doomed to lose all his money, but he didn't expect King Liu to suddenly save the situation. In the spirit of minimizing losses and making profits, he no longer cared whether King Liu could pass the 2nd floor. Passing the 1st floor was a gift from God to Salation Town. What he didn't expect was that King Liu not only passed the 1st floor, but also passed the 2nd floor immediately, and just now he passed the 3rd floor. The smile on his face became brighter and brighter. Even though it took King Liu nearly 4 hours to pass the 2nd and 3rd floors, he didn't complain at all. He stood quietly in this place where he could be seen as soon as he arrived at the Lost Tower. At this moment, King Liu was a gift from God to Salation Town. The savior of the town, his only hope to turn the town into a city before he retires. Just standing here and experiencing some hardships is nothing. He still has to wait for King Liu to come out and reward him well. Thinking of this, the mayor suddenly seemed to have thought of something, picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hello? Yes, it's me, are you on the way now? Is that so? Well, then, you run again and bring back the reward for clearing the 3rd level. Yes, that's right, you must be quick. If you keep that gentleman waiting for a long time, you can just not come back. At this time, several kilometers away from the lost tower, the assistant who had already run 4 times and was ordered to run the 5th and 6th time sighed helplessly as he looked at the 3 heads fighting for dominance under his butt. Alas, life is not easy, the assistant sighed. Not far from the lost tower, Candace, who was sitting on a bench with Snover, was eating. Seeing King Liu's figure appear, she couldn't help but show a shocked expression on her face. I thought the 2nd floor was your limit, but I didn't expect that you not only passed the 2nd floor, but also the 3rd floor. Could it be that he didn't try his best when he was 1v3 before? No. Snover also stared at the monitoring screen in surprise. As one of the Pokémon that Candace challenged the Lost Tower, it naturally knew how terrifying King Liu's current level was. Although it takes longer and longer, there is always a sense of steady progress. If it continues at this pace, maybe the 4th floor can be. Candace had some ideas in her mind. Although she also knew the chance is very small, but maybe King Liu can really achieve it. And once he passes. Chapter 43 The Weak 4th Floor. If King Liu knew that Candace had the idea of clearing the 4th and 5th floors for him, or even competing with Cynthia, he would be happy for this trust. But now he doesn't know, and he doesn't have time to think about it. Agumon, did you find anything wrong? King Liu was standing in the blind spot of the surveillance of the passage from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor, and asked Agumon, who had just come out of the pokeball next to him. Agumon closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths with his nose, and replied, except for an uncomfortable smell in the air, I didn't feel anything else. Same result. King Liu frowned as he looked at the virtual panel in front of him. Whether it was the intuitive feeling or the information displayed on the panel, it was no different from what Agumon said. Except for the feeling of a strange smell in the air, the 4th floor was no different from the 3 floors that had been passed. The same chilly atmosphere of the cemetery, the same poorly lit environment, and the same number of Pokémon guarding it. But the sound just now was indeed transmitted from the 4th floor. He shouldn't have heard it wrong at such a close distance. Since he felt there was no problem, then what was the problem? No one could answer this question. However, in addition to humans, there are also Pokémon. King Liu set his eyes on the 3 Pokémon guarding the 4th floor in the shadows in the corner. Their information was immediately displayed on the panel. Race Misdreavus/Misdreavus. Classification Nightcry Pokémon. Attribute Ghost. Feature Float/Float, float on the ground, so it will not be affected by ground attribute moves. Level 19/19. Exclusive moves none. Mastered moves Confusion, Astonish, Confuse Ray, Nightshade, Endure/Confusion, Astonish, Mean Look, Endure. Racial value 435, HP 60, Attack 60, Defense 60, Special Attack 85, Special Defense 85, Speed, 85. Intimacy 0, No feelings towards you, ×2. Status Fear, Extremely weak, recovering, ×2. Information Summary XXXX. Race Gall Bat. Classification Bat Pokémon. Attribute Poison, Flying. Feature Penetration, can penetrate the opponent's barrier or substitute to attack. Level 20. Exclusive moves none. Mastered moves Screech, Drain, Astonish, Mean Look, Quick Guard, Toxic Fang, Venom Drench. Racial value 455, HP 75, Attack 80, Defense 70, Special Attack 65, Special Defense 75, Speed, 90. Intimacy 0, No feelings towards you. Status Afraid, Extremely weak, recovering. Information Summary: It has a big mouth and teeth sharp enough to bite through hard skin. It is specially evolved for sucking blood. It will actively attack humans and Pokémon at night. Sometimes it will give up flying and use its small and flexible legs to quickly approach the target. Extremely weak? King Liu's eyes quickly scanned all the information on the panel, and finally stopped at the status bar showing that 2 mischievous and 1 Golbat were extremely weak. What happened to make them become this state? Or who beat them into this state? I haven't heard of any other trainers reaching the 4th floor except Cynthia and myself. Besides, there are always people guarding and protecting the lost tower outside. It should be impossible for someone to directly skip the first 3 floors and run to the 4th floor to beat up the guarding Pokémon. Wouldn't it be better for someone with this ability to beat them directly from the 1st floor? But now it has happened that the Pokémon on the first 3 floors are all normal, but the Pokémon on the 4th floor are extremely weak. King Liu felt more and more that the sounds he heard on the 3rd floor before were the culprits of these things. But after he came up, he didn't find any clues, or did it go upstairs? King Liu raised his head and looked at the ceiling. It was at this time that a huge sound sounded above his head again. Bang! Bang! Chi! This time the sound is louder and clearer than the one I heard on the 3rd floor before, and if I heard it correctly, there is also the roar of Pokémon in the middle. After King Liu waited quietly for a few seconds, the sound gradually disappeared again. But this is enough, at least it can be confirmed that the guy who made the strange noise is on the 5th floor. Although I don't know how it got in, there is no 6th floor after the 5th floor, and it is impossible to leave quietly. In other words, as long as we go up 1 more floor, we can confirm the identity of the other party. But now, there may be a better way. If you want to understand something in all aspects, besides witnessing it with your own eyes, the best way is to ask the person involved. Agumon, you can understand the Pokémon you met on the 3 floors below, right? Yes. Then, please go over and ask them what happened just now. It would be even better if you can know the specific information of the other party. King Liu pointed to the 3 weak Pokémon hiding in the shadows on the opposite side and said. If he could know what happened from the 3 parties involved and the victim, and whether the other party was a human or a Pokémon, he would avoid the possibility of encountering the other party and getting into danger, and maximize the safety factor. Agumon also understood it, and immediately ran over and started asking one by one. Perhaps because they had no strength, or perhaps because they saw that Agumon had no intention of fighting, Golbat and the other 3 Pokémon did not launch an attack, and even stayed where they were without moving, without even opening their mouths. Kyungsuan, Free, Novel Group, 9.5, 01, 8. 09. 09, Kyungsuan. Novel. Transfer, Group, 814.9,0, 37.9, 8. Of course, he did not answer Agumon's question. Only when Agumon mentioned the other party's information, the 3 Pokémon seemed to think of something that scared them, and their bodies trembled involuntarily, which eventually led to Agumon being rejected 3 times in a row. King Liu, they seem a little scared. Forget it, it was just an attempt, so we can only rely on ourselves. Then, King Liu led Agumon to the passage leading to the 5th floor. But to King Liu's surprise, their way forward was soon blocked. Looking at Golbat and 2 mischievous who appeared in front of him and blocked his way, King Liu frowned and said, although it is your mission to guard the passage, you can't exert much combat power in your current state. Is it necessary to fight even so? Golbat and mischievous didn't say anything, but stood in front of King Liu and Agumon with a firm gaze, with no intention of giving way. Seeing that persuasion was useless, King Liu had to decide to let Agumon fight. End of this chapter. Chapter 44 Source of the Strange Noise. The final result is beyond doubt. Even in his prime, Agumon has the possibility of winning, not to mention that Golbat and the 2 mischievous in their extremely weak state can't use much effective dodge, let alone have extra energy to organize an attack. Although Agumon's current state is also not very good, it is more than enough compared to the 3 of them. Whew! Agumon let out a long breath, barely suppressed his rapid breathing, and sat on the ground to rest. Although it was a sure win, King Liu let Agumon finish the battle as soon as possible in order not to attract the attention of the source of the strange noise above his head. For this reason, Agumon's physical consumption has increased a lot. But there is also good news at the same time. Because Golbat and the two Misdreavus took the initiative to initiate the battle, and even in a weak state, Agumon and them were fighting in a real way. Therefore, after defeating after level 20 and 2 level 19, Agumon's level increased again after gaining experience points. Level 19, level 20. After brushing a dungeon in the wild, he defeated Candace in a 1v3 battle, and then challenged the Lost Tower. Until now, he has cleared 4 floors, and Agumon's level has soared from level 13 to level 20. A full 7 level increase is undoubtedly a very fruitful progress. With this level of Agumon, relying on the comprehensive strength formed by multiple evolutions that is stronger than the Pokémon of the same period, it can be said that it now has a certain self-protection ability. The only thing it lacks may be the diversity of moves. But now this problem will also be solved with the bonus obtained by clearing the Lost Tower. Although I don't know the specific amount, King Liu guessed that it must be a lot. Use this money to buy some move learning machines, so that Agumon is no longer limited to the exclusive moves of Digimon itself, but learns Pokémon World's diverse moves, becoming a true Digimon Pokémon. Suppressing the thoughts that gradually emerged in his head, King Liu sprayed the healing spray on Agumon, looked at the remaining little bit, and the 3 Pokémon that fell beside him, and treated them briefly. After a while, King Liu, I feel okay. Agumon, who had recovered some energy, stood up. Okay. Stepping over the 3 Pokémon that had not woken up yet, King Liu came to the front of the passage, took out the Pokeball and prepared to take Agumon back as before to avoid being photographed by the surveillance camera, and then was shaken out by the reporter in an instant. But just as he took it out, Agumon, who was originally a little tired, sniffed the air with his nose, as if he felt something, and his expression became serious in an instant. King Liu, the uncomfortable smell I mentioned before has suddenly become stronger, and it seems to be approaching us. I understand. King Liu's expression was also very solemn at this moment. Because he had been in the Lost Tower to ensure that he would not be attacked by the Pokémon who hid. So the panel that had been open all the time had movement at this moment. This means that there are Pokémon nearby. But the Pokémon guarding the 4th floor are now all lying on the ground, and the Pokémon between each floor seem to have a strict division of labor and will not cross floors at will, so, what other Pokémon can get close at this time? There is only one answer, the guy who made the strange noise on the 5th floor. It's okay to run from the 4th floor to the 5th floor, but he actually came down again. King Liu really didn't expect the other party's whereabouts to be so strange, and there was no logic at all in going back and forth. However, the only thing that can be confirmed is that this guy may be very strong, second only to Cynthia's Gabite, and Agumon may not be his opponent in normal state. Especially as the information on the panel became clearer and more, King Liu saw the information. This matter was confirmed even more. Agumon, let's go. Not only can he not be defeated, but he is also a very difficult guy. Moreover, he already knows his information. There is no need to stay and cause trouble for himself. He can just run away while he hasn't come down yet. Although Agumon didn't know what King Liu had discovered, the increasingly gloomy atmosphere in the air and the reaction formed by following King Liu's command recently made it take action immediately, following King Liu directly to the passage to the 3rd floor. However, many things are not as simple as imagined. After seeing that a faint mist began to appear around, and even the sky outside the Lost Tower seen through the window began to have a hint of a storm, King Liu knew that there was a high probability that he could not escape. The next second, a shrill laugh sounded in his ears. Chijijijiji, he he, chijijijiji. A faint light lit up in the mist. King Liu squinted and looked, confirming that the glowing thing was a stone. A stone floating in the air with a few simple traces carved on it, emitting red light. The whole stone was flying towards King Liu and Agumon, and finally stopped a few meters away. Then, a bright red light suddenly burst out from the surface of the stone, and a ball of purple gas-like thing drilled out of the stone. At a glance, organs similar to mouths and eyes can be seen from this ball of gas. At this moment, King Liu knew that the other party was watching him. The information about the other party was also completely displayed on the panel. Race Spiritomb. Classification: Imprison Pokemon. Attributes: Ghost, Evil. Features: Pressure, gives pressure to the opponent, greatly reduces the number of moves used. Level 20. Exclusive moves: None. Mastered moves: Nightshade, Confuse Ray, Shadow Sneak, Spite, Payback, Nasty Plot, Destiny Bond. Race value 485, HP 52, Attack 92, Defense 108, Special Attack 92, Special Defense 108, Speed 35. Intimacy 0, does not know you. Status: Manic, Painful and Raging. Information summary: Spiritomb is a Pokemon created 500 years ago by 108 souls coming together. It seems that there are bad souls mixed in it. It is an evil creature brought about by evil thoughts. It always does evil things, but one day its body is bound to the keystone by a magical spell to prevent it from doing evil again. Looking at the guy in front of him, King Liu couldn't help but sigh. It still didn't run away. He really didn't want to fight with such a guy. Although its level was the same as Agumon, Spiritomb's attribute combination and moves were too disgusting. Before the appearance of the 6th generation fairy attribute, this guy was a very powerful existence. Because of the dual attributes of ghost and evil, it was not restrained by any attribute. Once it is entangled, it is definitely a very troublesome thing to get rid of it. However, what King Liu didn't expect was that after the appearance of Spiritomb, the panel summoning function that had been silent for a while suddenly responded. End of this chapter. Chapter 45: Divine Plan. Ancient traces detected. Start exploration. Exploring. In King Liu's vision, a burst of blue light quickly spread around with himself as the center, covering the entire 4th floor. This surprised King Liu. The additional function of the panel is the Advanced Pokédex. The main function is to charge by exploring things with a long history, so as to summon some things. King Liu has always remembered this. After all, that is how Agumon came. But except for the random ruins before, King Liu has not encountered anything that meets this requirement during this period, even the lost tower where he is. But now it is suddenly triggered. Then it means that something that did not exist originally appeared in this place, causing the change of the panel. Could it be? At the same time, the lines of blue on the panel small words quickly appeared. Target locked on, exploring. Ancient keystone detected, exploring. 108 ancient souls detected, exploring. Exploration progress, 0%, 3%, 8%, 21%. Sure enough. Looking at the exploration progress bar growing, King Liu's eyes fell on the Spiritomb opposite. The only possible variable in this tower so far is the Spiritomb in front of him, which is in a slightly wrong state. King Liu doesn't know where it came from, why it is in a manic state, and what its attitude towards himself and Agumon is, but at this moment, he is looking forward to it. Looking forward to what the panel can summon after exploring Spiritomb. The first time was a fixed option Pokemon, Agumon. So, what will it be this time? King Liu doesn't know, but now he has to wait until the panel exploration is completed. If he runs away directly, he doesn't know if he can encounter this Spiritomb again next time. Agumon, be alert. If it attacks, just fight it. Just delay it for a little while. Okay. Agumon, who knew he only needed to do his job, became focused. Although he had little physical strength left, and the opponent's momentum and aura looked very unusual, it was no problem to delay for a while. As for what to do when the physical strength is exhausted after the delay, Agumon didn't know, but King Leo would definitely have a way. It believed so firmly. However, unexpectedly, Spiritomb, who looked very manic, was motionless at this moment, and seemed very quiet, without the momentum when he just rushed down from the 5th floor. Even when Agumon took a posture ready to fight at any time, it did not react at all. King Leo was a little confused, but this was good news after all. More than 10 seconds passed quickly, and the progress bar also soared in this strangely quiet atmosphere. Exploration progress, 97%, 98%, 99%, 100%. Exploration completed, can be summoned. Summoned object, random. Yes/no. Yes. After King Leo made his choice, the summoned object column jumped rapidly like a fruit machine in an arcade. However, what jumped was not various fruits, but text and pictures. There were some props and items from the Pokemon world, as well as props and items from the digital world, and even Digimon like Agumon. However, the number of such appearances was very small, and they were skipped almost in an instant. King Leo watched quietly, and couldn't help holding his breath. Seeing one thing after another flashing in front of his eyes, the jumping speed gradually slowed down, until finally, it stopped completely. Summoned object, Divine Plan. Summoning. 2 lines of blue small words jumped, and the panel began to rotate, and with the rotation, it began to turn into blue particles with stars, and a hole that seemed to connect to the void opened. The next second, something that looked like a small alarm clock, with a black antenna on the upper left corner and 3 buttons in the middle of the screen, passed through the hole in the panel and fell into King Leo's hand. Looking at the thing that appeared in the memory bound to the Digimon, King Leo recognized it at once. The Sacred Plan, that is, the first generation Tyrannosaurus. I was thinking before that since Agumon had appeared, would this thing also appear? Unexpectedly, I really got it right. But what's the use of this thing? King Leo looked up and down at the Sacred Plan and said to himself. The world he is in now is the world of Pokemon, and Agumon has been localized and has levels. Evolution should naturally be based on the normal system of Pokemon. So it means that it is not very useful to me now. King Leo looked at the Sacred Plan in his hand and thought about this question quickly in his mind. Suddenly, a white light emanated from the screen in the middle of the Sacred Plan. Then, the Sacred Plan turned directly into a pool of liquid in his palm. However, the liquid Sacred Plan did not fall to the ground through the gap between the palms. Instead, it seemed to have consciousness. Before King Leo could react, it had already entered King Leo's palm. King Leo was a little confused for a while. Is this the Sacred Plan, or the Sacred Venom disguised as the Sacred Plan? Especially after seeing a mark exactly the same as the Sacred Plan appear in his palm, King Leo was even more confused. It's really an unprecedented operation. King Leo used his other hand to carefully touch and feel the mark. After confirming that there was no other discomfort except for the extra mark, he was even more speechless. What the hell is going on? In King Leo's doubts, the panel that turned into tiny light spots returned to normal. It was at this time that King Leo discovered the changes on the panel. Race Agumon. Classification Reptile Pokemon. Attribute Dragon. Feature Sharp Claws. Because of the sharp claws, the power of the attack will be increased. Level 20. Special move Small Fire Flame, Fire type, Power 60. Sharp Claw, Fire type, Power 40. Small Explosion, Agumon gathers all its strength to launch a flame attack, with amazing destructive power, but it will consume a lot of physical strength at this stage. Fire type, Power 75. Mastered moves None. Racial value 360, HP 50, Attack 72, Defense 55, Special Attack 72, Special Defense 50, Speed 61. Intimacy 70, the most important friend. Status Exhausted, Recovering. Information Summary XXXXXX. Divine Plan 1 of the evolution conditions has been met, level 20/level 40/level 60/level 70, do you want to start evolution, yes/no? Note, evolution is irreversible. Evolution? Seeing this, King Liu's expression gradually became solemn. Agumon's level had reached level 20 after he defeated the 3 guardian Pokémon on the 4th floor, which means that he had met the evolution conditions as written above, but he did not show any signs of evolution. There was no dazzling light when Pokémon evolved, and there was no special reaction. Agumon looked no different from usual. But after the appearance of the Digimon plan, it suddenly showed that the evolution conditions had been met. So that means that even if the summoned Digimon's level has met the conditions, it still needs the assistance of the Digimon plan. Ayaga thought about this very possible thing carefully and didn't care about it. After all, Agumon's level is enough, and the Digimon plan seems to have merged with him. As the human body of the Digimon plan, he himself is the light of evolution of Digimon. And now he has the option of evolution. Even if Agumon is not in good condition, facing the Spiritomb in front of him, which looks very unusual, Ayaga doesn't have to worry about any safety issues. He. The originally quiet Spiritomb on the opposite side suddenly burst into a low roar. Even the gas-like face showed obvious rage and a hint of tyranny, as if he was a demon who was almost crazy. The next moment, the energy on Spiritomb gushed out and rushed straight to Ayaga and Agumon. Ayaga was also ready to let Agumon evolve. Suddenly, a clear and pleasant but powerful female voice sounded in my ears. Spiritomb, stop. End of this chapter. Chapter 46. Meet Cynthia, Spiritomb's trainer again. G. After hearing this voice, Spiritomb was stunned for a moment, and the movement and the gathered energy also fluctuated for a moment. But then, the violent aura on Spiritomb emerged again, completely suppressing reason, and the rich ghost energy blasted out again. King Liu naturally heard the sudden female voice, but he had no time to pay attention to it, and he couldn't put his safety in the hands of others. So he didn't stop at all and stretched out his hand to choose evolution. But just as he started, a shadow interrupted him. A Pokémon that was about the same height as him and looked like a shark and a dragon rushed out from behind him, releasing a huge amount of green energy from the sharp claws at the tip of its wings, and faced the attack of Spiritomb head-on. Swish! Like a pair of scissors easily cutting through cloth, the claws directly tore the ghost energy, passed through it, glided at a very fast speed, and rushed to the front of Spiritomb. Then he jumped, with a completely condescending attitude, and stepped heavily on the wedge stone under Spiritomb's body with one foot. Bang! A dull tackle sound was heard, and the floating Spiritomb was smacked down from the air and shot into the ground. The smoke dissipated, but the severely injured Spiritomb did not look injured at all. Instead, his aura surged and he became even more ferocious. Jijiji, jijiji. Amid rage's roar, Spiritomb's keystone kept shaking and trying to stand up again. The next second, a foot wrapped in strong ground energy stepped on its keystone again, directly suppressing all its movements. No matter how Spiritomb struggled, there was no sign of escape. But even so, a trace of violent and cold aura continued to emanate from Spiritomb, making it seem as if it had endless power, constantly attacking Imprison. King Liu watched this scene quietly. Fast speed, strong power, and seeing Gaebite stepping on Spiritomb's head, his mind instantly determined the identity of the person who just spoke. Being able to possess the rare dragon-type quasi-god Gaebite in the Sinnoh region and cultivate it very well, having such a strong fighting power, and being a woman. Excuse me, Spiritomb disturbed you. Cynthia, who was wearing a black long dress and had long golden hair, bowed slightly and said, I'm very sorry. I don't know if it has caused you any trouble. If you don't mind, I will make some compensation. With a sincere attitude and gentle tone, she didn't have a condescending attitude. In addition, she had a very beautiful appearance and figure. Although she didn't have the kind of mature and lovely temperament of a big sister in the later impression, Cynthia at this moment was full of the slightly immature charm of her age. With the blessing of the two, it was difficult for people to have a bad impression. Besides, Spiritomb didn't cause any impact on herself, on the contrary, it helped her a lot. Forget about compensation. As for the trouble, it was stopped by Gaebite before it was caused. King Liu pointed at Gaebite and said, "On the contrary, I was very surprised to see Miss Cynthia here." Cynthia was slightly surprised to hear King Liu call out her name, but she quickly returned to normal when she thought that although she had not challenged the Gym and the Alliance, there were always many people who knew her. Because there was something to be dealt with here, I stayed on the 5th floor for a while. I didn't expect Spiritomb to sneak out while I was taking a nap. I'm very sorry. Cynthia apologized again. Stayed for a while. Took a nap. Hearing this, King Liu suddenly had a new understanding of the person in front of him. What is the Lost Tower? It's a cemetery. Taking a nap in a cemetery, this should be something that people with normal brain circuits can't do. At this moment, King Liu suddenly felt that this future champion seemed to have a similarity with Agumon, a big nerve. Perhaps it was because of this trait that she often appeared and disappeared, making it impossible for those reporters to find her. So, is this Spiritomb also Miss Cynthia's Pokémon? Ayagi asked, thinking of the fact that there was indeed a rather special Spiritomb in Cynthia's lineup. Yes. Then can I ask what happened to it? It doesn't look very good. Hearing Ayagi's question, Cynthia hesitated. But then she thought that Spiritomb did affect others. Although the other party didn't care about this problem, it was reasonable for them to want to know the reason. And since the other party was able to reach the 4th floor, it means that he has surpassed many trainers of the same period. His own level must not be too bad. Maybe he can get some useful information from here. I met this Spiritomb in a shabby village that was rarely visited some time ago. I saw that it was a little special at the time, so I took action to subdue it. But later I found that it seemed that it was imprisoned for too long, resulting in too much accumulated energy, so it was extremely unstable after being freed. In order to avoid more serious problems, I wanted to guide it to release this energy. So I came to the Lost Tower, thinking of using the power of the ghost Pokémon here to facilitate this matter, and at the same time, I wanted to minimize the impact of the released energy, but... Cynthia stopped here. King Liu also roughly understood what she meant and said, but it seems to have failed. Yes, even if it has fought with all the Pokémon on the 4th floor and the Pokémon on the 5th floor, even if Gaebite took action, it still has no intention of stopping. After speaking, Cynthia came to Gaebite and told it to hold it steady, preparing to forcibly take Spiritomb back to Pokeball. Ayagi, who was standing by, fell silent as he watched Spiritomb, who was still struggling under the suppression of Gaebite, and Cynthia, who had long golden hair and a well-proportioned figure. If he ignored her, Cynthia would eventually solve the problem, but it would take a lot of time and energy, and one of them was the divine plan that helped him to develop Agumon to mature. The other was the future beauty champion, and more importantly, in addition to champion, Cynthia was also a mythology scholar. When she had free time, she would run around, searching and exploring myths and legends. Although the person who said this was somewhat incompetent to champion, for him personally, Cynthia's identity was too consistent with himself. Because anything that can still exist in myths and legends must meet the requirement of long history to activate the panel summoning function. Not to mention that Cynthia's grandmother is the curator of the largest historical museum in Sinnoh region, there must be a lot of good things in her house. At this moment, King Liu suddenly felt that Cynthia exuded a fatal light that was more attractive than her figure, appearance, and potential. In terms of emotion, reason, and background, he should help and do a favor. So King Liu opened panel, carefully checked the detailed information of Spiritomb and the specific status of the status bar, and when Cynthia was about to take back Spiritomb, King Liu spoke. Miss Cynthia, have you tried to let those ghost-type Pokemon use abilities such as Absorb on Spiritomb? Cynthia replied, I have tried it, even if it is attacked by moves such as Absorb, it has no effect. Spiritomb is now like it is in a state of never getting tired. King Liu shook his head and said, I am not talking about absorbing Spiritomb's physical strength. Cynthia frowned slightly, turned around and looked at King Liu, wondering, if it is not absorb physical strength, what else can be absorbed? Whether it is Pokemon or humans, they will have positive and negative emotions. This is a very normal emotion. Generally speaking, most of the abilities or hobbies of ghost-type Pokemon are related to negative emotions, which is also their source of power. King Liu stopped there. He believed that after saying this, Cynthia, who knew enough about Pokemon, would not be unable to react. Cynthia quickly seemed to have thought of something and said quickly, are you saying that Spiritomb has become like this because of its excessive negative emotions? End of this chapter. Chapter 47 Mischievous Ghastly Star Absorbing Technique. Yes. Aoki nodded. The overall setting of Spiritomb Pokemon is very peculiar. Whether it is Pokédex, ability, or other information, it highlights its uniqueness. It ranks 108th on the Sinnoh Pokédex, weighs 108 kilograms, and has a racial value of 108 for defense and special defense. It appears in the game on waterway number 108, and most importantly, it is composed of 108 souls. Because among these 108 souls, there are extremely vicious ones mixed in, which makes it finally become an evil thing composed of evil thoughts. This evil spirit is a kind of negative emotions gathered together. And these negative emotions are the negative energy that ghost Pokemon like. Cynthia also thought of this. She lowered her head and looked at Spiritomb, who was struggling hard under Gabite's suppression, and the horrible expression on its gaseous face from time to time. The current state of Spiritomb is indeed very similar to the runaway state caused by the explosion of negative energy. I didn't expect that the place I overlooked was actually seen at a glance by this person who looked 1 or 2 years younger than me. The other party obviously had real things. Cynthia couldn't help but become serious and looked at King Liu. Then what is the most convenient and quick way to solve this state? If I need other things to assist, I will find a way to get them as soon as possible. No need to be so troublesome. King Liu said, just like you said before, just guide them and release them. I have already told you how to do it. Tell me? Cynthia carefully recalled everything King Liu had just said, and finally lock on the sentence let the ghost Pokemon use abilities such as Absorb on Spiritomb. According to the subsequent conversation, the absorb mentioned here should not refer to the absorb of physical strength, so, it should be the absorb of negative energy. Cynthia understood it in an instant. Negative energy is a delicacy for ghost-type Pokemon, but Spiritomb has eaten too much and has become food accumulation. If some of this energy is distributed, the problem of Spiritomb can be perfectly solved. However, even if most ghost-type Pokemon love negative energy, it is difficult to capture it with the naked eye. If it is just eating and digesting, most ghost-type Pokemon may be able to do it, but if it is not an expert level, it may be difficult to do it. So now, who will perform this operation? Cynthia's eyes quickly swept around, and finally fell on the 3 Pokemon that were ravaged by Spiritomb before, and then overturned by Ayagi, and finally gradually recovered some spirits under Ayagi's few healing sprays. 1 Golbat and 2 Mischievous. Golbat can only absorb blood and physical strength, and it is not a ghost attribute, so give up directly. The other is Mischievous. Cynthia's knowledge about Pokemon gradually emerged in her mind, and her eyes slowly looked at the red Buddhist beads on the necks of the 2 trembling Mischievous. This bead can absorb the emotion of fear, so by the same token, it can also absorb the same type of negative emotions. If there are more, it is not impossible to draw away the negative energy from Spiritomb. And the problem of quantity is not a problem in the Lost Tower. Thinking of this, Cynthia suddenly looked at King Liu. King Liu nodded silently. After getting King Liu's confirmation, Cynthia directly forcibly took back Spiritomb, and then asked Gaebite made a move, kidnapping all the mischievous and ghost Pokemon in the Lost Tower. Look at this reaction and action. At this moment, King Liu had to say that he was worthy of being the future champion, with knowledge and IQ far exceeding his peers. He was able to make judgments and match corresponding practices in such a short time, relying on the advanced worldview and hard knowledge in his mind before the crossing, as well as the advanced Pokédex function of the panel. Cynthia relied purely on what she saw and heard and the knowledge accumulated by the natives of the Pokémon world. Although there is still an insurmountable gap between the two, it is very good that Cynthia can do this. And in this way, the communication method between the two smart people can be directly opened, saving the difficulty of communication like with Candace. Soon, Gaebite came back. It also brought back 6 mischievous and 9 ghastly. Including the 2 mischievous on the 4th floor, the 17 ghost-type Pokémon trembled under the intimidation of Gaebite's fierce eyes, and were full of fear of Gaebite. Cynthia took out the Pokeball and released Spiritomb again. Gigi. He 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 he. As soon as it was released, Spiritomb let out a low evil laugh, looking at all the Pokémon and people in front of it with a sinister look. If it hadn't been stepped on the face by Gaebite as soon as it came out, it would have roared and attacked mischievous and ghastly. But even so, Spiritomb's terrifying appearance and the surging aura on its body instantly made the 17 ghost-type Pokémon feel like they were falling into an ice cave, and they didn't even dare to move. If someone who didn't know the situation saw this scene, they might think that Spiritomb's strength was stronger than Gaebite. This is obviously the result of the extremely strong negative emotions in Spiritomb suppressing the ghost type. Don't be afraid, I just need you to help clean up some of the energy in Spiritomb, and then I will let you go, and this part of the energy will also be of great benefit to you. Cynthia used the healing spray to help clean the wounds and speed up the recovery of the ghost Pokémon brought by the ghost type, and said to mischievous and ghastly in a gentle voice. Kauja. Mischievous and ghastly shook their heads and refused when they heard that they wanted to extract and absorb energy from Spiritomb, as if they were afraid that Cynthia would not see what they meant. This made Cynthia's face freeze. King Liu, who was watching this scene quietly, couldn't help shaking his head. Although he has great potential and has begun to show his edge, his age is a flaw after all, and his proficiency in doing this kind of thing is far from enough. King Liu passed Cynthia and came to a group of mischievous and ghastly, staring at them expressionlessly, and only spoke slowly when the atmosphere became heavier. I feel like you seem to have misunderstood a problem. This is just to inform you that you must do this, not to discuss with you. If you obey, you can live, if you don't obey, you will die, Gaebite. King Liu raised his hand and looked at Gaebite. Gaebite didn't react to King Liu's eyes at first, but then gradually understood. He followed King Liu's actions and raised his claws towards mischievous and ghastly. The dragon energy surged, and he looked like he would fight directly if he didn't agree with him. Mischievous and ghastly were immediately frightened, and finally you looked at me, I looked at you and chose to help very sincerely. So, a very strange ceremony began. Spiritomb was lying on the ground, and Gaebite stepped on its keystone with one big foot. The 8 mischievous surrounded them with the 2 of them as the center of the circle. The 9 ghastlies surrounded the mischievous in a larger circle, which looked like a formation formed by Pokémon. Seeing that all the Pokémon were ready, King Liu said, "Let's start." As soon as the voice fell, the 8 mischievous immediately activated their power, and the red beads on their necks instantly burst into red light, shooting at Spiritomb, which was suppressed on the ground. A stream of dark red, dark purple, grey, black, slowly emerged from Spiritomb, was drawn away by the red light, appeared in the air, and finally transferred to the 8 mischievous. End of this chapter. Chapter 48 Battle Invitation. Almost as soon as this negative energy touched the mischievous, the dark green body began to change to a deeper and darker color. Then came Miss Drevis's sharp and piercing howl of pain. "Ghastly, do it!" Seeing that Miss Drevis couldn't bear it, King Liu spoke quickly. Ghastly's eyes lit up with a faint blue light, and they pulled some of the negative energy that Miss Drevis had extracted from Spiritomb to themselves. Kauja! The Ghastlies were just like Miss Drevis. Almost at the moment of contact, the smiles on their faces could no longer be maintained, and they roared in pain. Will this really work? Cynthia looked at this scene with some worry. Whether it was Miss Drevis or Ghastly, they didn't look like they could endure it. If they didn't succeed in the end, and these Pokémon paid a painful price, she would feel a little guilty. Although it looks painful, it is probably very painful in reality, but there is no danger to life, don't worry. King Liu stared at the status column on the panel that only she could see. The Miss Drevis and Ghastly shown above were almost all weak and in pain, and two of them were in extreme pain, but none of them indicated that their lives were in danger. The information given by the panel has not been wrong so far. Since it shows this, it means there is no problem. Cynthia did not have a panel. After hearing what King Liu said, she could only look at Miss Drevis and Ghastly, as well as Spiritomb, who was lying in the middle and was suppressed by Gaebite, with some worry. The extraction of negative energy was carried out in an orderly manner in this atmosphere. As time passed, Cynthia found that things were really as King Liu said. Although they cried in pain, each Miss Drevis and Ghastly did not seem to be in a dying state. On the contrary, some of them became more energetic, and even their cries became louder and louder. Later, Cynthia began to feel uncomfortable with the constant coming of growl. After the body gets used to the pain, they will consciously or unconsciously start to digest the negative energy. After watching their status on the panel begin to return to normal, and two of them even upgrade directly, King Liu explained. It must be said that King Liu was a little jealous when he saw this scene. He and Agumon had gone through hard training and constant fighting to upgrade their levels after winning the battle, but these guys could upgrade by just shouting. If Agumon didn't have the ghost attribute and the ability to absorb negative energy, King Liu really wanted to throw Agumon in. And in this scene where the party gradually went from pain to masochism, half an hour passed quickly. The negative energy around Spiritomb Constrict's body was extracted one by one and digested by Miss Drevis and Ghastly. Even Rage's vicious eyes became more agile at this moment. Especially when it saw Gaebite's big foot stepping on its face, its expression was full of doubts. From the outside, there is about 1/3 of the negative emotions around Spiritomb, but Miss Drevis Ghastly seems to be almost at its limit. Cynthia quickly analyzed beside him. Yeah, I can see that. After all, Cynthia is just a special Spiritomb. If King Liu remembers correctly, in the near future, the psychic used by this Spiritomb will even have the ability to freeze other people's moves. The changes that happen to such Pokémon are definitely not something that the ordinary ghost Pokémon in Miss Drevis can bear. Even if the ratio reaches 17:1, it won't work. However, King Liu's initial goal was not to drain all of it, which was unrealistic. He only needed to absorb part of it to let Spiritomb return to normal. Let the rest be released by itself. Watching Miss Drevis and Ghastly reach their limits one after another and have to quit absorbing negative emotions, King Liu said slowly, if it's all, Spiritomb may not be able to use it freely, but with only 1/3, it should be able to completely release and transform into its own power in just one battle. Cynthia didn't speak, but waved at Gaebite. Gaebite understood and let go of Spiritomb. Spiritomb then floated in the air, and after floating back and forth twice, it looked at Cynthia with an embarrassed expression. It's okay. This is not your problem. I'm glad you can recover. After Cynthia calmed Spiritomb down, she turned around and said to Ayaga solemnly, "Thank you very much for helping Spiritomb." "Thank you." Chi-chi-chi. Spiritomb followed Cynthia very actively and sent a growl towards Ayaga. Then, its eyes fell on Agumon who had been standing next to Ayaga. Chi-chi-chi. He. Spiritomb, no, I just helped you, your behavior is very rude. As Spiritomb's trainer, Cynthia naturally knew what it meant. Thanks are very much, but also very curious, especially because Spiritomb always makes trouble and is beaten up by Gaebite. Spiritomb is more advocating fighting. So, Cynthia stopped him with a very serious expression. Seeing Cynthia's bad expression, coupled with Gaebite who was already walking over, Spiritomb suddenly shrank, and even the gas-like face on the keystone shrank a lot. Compared to Cynthia's stop, King Leo was more interested after hearing Agumon's translation next to him. From the beginning when Spiritomb just appeared, after the panel exploration summoned the divine plan, Agumon also met the conditions for evolution and could achieve evolution. It was just that the original evolution process was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Cynthia and Gaebite, and had to be cancelled. But now that Spiritomb still wanted to fight, Aoyagi also became interested. If facing Gaebite, who was still 10 levels behind even after the level surge, Aoyagi felt that he was at a huge disadvantage and might not have a chance. But against Spiritomb, no one could say for sure which side the balance of victory would tilt to. And he really wanted to see who was better, Agumon that had evolved to the mature stage or Spiritomb in the main lineup of future Sinnoh champion Cynthia, under the condition of both being at level 20. I can accept the battle, but now whether it's your Pokémon or mine. They both need some time to rest and adjust their condition. Seeing that Aoyagi had agreed, Cynthia glanced at Spiritomb with some dissatisfaction, and finally thanked Aoyagi. After all, the Pokémon she has now are either stronger than Spiritomb, such as Garchomp, or are no match for Spiritomb at all. If she wants to consume the remaining 1/3 of Spiritomb's negative energy, she has to fight with Pokémon of the same level. And King Liu, who has already reached the 4th floor of the Lost Tower, is definitely strong enough. Then let's set the time for tomorrow. Is there any designated place? No, but I suggest going to a place with fewer people. King Liu's mind flashed to the place where she met Candace Snover before, and she said, it's near the small river not far south of Salation Town. Okay. Because the elderly at home are sick, I temporarily brought him back from my hometown to see a doctor tomorrow. There are a lot of typos in the haste of typing. Please forgive me. I will correct it later and make up for it another day. Please forgive me. End of this chapter. Chapter 49. My family has the final say on this matter. Did you choose such a remote place because you don't want to expose its information? Cynthia pointed her slender finger at Agumon and asked curiously. Just now when she came down from the 5th floor and ordered Gaebite to stop Spiritomb, she had already discovered this very unique Pokémon. Because even after she went through all the knowledge she had learned in her mind, she didn't find any information about this Pokémon. Even those Pokémon that have disappeared and become extinct in the long river of history do not match it. This couldn't help but arouse Cynthia's strong interest, but she was busy with Spiritomb just now and had no time to pay attention to this Pokémon. As for Cynthia's question, King Leo was silent for a moment and nodded in acknowledgement. If possible, Qinglu didn't want to expose Agumon even to Cynthia, but when Cynthia appeared before, his attention was focused on Spiritomb, and it was too late when he reacted. However, considering Champion's character, he doesn't have to worry about leaking the secret if she finds out, and he can use Gaebite, a quasi-god with good potential, as the identity background of Earl Dervish Pokémon, so there is no need to do anything tricky. So instead of being shy, it's better to admit it generously. Because it has not been registered on the Pokédex, I am afraid that some people will have bad intentions because of its small number, so I usually try not to let it show up. This time, I will deliberately avoid the camera every time I pass a level of the Lost Tower. Indeed. Cynthia nodded in agreement with King Liu's approach and said, even if it is the first time I have seen such a Pokémon, it is better to be careful. After all, even if it is clean on the surface, there are still filth that the Alliance cannot clean up. Can I touch it? King Liu did not answer immediately, but turned his head to look at Agumon with an inquiring look. Agumon lowered his head, crossed his hands in front of him, and did not meet King Liu's eyes. For you, the difference between the beauty and ugliness of humans is not big. Why did you suddenly are you shy? King Liu said with a smile. Agumon immediately raised his head and retorted, I'm not shy. It's just that the first time someone came up and asked to touch me, I was a little. This sudden voice made Cynthia's mouth open into an O shape. After being surprised for a while, she reacted and looked at Agumon steadily and said, it can actually talk. Yes, it has been able to talk since the first day I met Agumon. As long as it does not involve factors such as the panel and Digimon, there is no need to deliberately hide the ability of talking, which will be discovered sooner or later and is rare but not absent in the Pokemon world. King Liu then talked about some basic information about Agumon. After digesting it for a while, Cynthia gradually adapted to this information. No wonder you are so careful. A rare species plus the ability to talk is indeed likely to be targeted by others. Then, she looked at Agumon and asked gently, Agumon, can I touch you? Agumon was still a little embarrassed, but since King Liu showed no disgust, it finally nodded. Seeing Agumon agreed, Cynthia immediately placed her hand gently on Agumon's head, stroking it while observing it with curiosity. It looks very much like Tyrant, the Pokemon that was resurrected from Unova region 100 million years ago, but the color and details are wrong, the arms are stronger and the claws are sharper. The most important thing is that Agumon's two big green eyes are very smart, combined with its rare ability to speak. It goes without saying that its IQ and reaction ability should be higher than Tyrant, and even most Pokemon can't compare to it. The more she observed, the more surprised Cynthia was. Because this Pokemon that had never been seen before not only had a skin, the muscles are very tight, and even the aura it exudes is very different, as if it was born to fight. This feeling is just like the gay bite she picked out from a bunch of quasi-gods. No, it can even be said to be better than that. And looking at its current height and weight, there should still be room for evolution. I wonder what level it will reach after evolution. Cynthia suddenly felt a long-standing curiosity and desire for tomorrow's battle. She wanted to see how such an unknown Pokemon would perform in battle. At the same time, she also looked forward to whether King Liu, the trainer, would bring her a surprise. You helped me solve the problem of Spiritomb, how about I do you a favor? Cynthia stood up and asked, patting Agumon's head gently. King Liu looked at Cynthia with some confusion. What do you mean? I think you are so cautious. In addition to worrying that Agumon's special nature will attract the hands of Pokemon hunters and evil organizations, I am afraid you are also worried that the Alliance will have ideas about Agumon. Indeed, there are considerations in this regard. King Liu nodded after a moment of silence, and then thought of something and asked, so what do you mean by help? I will help you prove the legal source of Agumon in public, and let your family contact Professor Oak who makes Pokédex in Kanto region, and log Agumon's basic information on it. In this way, the Alliance will not be able to trouble you on these issues. After hearing what Cynthia said, King Liu also thought it was feasible. And in this way, not only the Alliance, but even those rats in the gutter who want to deal with him and Agumon will have to consider Cynthia's existence. No one wants to be watched by a champion every day, even the legendary beasts. This is no longer an ordinary help, it is simply a big help. However, this will also very tactfully pull him to Cynthia's ship. Of course, this is not a bad thing. Anyway, Cynthia's identity as a mythology scholar will also be his target for surveillance in the future, so it doesn't matter whether it is bound or not. I want to know how you are going to prove it for me. My family are all experts in Sinnoh mythology, and my grandmother is the curator of the Sinnoh History Museum. Isn't it my decision to write Agumon into a Pokemon that was resurrected from a fossil of a certain era? Cynthia said with a hint of playfulness. King Liu was silent. What she said does make sense. The ancient history textbooks were probably written by her family. It is not difficult to add a real Pokemon. To be honest, I really need your help, but is it not proportional to my previous efforts? Yes, so I have conditions. King Liu looked at Cynthia and asked, what conditions? Cynthia said seriously, I hope you can use all your strength to fight me in tomorrow's battle. I will do it without you saying it. Cynthia nodded with satisfaction and stretched out her hand. I don't know your name yet. King Liu. Then, tomorrow see you, King Liu. King Liu reached out and shook hands with Cynthia. See you tomorrow. Thank you Feng Zhangge for the 500 points reward, and thank you 201802222120333334 for the 500 points reward. Thank you for the monthly tickets from the big guys. There are too many to list one by one. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your follow-up votes and comments. End of this chapter, Chapter 50 Leaving the Tower. After the agreement, King Liu took back Agumon and climbed to the 5th floor of the Lost Tower without any obstacles. Although all the ghost Pokémon guarding the last floor had been captured by Gabite to do hard labor, and the remaining ones had been beaten up by Spiritomb before, there was no one to fight with here. But King Liu still remembered clearly that there was a reward for clearing the level. After all, half of the reason he came here in the first place was for this. Making money is not bad, not to mention that it was free. While King Liu was supposed to be fighting on the 5th floor, he and Cynthia had some simple exchanges about Pokémon knowledge. With his understanding beyond the version, King Liu forcibly broadened Cynthia's worldview, and Cynthia pointed out some of King Liu's shortcomings based on her solid basic skills. This is exactly what King Liu, the time traveler, needs now. Pokémon World for countless years of theoretical knowledge. Both sides felt benefited from this brief exchange. After the relationship became more familiar, Cynthia recommended several good libraries to King Liu where they could borrow relevant books. After King Liu wrote them down one by one, he glanced at Gabite who was sitting quietly next to him, and suddenly he had the idea of touching it. He had not touched many Pokémon properly since he came to Pokémon World. The only one he really touched was the pirated version of Agumon. However, Gabite seemed to be a bit arrogant and not as easy to get close to people as Agumon. As soon as King Liu put his hand on it, he ran to the other side without having time to feel it carefully. Ha 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 ha. Cynthia couldn't help laughing when she saw this scene. King Liu gave up the idea of continuing with an embarrassed look. After feeling that the time was about right, King Liu prepared to leave the tower, and Cynthia followed him. Are you going out too? Aren't you afraid of being blocked by those reporters? King Liu was deeply impressed by the attitude of those reporters who saw Candace before the challenge of the Lost Tower, as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw. Cynthia is more popular with reporters than Candace, and she will definitely be the focus of attention at that time. Cynthia is very open-minded about this. When I asked Gabite to take the Pokémon from other floors before, it must have been captured by the surveillance. There is no difference between going out and not going out. If it's too much, I will just fly away. Fly away directly. Ayagi once again remembered the commonality between Agumon and Cynthia, and shook his head with a wry smile. Then the two of them and the dragon went to the next level of the Lost Tower. Seeing Ayagi and Cynthia leave, mischievous and ghastly, who had been hiding quietly in the 4th floor without saying a word, changed their humble appearance just now and flew around excitedly. Walked down the 3rd floor, the 2nd floor, the 1st floor, and headed for the exit. Almost at the moment when Ayagi and the others stepped out of the Lost Tower and just felt the sunlight, they suddenly saw black in front of them, and dozens of people carrying cameras. The reporters with microphones surrounded him instantly. Most of them rushed to Cynthia, while the others surrounded King Liu. Gabite saw this and stood in front of Cynthia with a fierce look on his face, as if he would attack anyone who dared to get close. No reporter went up to ask for trouble, and kept a distance to ask questions. King Liu didn't get this treatment. The reporters squeezed him so hard that he staggered back and forth several times before he stabilized his body. At this time, more than 10 microphones were already handed to his mouth. Mr. King Liu, as one of the only 2 people who have passed the 5-story Lost Tower in the past 10 years, what do you think? How did you break the record of the length of time spent on each floor of the Lost Tower and successfully advance to the next level every time? I didn't see the Pokemon you used in every surveillance screen. Is it a rare Pokemon? Or is it a ghost type like most of the Pokemon in the Lost Tower? Or, did you win by physical combat? One reporter said as he showed off his muscles, staring straight at King Liu. Another reporter immediately pushed him aside and handed him the microphone. I heard that you are dating Miss Candice, Mr. King Liu. Is this true? Did you challenge the Lost Tower because you wanted to prove your strength to Miss Candice? Why did Miss Cynthia come out with you? You have been in there together for so long, will you fall in love with someone else? One voice after another rang in his ears, and as the questions became more and more outrageous, King Liu had to deal with them hastily and tried to find a way to get out. Fortunately, the mayor came over with a friendly smile on his face, and his assistant walked beside him to act as a human wall to separate all the reporters around him. I am the mayor of Salation Town. First of all, I want to congratulate you, Mr. King Liu. You and Miss Cynthia are the first male and female trainers to pass the level in 10 years. The mayor stretched out his hand to King Liu and said gently. King Liu glanced at him and then glanced around. After feeling that the number of reporters seemed to be increasing invisibly, and even equal to Cynthia's, King Liu roughly understood the operation of the mayor in front of him, so he directly reached out and shook the mayor's hand. I feel very happy to receive this honor, but this is not my own effort. I also want to thank all the staff behind the scenes, thank Miss Candice and Miss Cynthia for their helping hand, thank you for everyone who silently supports me, and finally I need to thank the mayor. Thank you for providing such an affordable and challenging trial site. The mayor was stunned when he heard King Liu's words. What's wrong with this guy? He didn't even tell him the words, so he learned it without a teacher? The mayor even doubted whether King Liu was his own agent at this moment. But the mayor is the mayor after all. Although he didn't understand why he entered the plot so quickly, he still switched to the state of immersion directly. This is just my part of the job. I am very satisfied to be able to make a little contribution to the trainers who come and go in Salation Town. On the contrary, excellent trainers like you and Miss Cynthia are rare talents for our Sinnoh. The future of the Alliance needs you. No, the mayor is diligent and low-key. It is the cornerstone of the Alliance to discover excellent trainers. Ha ha ha, no. After a wave of commercial praise, King Liu and the mayor held hands tightly, and at the same time slightly turned their faces to give reporters a perfect photo angle. Afterwards, the mayor handed the reward to King Liu in front of the camera, and after praising King Liu again as a very promising trainer, King Liu made a few polite remarks and sneaked away on the pretext of going to the toilet. Hey! Away from the crowd and breathing fresh air, King Liu couldn't help but feel refreshed physically and mentally. I didn't realize you're good at dealing with this kind of thing. A crisp voice came from the tree next to him. I don't want to do that either, but if I don't do that, I'll be pestered by those guys until dark. I don't have that much time to play those little tricks with them. I have to get the money and run away. King Liu knew that Candice had followed him when she heard the voice, and she patted the backpack containing the bonus and replied. Candice's eyes also fell on the backpack. If I remember correctly, the reward for clearing the level is 150,000 Alliance coins. You've made a lot of money now. You know, even my dad's annual salary from running a gym is just 300,000. I didn't expect you to actually do it. Candice suddenly seemed to remember something, and looked at King Liu up and down with a scrutinizing look and said, I remember when we were on the road before, you told me that the most you said was to keep the first place and fight for the second place, but now you have cleared the 5th level directly. Are you pretending to be a pig in front of me, and then attacking me who can't even pass the 1st level? This is not pretending, it's just luck and a little bit of strength. King Liu pinched a universe between his fingers and said. Candace looked for several seconds before reacting, and then used bullet punch. Ayaga dodged quickly and said, "Okay, I was just kidding. I didn't expect Agumon's level to rise so fast, and his physical strength recovery barely kept up. Of course, even so, the upper limit is only the 4th level. As for the 5th level..." After Ayaga briefly told Cynthia's story, Candace was extremely shocked. Even she had to marvel at the fact that Ayaga could think of a solution in such a short time and successfully implement it, solving the problem that her father's neighborhood kid couldn't solve. If it were her, her mind would be a mess, and she would end up killing Glare. But, just because of this, you agreed to fight her? Yes. Are you crazy? Even if Agumon's level has increased a lot, there is no chance of winning against her. Although that spiritomb looks medium level, it is very powerful. Cynthia used it to clear the Lost Tower and break the fastest clearance record. Candace said anxiously and worriedly, "You said you wanted to challenge her before. I feel that you do have the potential to do so in the past few days, but that is for the future. If you fight her now, you will be defeated. Be careful or you will lose confidence. Don't worry." King Liu stopped, turned around and looked at Candace and said with a smile, "Since I am willing to fight, it means that I have a certain confidence, even if the opponent is Cynthia. I need to write the whole story clearly, whether it is detailed or just briefly, so don't say I'm lazy. I have skipped a lot of small details to speed up the progress, and I even have to go to the previous chapters to fill in those details when I feel there is a sense of disconnection between the previous and the next. I hope you can understand me. Also, I usually don't delete comments. If I find that there are no comments, it is probably because the system swallowed them, or when I modified the chapter, the sentence arrangement changed and they were squeezed out. Finally, tomorrow I will start the battle against Cynthia in Evolution. I will take advantage of the holiday to add more to what I said. I will update 3 chapters tomorrow." End of this chapter.